This game's super bright and it's making my making me disappear into my green screen. Oh no. 83 and sunny now. Looks like it's gonna get up to about 101 by late afternoon in Louisville and 103 in E-Town. Not a cloud in sight, so get out those parasols. Haha. Major accident just ahead of Bardstown exit, so if you're headed to work on 31, you are late, my friend. Haha. Sugar? Just a little. I forgot how you take your coffee. I'm tired. I didn't sleep well. This is the antique woman, right? Heard you yelling. Bad dreams? We were up on a roof. Ira and I, and Charlie, eating a light supper. I was drinking sweet tea. Charlie was reading. We were surrounded by other houses, closely packed, huge sidewalks. It must have been a... what's that word? Subdivision. That's it, I'm sure. Below us, a group of people were gathered, standing quietly. A man was reading from a book. I asked Ira about the weather. Would it rain on Tuesday, or when would the sun set, or something like that? He wouldn't answer me. Charlie stood up, and Ira told him to watch his step, and then I remembered. I woke up before I could stop him. Charlie was alone on that roof. I guess he was. He was so bright, his teacher said. What was the word? Apt. That's it. How could I forget? Wasn't his fault. It wasn't anyone's fault, Conway. That's what we mean when we say it's a tragedy. Sure. Well, we have a mail order delivery today. Might be a long drive. I hope the truck can hold up. That truck will outlive us all. Hope you're right. I'm glad you'll keep it. Ira would have wanted you to have it. It's been running since Charlie was born. Ira took me to the hospital in that truck. So did you once. When you fainted. My hero. So, mail order. Maybe just a shut-in. I don't recognize the address. The order is all... I'm sure we can fill it. Guess that'll be the last. I guess it will be the last active sets. Antiques. Oh, what's the word? Finale. Maybe. No, that's not the word. I just need to think a bit. More coffee or something. Or I've had too much. She have, dementia? It'll come to you. Maybe. I'm not sure anymore. It seems inevitable there start to be words that I lose forever. Yeah, she must have dementia. Or Alzheimer's, early onset. Well, I can't tell actually how old she is based on this blocking. She could have gray hair, but... what are those boxes you set in the hallway? Those are Charlie's old books. Oh. I thought we could look at them together. That sounds nice. Cora should be here soon. Will you wait with me? Sure, I'll wait with you. There's your traffic and weather on the 5s. That's every 10 minutes. Brought to you by Consolidated Power Company. Stick around for an old Kentucky home with Kate, helping you turn your humble home into a mansion after this. I think I've gotten, like, wood under my nails from my... I have, like, a wooden, dish drain. And it's, like, splintering really bad. Oh, wow, look at his leg. And so I feel like I have it, like, under my nails, because under my nails hurts really bad. I've always been trying to kill flies. I don't know why, but I suddenly have flies in my apartment. I don't know where. Dr. Truman, but that's only if you make a late payment on a follow-up visit. I think everything went well enough here that the only one to do a bill for... Oh, he's awake. How do you feel, old man? All fixed up? Truman says you might be a bit misty coming out of it, so... What time is it? It's been about 2 hours. What have you been doing? We watched TV for a while, then Dr. Truman showed me some of the terms of this bill. It's kind of... You'll want to look it over yourself, I think. How about that leg? How's your leg feeling? Yeah, that's the important part. Conway shifts his leg a bit in the chair, testing it. Well? This isn't my leg. Not your... Of course it's your leg. Doesn't feel like it belongs to me anymore. I haven't encountered this reaction before, but it's not totally unheard of. I heard a paper about something like this last year. Can happen for a lot of reasons. Neurological, psychological, social, I'm sure won't persist in your case. Your thoughts and feelings are probably still a little nebulous from the Neuropinol TM. That's totally normal. It'll pass. Wouldn't recommend driving, at least for another hour or two, regardless. Thank you, doctor. Sure, let's talk about a few things you should be aware of. Recovery, rehabilitation, and side effects. How long am I going to be recovering? Well, at your age, I want to be clear, you should expect lingering effects of the injury for more or less the rest of your life. Don't immerse it fully in water. Avoid extremes of temperature. I'd say stay away from dusty roads and mountain lions as much as possible. Mountain lions? Good advice in any context. Best thing you can do is keep it clean and free of debris. What do I clean it with? Only clean your leg with a soft cloth moistened with water or isopropyl alcohol. You'll definitely want to avoid abrasive agents like detergents or other solvents. So do you have any questions? Anything about the bill that didn't make sense? I don't mean to rush you, but I have an early fishing trip. What an ass. Tell them about the payment plan in the bill. Yeah, that's one of the atypical clauses. I don't really have any control over the bill now that the Consolidated Power Company bought my employer. They handle everything. So it all runs through your electricity bill now. You can pay it back in full on your next billing cycle, or you can get on an energy credit payment plan. You'd have to call Consolidated for more detail about that. I don't really understand how it works. Something about generating electricity sent back into the grid. Oh, one more thing. Don't be alarmed if you experience any side effects of Neuropinol TM. Typically we see daydreaming, deja vu, pensiveness, fugue states, irregular perception of time. About 15% of the patients report a generalized sensation of lateness. Nothing to be alarmed about, just keep it in mind. Thanks for your help. Julian's outside. We can head back to your truck. Oh boy. General feeling of lateness. Alright, here's scene 1. Rome. Museum of Dwellings. How are the drugs treating you? Feel a little distracted. You're probably pretty tired too. I usually feel more tired after a late night nap. Hey, have you ever taken anything for that? Caffeine pills or... Never. Well, it's common in your line of work, right? The company store had some pills the miners used to stay awake. My folks had a peculiar relationship with medicine. We almost never had a regular doctor or health insurance or anything like that. Our immigration stuff was a mess for most of my childhood. So we only qualified for state programs in small patches before something or other would get contested. And we learned to just pile on dentist appointments and stuff in those short windows. If a cut got infected or her migraines were too much to handle, Mom would talk to so-and-so and who knew so-and-so and usually another miner and end up with some pills. Instead of medical advice, every pill came with the gossipy, anecdotal warnings and superstitions. Like all this lore that came with it. Like magic, dangerous, mysterious. Weaver's folks couldn't help? Yeah, they had pretty good health care through the university for a while there. A couple times they'd swing something, so I got a bit of whatever Weaver needed. In high school, Weaver got these pills to help her focus. She was so smart. She was always going off in different directions, mind racing. Like 5 conversations going on in her head at once, and you're lucky if even one of them is someone in the room, you know? So she had these pills, and they seemed to help. I was struggling in school too, failing my history class. She offered me to share the pills. Did it help? At first, yeah, it helped a lot. I had a kind presence and clarity of purpose that I've never really had otherwise. I didn't want to stop taking them. One day I was sitting in my bed, my notebook was open next to me on top of a textbook, and I was holding a pen in my hand. I remembered this moment from several years before. It came up so suddenly, with such precision, I couldn't put it out of my mind. I felt I had to stay with it until I recalled the whole thing perfectly. It was just a tiny nothing moment. My mom patching up the side of a bird cage, winding some spare wire around the frame to reinforce it. I was fixated on the image and that sound. The cage kind of bending and twanging as she worked on it, rapping and nodding, scraping copper against paint like bowing a rubber violin with a railroad tie. What a sentence. Hello! Welcome in, Raiders! Jesus, I feel like I'm reading stuff for school again. My English major. I would say more about you, Jones, but I think it's just y'all. A nightbot. I started super early today. How was the rest of the stream? My parents came back from a triple shift and found me still sitting there on the edge of the bed, pen in my hand, delirious with thirst, patching that bird cage with a thousand-yard stare. I can't read today. This is a bad game to be playing. I can't read. Using my brain. My book-a brain. You get some rest back there? I don't get much rest in myself. We'll get a break maybe tomorrow, huh? I love this dog. Alright. Do we just leave? Are we leaving? Did we arrive somewhere or are we leaving somewhere? Ah, yes. Oops, I didn't go up there. Emily, 9 to 5 p.m. of every day of the year except Labor Day. Last admission is at 4 p.m. daily. Damn. Try the door. You're a little late from the museum. And then what? Ben, you're being very uptight right now. Okay. Yeah, no problem. Enjoy your lurk. I think I have a lurk command. I don't remember, though. Oh, God. OBS. Stop. Why does OBS do this? Like, flickering. Aha! I do have one. It's a pretty good one. More mecha energy. Oh, my God. The shadows. I love my spaced out words. I think I'm gonna eat dinner at like 9 p.m. because I'm just like... Okay, oh, we hit a block. Alright. Look at him running. Look at you go with your new leg that costs an arm and a leg. Sorry. Think we can leave? Let's leave. I don't think there's anything else here. Am I liking the new leg? Oh, I love all the stipulations that came with it. That was pretty cool. I like how you can connect your energy and give energy back to the energy company to pay off your leg. I was like, holy shit. Oh, so funny. You can pay it all off in your next bill, or the other option was, yeah, using your, yep. Good stuff. Alright. So what's the plan here? I don't even know. Maybe the clerk? Yeah, these files I got from the storage facility are all tagged to stamp. There's a phone number. It's long distance. Weird. Well, we can head back to my workshop and use the phone there. My landlord has a pretty good phone plan. He's always calling home to Ukraine. Sounds good to me. Okay, it's up north, remember, by the lake where Peonia? Peonia. I don't know. Sorry. Wax meat. Pena? I don't know how to say that name. They move on. This game is good. I'm excited. I hope we can finish it in 2 hours and 20 minutes. It's not gonna happen, but... Up north by the lake. Right. Truck's engine sputters and dies as Conway guides it carefully up the road next to a fallen tree. Oh, good stuff. Good stuff. Act 3, Scene 2. A tree. There it is. The tree. Oh, there he is. Can you talk to him? We can't talk to him. It is running. Nothing to be done? Can you take a look at it? I guess I could poke around in there, but I don't know a damn thing about engines. Wait, is that why you always leave your truck running? First time it's just died like this. Well, where's the champagne? Anyway, do you know this area? Anyone around here that could give us a hand? Drove past here yesterday. Oh, what were we doing out here yesterday? That's what I asked you. Those two strangers by the road. Did she give them a ride or something? I offered to, but they wouldn't take it. That was thoughtful of you. Hey, we should call someone. Do you know a good towing company? Lucky Boot. Alright, I'll give them a call. Hopefully I can get a signal out here. Boop. Speaks in a large brick cell phone held up to her ear. Hi, hello. We've got an old, I want to say diesel, old truck just stalled out. This is Lucky Boot Collision Towing, right? A friend gave me your card. Open 23 hours a day. Yeah, that's why I'm calling exactly. That's all. No, it's okay. We just need to get to an auto shop and get this taken care of. Thanks for the offer. We really just need to tow is all. I love this. You're right, yeah. Okay, where are we? We're off 65. Just kind of pulled up to this tree that fell over. That's a really pretty accurate description of it, yeah. Hanging over the power lines just like that. Did you see it go down? Guess it doesn't matter. Well, thanks again. We'll see you soon then. How long do you think it'll be? Hello? Not sketchy at all. Boop. I think they're on their way. I guess we have some time to kill. Look over the road map again. I've stared at the thing too long already. Where'd you get that old map anyway? Out at the shop. Oh, it's an antique or something? Does it even match reality anymore? I bet there's some old roads on there that are all grown over by now. When my parents bought their first car here, it came with a map. I used to sit in the back and pore over it. Aunt Remedios saw me looking at it, and I guess... Oh, sorry. Saw me looking at it, I guess, and a few days later she gave me a map she bought from Colombia. It looked almost hand-painted, deep, vibrant colors and rough borderlines like anxious brush strokes. Really pretty. I seriously cannot read today. It's so bad. I'd slowly trace the coastline with my finger, like I was walking on a beach, and say, here we'll swim, here we'll start a fire, here we'll find a cave in the cliff face and go live among the bats for a while. I think I'll take a look at that radio of yours. Maybe I can get it going again. No point just standing around. Okay. Ezra! What's up, Ezra? Ezra, are you bored? Sure, but I don't mind. Yeah, I don't mind either. Let's play a game. What would you like to play? You can tell the future with this little tree branch. It's pretty easy. We just break off all the little sticks on each... I got a weird alert. It's pretty easy. We'll just break off all the little sticks on each section and count through the different things that could happen. Okay, what should we ask? It should be about you. I can't do both the counting out and the questions. What kind of job will I have next? Ezra snaps the smaller branches away one at a time, counting out possibilities. Doctor, lawyer, taxman, driver. Driver. Okay, what else? How will I travel in the future? Ezra snaps the smaller branches away one at a time, counting out possibilities. Motorbike, motorboat, horseback, hearse, old truck, new truck, new truck. These other branches are too bare. Don't worry about it too much. It's just a bunch of sticks. Homer. Must talk to Homer. Always. Yes, enjoy your enjoy your pizza and DSP, of course. Oh, I didn't shout out Max Mander either. Oops. Oh, the shout outs! They're playing Case of the Golden Idol tonight. I'm hoping we can raid, but I might not have time. How long do you think we'll be waiting here? Do you get bored late at night? I don't. I like it better when everyone else is asleep. So cute. Wholesome. Wholesome Homer and Ezra conversation. How's it looking? The leads are pretty badly corroded, but I'm making progress. That's what I like about working on electronics. It gets easier as you go on. For me, it's just the opposite. Almost there. Oh, okay. I was like, why can't I click anymore? Trees. Johnny, is this the right way? I don't recognize these trees. What's to recognize? It's just a bunch of trees, Junebug. Just the trees are so quiet, right? Usually you'd hear birds, wind, a squirrel, or something. Doesn't seem so quiet right now. Yeah, you're right. Maybe I'm a little bored. I'll work on some chord progressions in my head for a while or something. Haha. Is the bike kind of dragging a bit tonight? If only had some trash to jettison. You know you'd miss me. I only miss you when I know you're coming back. Oh ho, we should write a song about it. A dirge for drums and voice. Ha! Very avant-garde. Hey, didn't you play this on the record? This is Dee Dee's record. Yeah, Dee Dee. That guy's out of control. We should do a set with him. Only Johnny plays the notes I like. Aw. What time is it? It's late. Harry's gonna flip out. That man was born flipped. Just hope we can scrape up some tips hard enough when you get there on time. Just play that keyboard, I'll figure out the rest. So these are the people who are supposed to... I know. These are the people who are supposed to play at the bar that we were at for that interlude. They look like they could use some help. You gonna fix it up for them, Johnny? Oh, I don't know. Wrench from a cattle prod. I thought maybe... I guess it's up to some good Samaritan. Okay, we'll help them. You're the best. And hey, maybe if they're not busy, we can fill some seats for the gig. You know, if no one's there, Harry will try and bilk us on our feet. And then this is why they never show up. Was that him? Who? Lucky, oh, the tow company? No. Yeah, they're too fast for a truck. I bet they're getting chased by something. Maybe they just have somewhere important to be. Definitely getting chased by something. You didn't pet the dog? You walked by the dog and didn't pet it? Junebug to Johnny, stay here. To Ezra, careful, he's wicked with strangers. Ha, you... You don't have to stop, we got a tow coming. Hear that, Cricket? We didn't have to stop. Oh, why did we stop? That's a good question. These folks seem to have a certain handle on the situation, so... Oh, we thought you were stopping to help. Sure, something like that. Listen, we got 2 questions for you folks. What kind of people do you take us for? I mean, how do we strike you? Seem nice enough. What do you think, Cricket? Our generosity is unmistakable, man. Ma'am, it radiates. It does radiate. Now here's another question for you. Do you like music? Of course you do. Say, they should come to our gig. What an idea. Right now, just head over there on this baby. The vicious cycle. That's what we call our bike. We call it the vicious cycle. Pretty tough, huh? Be very much obliged. See, we have a regular booking tonight, and well, we're running late. Very late. That's what I told them. Now, the old man who runs this venue, Harry Esperanza, is a notorious withholder. And if you don't get a few bodies in the crowd, well, he'll go all penny pinching on us. Just a short set. We only have 1 song prepared. You'll come to the gig, won't you? Of course we will. Of course they will. Can you believe we almost didn't stop? Hungry old man, I think we got crust in the sidecar here. But Johnny here saw you folks were in trouble. Well, it's all said and done. We stopped. That's all that matters. Our gig's at Old Tavern called the Lower Depths. It's over there by Old Charlie Moran Highway, just east off of the 65. I gotta write this down. Because it doesn't always put it in our journal. Let's go to the Lower Depths. Oh my god, my wrist is so stiff today. I gotta do yoga. The Charlie Moran Highway. East off 65. Okay. We usually take it right up the interstate around the petting zoo. Johnny likes the petting zoo. Right off interstate around petting zoo. I like literally can't write. It's kind of hilarious. I'm like writing in like the most doctor chicken scratch. I do like the petting zoo. Now let's see about that truck of yours. I feel certain we can get it running. Okay. I'm trying really hard to sit without crossing my legs, but my chair is like too big. I don't fit. My feet don't touch the ground all the way. Well, they do, but I have to sit like very straight up for them to. So, east off the 65. Around a petting zoo. Nice. No. Why are you being so weird? There we go. Jeez. So strange. It's like, but what if we never clicked? The lower depths. Act 3, Scene 3, dang. We're blowing through this one. Hard times. Homer. Conway doesn't feel right. Feels a little like home, huh? It's not all bad memories. Some I don't remember at all. Truck. Bar door. Kinda late. Are you sure they're open? Sure they're open. It's one of those places. Let's head on in. We're not saints, but we've kept our appointment. How many people can boast as much? It's lovely, ma'am. Who said it? A poet. Ma'am, I hate to say it, but the cupboard is bare. Have some vision, Cricket. We've got 4 patrons. Harry doesn't count. Well, we've done more with less. What kind of music do you play? It's like Serrano Cole meets Ike Towner, but with a woman lead, and the keyboards are kind of ambient whisper wave. A little more reverb. There's some Dolly Crown in there too, like the early stuff before she joined the Sheet Swingers. Better drum programming, though. Whisper wave. Got it. I think he gets it, ma'am. Oh, he gets it. Sandwich? Brick sandwich? A rough brick between 2 pieces of stale bread sits in the center of the table, surrounded by a ring of undisturbed dust. Goggles. A bulky set of black goggles set on the edge of the table next to an ashtray, a newspaper, and a few empty glasses. Who do you think that belongs to? Whoever they are, they're gone now. Must have been pretty tank to leave it behind. This thing looks expensive. Let's talk to Ezra first, and then we'll talk to the bartender. Ezra flips eagerly through the jukebox catalog of songs. What do you think? I don't know how to play this game. All I'm pouring tonight is Hard Times whiskey. Coffee, right, old man? I'll have a Coke. No Coke, no coffee, Hard Times whiskey. Forget it. Yelling towards exit. Say, shut the goddamn door, would you? You can't afford to run the AC all night. Sorry, Harry. Oh, it's you two. Where have you been? Never mind, listen, I can't keep this place open through the small hours of the night just waiting for the musicians. Where is everyone? Everybody had to, clear out. Let's get set up, huh? Somebody here to listen to it. I can't pay for it. We brought some people, Harry. A crowd is forming. Yeah, but also Couldn't you use a break, Harry? Been on my feet all day. But Listen to the band. Ezra just stands. How's it looking out there? How y'all feeling tonight? Can we get a bit more reverb in the monitors? Just the soundboard beneath the bar. How's that? Test 1 2 1 1 3 50. Lamentation. Sounds good. How's everybody doing? Anybody had a real bad night? How about you, old man? Not too bad. Well, we'll take care of that right now. This song I heard in a tavern many years ago on an open mic night. Me and Johnny were out just riding around, you know. You like to drive around, old man? It's my job. Of course you do. So we were out riding around and we passed this gaudy old tavern. I mean, it was a real dive. Busted up facade. Weeds in the parking lot. Taps all dry. Bats in the bar room. And run by this creaky bag of bones. Looked like the only thing keeping him awake was the fear of death. So glad to be back here at the lower depths. Hey now. So we stopped for an early drink, and there was a lady singing right here on the stage, and the song she sang, well, it stuck with us. And that's a regular part of our repertoire. Never got that lady's name. It's Lisa. But she seemed like a sweet gal, and she had a voice like Scotch whiskey, and we just hoped to do her song justice. So here it is, Too Late to Love You. I wonder what it's going to sound like. Cool. Trippy as fuck. When you left me, I never should have met you. Wish we'd met before. Oh, sorry. Didn't realize these were options. Hopefully this is not I think I looked it up. It's not copyrighted. This is like super epic. Super creepy now, damn. She's got like a robot voice thing going on. It's like kind of scary. Jamming out. I feel like we should have this in the back of a Dyson Sphere. While you're like turbo. When you're in turbo drive. But it's not turbo, what is it? What's it called? Turbo drive. Warping. Yes, space warp. Love her dress, by the way. What if this is gonna be the whole act? We'll definitely finish in time. I just love this guy just like vibing. Dude, what a cool scene. No clapping? After all that? Well, hope you like it. Heard it before. I don't doubt that. You look like you've spent an evening or two in a grimy old tavern. Listen, we appreciate you folks sticking around for the show. There's nothing more wretched than playing sad songs to an empty room. We've just got to get out our fee from Harry, and then we'll get you headed to the, Zero. Are they, like, robots? Because every time they move, it makes a noise. Well, Harry, I think that went pretty well. I'd say the crowd was into it. Reverential. Rapt. I guess the usual fee's about right, and we'll let you get back to your business. Well, that's just the... Damn it, I was trying to tell you to. I can't pay. They cleaned me out. I've got nothing left but a goddamn IOU from the distillery. An IOU. Yeah, I traded them for some whiskey, and I guess I had some surplus credit. So I got this note to get some more from them later on. Must have been a hell of a trade. I had to. Gotta keep this place open somehow, goddammit. Watch your language, Harry. Could you pay them with your IOU? Well, very contemporary, very astute. How about it, Harry? Let's push some paper around. Well, it's just, I can collect on it here when they bring more whiskey up, but for you to cash in, you have to go down to, you know, down to the distillery, down to Hard Times. And you know, you gotta take the Zero. So that's what we'll do. How do we get there? You folks sure you want to head down there? I've never been myself, but people hear things, rumors. It's where we've got to go. Well, I'll tell you then. But this is it, right? We're square? Harry, you're alright. If only. You got a radio in your car? Yep. Well, here's what you gotta do. Take a left out of the parking lot, and then just fiddle around in your dial until you hear something familiar, but... I mean, familiar but strange. You know the feeling? Like, I used to go hunting with my uncle out in the mountains, and now I watch these nature programs. They're filmed in the mountains, and there's the deer, and I know all of the plants and every kind of tree, but something just doesn't look right. It's even stranger from being so close to familiar. Something like that. You'll know it when you hear it. Fix that strange but familiar station on your dial. Drive for a bit, then turn around, and when the station cuts out, I mean right then. Hope you folks find what you're looking for, eventually. Always a pleasure, Harry. Is it? Gonna have to play that song when I work tomorrow. Some tunes. You said right out of the tavern, right? Do, 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 do. Oh, you should go look at what the petting zoo was actually real quick. Petting zoo is closed. No, okay. Oops. Oh, the radio. Oh, my bad. Oh, hello. Oh, no. Bye-bye. The bots are on fire lately. Didn't even follow me, man. Lame. Oh, I don't have an bad bot feature for Nightbot. I should though. Freaking Nightbot is. Sorry, I'm just sticking around now. This station doesn't quite match the bartender's description. Definitely weird though. Let's keep scanning. He said we know it when we heard it. Oops. What's this station? I've never heard this before. Sounds like horses. Horses running a race? I sat in Ira had horses years back. Yeah, so I've always been a little afraid of them. They're so big, and I don't know. You look in their eyes, and they're almost human. Like, they're human and animal at the same time. Since they've been domesticated so long, I guess. Well, that fits familiar but strange for me. Harry said we just drive until it cuts out. Yeah, there's lots of those bots out this week, apparently. Horsies! Flamingoing? Horses standing in flamingo posture? We have to go to the office, right? Hall of the Mountain King, damn. That seems cool. We don't want to go to the Mountain King. Do we want to go to the brewery first, I guess, then? So we could drop them off? Alright, it seems like we have to go here for some reason. Scene 4. I think there's 5 scenes in every act. Hall of the Mountain King. What is this? The Longing? That's it. It's also a game about a Mountain King. Homer! Always talk to Homer. Because he's a good boy. Don't keep the roads up too well, do they? Not down here. What can you think is responsible? Yeah, tell us, Homer. Johnny. Time to cut him loose, ma'am? Now I'm having fun. Ha, okay. Slow night anyway. The bridge ends abruptly, crumbling into disrepair. Boardwalk. Yeah, no worries. Oh, he is the noise. Just delayed. For some reason, his noise doesn't stop when he actually stops moving. A loop of decayed rope is coiled on the banister. Some rotted sections have been smoothed over with a fine dust. Broken computer monitors were heaped precariously among the rocks. Pet carrier for a cat or small dog has been left by the path. A calcified rag wadded in the corner once may have been a blanket. Now we move so fast. We're so speedy. A hiking backpack leans against a rock. It's empty except for a dusty bag of cat food and a few punch cards. Pile of discarded electronics burns steadily in the center of the chamber. Well, this must be Weaver. Oh, it's Amy. Who's Amy? Do you remember Amy? Oh, it's triangles within triangles down here, shifting, intersecting, overlaying. Isn't it romantic? Let's see. You're here to steal back the love of a boy you once knew when you were too young to recognize the movements of the heart. And you're escorting her, pretending to have her interests at heart when really you're in love with the young woman as well. And so you've agreed to help conspire to and win her affections, but it's just a ploy to set him up for embarrassment, diminish him out of the picture. What are you talking about? No, you're right. It's insipid. Derivative. You used to be really good at this. I had 11 novels published, from The Billionaire's Bidding to Fields of Longing. Real hot, bodice-ripping stuff, you know. I miss those days in the Lexington studio apartment. Just me and my thesaurus, steaming up the windows. Why did you stop writing? You know, suddenly it was all computers everywhere you went. I thought I might be able to do something with that. Inject a little libido into those ugly beige boxes. Ha! So I went back into the university and I studied human-computer interaction. Hey, I studied that. Then I picked up Donald's research assistantship here as a tester, debugging. In my off hours, I played around with the doomed love story at the core of our little simulation. That seemed to amuse Donald, so I kept at it. I'm afraid I tinkered too much, made it too complex. Now our work is never done. We don't even have to add any new functionality. The bugs just grow up on their own. Or grow on their own, too complex. I miss those days in my Lexington studio apartment. Damn. Weird with that. Okay. Anything else to look at? Old man. Whole band blankets. Donald puffs on a smoldering pipe while half mumbling, half singing an old country tune. Where the old green river runs through hills and caves not known to us, down to that sunless sea. Oh, who are you? That's all. Oh, you've caught a verse of my absent-minded warbling. It's just a song from my youth. Something a dear friend used to sing to herself as we hacked on crystal radios in the boiler room. In old Kentucky, where my love, a lovely home, did build for me, and where the old green river runs through hills and caves not known to us, down to that sunless sea. From there on, it's all meandering rivers and romantic greenery, and that is... What were we talking about? We're a bit lost, actually. Ah, you came from the road, the zero. Now you should stay off that road. Not safe. Bizarre topology. You'll never get anywhere. It just brings you right back there. I don't know if people have noticed, but zero is always, like, got this weird thing going on with it. Back to this cave. Always back to the spot. It's a prison, an irrational prison, but I don't mind, not anymore. This is where my life's work is, the computer, right on the other side of the spire. It looks like a harmless old computer, doesn't it? Like some beat-up mainframe exhumed from a university basement and left in this cave to rot or to flower. No, it's no ordinary computer. I've modified it extensively and in some pretty experimental ways, believe you me. And that's to say nothing of the software, but you look like you're a technically minded sort of person. Tell me, did you know the effects of mold growth on diffuse-based transistor circuitry? And the mold would burn up. Exactly, it burns, and oh, the sweet smoke that issues from it, but also leaves a sticky residue to seep through the machine, forming new connections and creating new circuits. The computer is no longer the pure domain of language or mathematics, but entropy. Thwarted and feeble, we hammer on this derelict keyboard. My name is Reason, King of Kings. But we are mere tourists in the ruins. Our keystrokes echo off into the tunnels, boundless and bare. The caves stretch far away. We are too late, always too late. What? Did you say something? Just interested in the mold computer. The mold computer, oh, Xanadu, you've heard about it. Perhaps you've read about it in a journal. It's been years since I published anything. Xanadu has evolved significantly since I've explained its data structures in my article Literary Multitudes, Hypertextual Narrative as Post-Structural Witness. Evolved and then deteriorated. Donald sighs dramatically and takes a puff from his pipe. I'm afraid you are too late, fellow hypertext enthusiast. As the mold accumulated on the circuitry, Xanadu blossomed for a moment into something holy and enchanted, and then all the charm was broken. Do you have any idea what it's like to spend your life building something that sit powerlessly as your work declines into ruin? Not really. Shuffling around the dusty ghosts of antiquity. Well, I have my own ghosts, and I keep them in there, in Xanadu, and it's running in that glorious dusty machine. Take a look if you'd like. Too late to do anything but smoke and reminisce anyways. Far too late to do anything. Andrew. Andrew? Do you know that when I first know, I mean, if this cave were larger, could it... Now I'm getting ahead of myself. I've got it. How would you characterize this space, the one we're standing in now? Kind of spooky. Spooky. I'm scared. Spooky for a baby. I think we'd all agree that it's a fair assessment. Wait, let's unpack that for a moment. What makes it spooky? No. How do you know it's spooky? Or would it be spooky for a baby? The shadows. Sure, but they're not just shadows, right? I mean, they could be. They're projections, or maybe they're anatomies. How's that? Can you tell where we are now, surrounded by creeping anatomies? Close your eyes. Will you close your eyes? Okay. Good. Now, you are standing at the top of a rocky peak. A tongue of flame licks the shadowy anatomies of... Where are we? Oh, here again. How disappointing. What are all these computers for? Computers. Oh, now I remember. I was writing on them. I described a cave. That was my last job. Describe the cave. There's a great history of caves in the literature, don't you know? The walls are frozen rivers of orange stone. Isn't that vivid? I had a lot to live up to. As a grad student studying statistics when I started working with Donald on his project, he said we needed someone with more analytical mind to do the descriptive writing. Someone who would appreciate the cave descriptions as real labor instead of taking their authorial voice for granted. Donald warned me that it would be long hours of typing painstakingly detailed descriptions into the computer, and I've put in the hours. Believe me, I've put in the hours. I've described every facet of this cave in such detail that sometimes I don't know if I'm reading or looking, writing or exploring. Often in the dark and lonely moments, I worry that in my sleep I've transcribed rooms from my dreams into the system. How would we know? They could only be entered with precise, faithful detail. That's all I know how to write. And all I dream about is caves. I only dream of caves. Damn, everyone's got feelings. What's the gate? Actually, before we get to... A massive gate constructed out of scavenged materials blocks passage down the far side of the spire. Roberta. Can I go to Xanadu now? The kingdom is in peril, she laughs. Well, what else is new? Oops, do you work here? Work, you call it that. I gather old circuit boards and throw them into the fire. Sometimes I fish out precious metals and let them cool into toxic gems. I put them in my hair. Enchanted jewelry, talismans. A magic mirror that prevents the future. A magic shield that protects the bearer from age. A magic chest that's always filled with... I never went to university. I was an independent scholar. It means I took to public libraries like a beachcomber. I studied fairy tales. And then I came to work for Donald. I paid the bills, rubbed leathering elbows with academics. Scraped black mold from cave walls. Finally, now I carry the firewood into senescence. The kingdom is in peril. How do we get to Xanadu, then? There it is. There it is. Baffling control panels are sheltered from the elements of the worn tarp. A closet-sized wall of knobs and wires looms behind the machine, humming faintly. An electric typewriter is the only easily recognizable component. Oh my god, I'm getting tired of reading. How do you think we get it started? This old thing? Maybe there's a hand crank around. Oh, it has a run key. Oh. Do we not have that? Oh. Okay. We do have. Apparently. Scene 5. Jesus. Okay. Alright. We're blowing through Act 3. I think Act 4 is like one of the longest ones, so we'll see. We're at 6:30. See if we can do it. Ah! Clickety clickety. At den of what? Ardo. You are staying there to be shit. Ha! This thing is in rough shape. The road small. You look like. Okay, that's worse. Type house. House. Oh, so it's like that. In blood quit. I hope this isn't insanely loud. It's pretty loud for me. My OBS would work. Just gonna turn that down a little bit for you. Lula. Lula. Oh, he's another person. Jesus. Donald. I've got his time machine and part something from the School of Music. Talk to you in my voice so we won't have to type so much. Steph has slaves in the punch cards he's transcribed for the read him his oh my god, in the reader. And get the display. How's your back holding up? Damn, I can't tell what she's saying. I have a portable degausser with me. An old system like this would build up a remnant magnetic field that sort of warps everything along whatever pattern it's settled into, you know? Degausser clears it up by suddenly shaking the magnetic field around it until it's uniform again. That's how I like to think of it anyway. Like shaking a snow globe. Haha, worth a shot. Please, for the love of God, because I can't. Thank you. Jesus. It's way too loud. For whatever may be, stable tunnel caves can open. Well, okay. Stalactites adorn the ceiling like something in the center of an enormous something spire. This is where you set up your something then? I'm trying to battle for this is the last spot for the piece of junk. Jeez. Let's be done. Let's be done with that. It's very annoying. Scene 6. Okay. Hall of the Mountain King. Bizarre. And what was that about Lula? Maybe Donald knows how to clear it up a bit. Okay. Oh, Donald, we could just circle apparently. No, it is Junebug. Junebug is doing the sound. So you've seen it for yourself. What's left of it? Is that the end? The chalky bones of a beautiful dream. But you can see what it once was, can't you? Can't you? There's so much more to it. Ornate labyrinths of memory. Exhaustively simulated parallel cave ecosystems. Real artificial intelligence built on sophisticated neural network algorithms. The birds in the forest could flock in 3 dimensions. The bats could learn to sing. And then it began to crumble when the strangers came. At first we only heard them walking heavily through the caves, dragging things around, hammering and clattering their tools. Sometimes we heard working songs, never close enough to make out real voices, just their echoes, cascading wordlessly in the tunnels. Then we caught a glimpse of one. What did they look like? They look like... No, it's too horrible. I shouldn't be telling you about this. They're dangerous. They're strange. I should never have tried to outwit them. They were always too much for me, but it's too late now. If I'd listened to Lula, Lula Chamberlain? Yes, of course. How do you... Oh, do you know her? Looking for her now. No, she's gone now. She left. We built this together, did you know? Lula, Joseph, and I. Lula's gone from here, but Donald points across the cave with his pipe. Still in there, in Xanadu. I don't know where Lula is now, or how to get there from here, or how to unwind that damn tangled highway, but Xanadu, before its ruin, was faultless as an oracle, a shrine to perfect simulation. But maybe. Those weird interlopers destroyed my Xanadu. Perhaps they know how to fix it. It may be dangerous. I've spent many eager seconds to negotiate with them to repair my masterpiece. Back there, that tunnel, push back the vines, crawl out into the darkness, watch your step. After a while, you'll feel the terrain change beneath your hands and knees, from rock to crystal, then to mud, then you'll be out. That's where the strangers come from. Now leave me alone, I still have a bit of mold in my pipe, and a few dreams left. Scene 7. That's the most scenes we've ever had. Where the strangers come from. I believe there's, like, depending on what you do in the game, like, you can have a very different experience if you play this game a certain way. Well, this can't be right. It looks like an old church. Well, worth looking inside, I guess. I want to stay outside. Why? I think I saw a lizard. I'll stay with them. Okay, we'll make it quick. Find any lizards? One, but I went under a rock. That's lizards for you. Do you have a family? Well, I've got Johnny, the vicious cycle. I've got you folks right here. Is that a family? Let's call it what it is. Junebug and the people she surrounds herself with. See? It means something. It makes a claim. It's specific. I want to be specific. I think you are. It's in the middle of the night, and here you are in a graveyard. Any other kid in your age would be in bed. You've just got to make choices and own them. You think I was born this foxy? I came off the assembly line about a half-foot shorter and all gray, no eyes. They're going to have us clearing out the old mine. Doesn't matter what you look like under all that rock and water. A bunch of gray shadows shoveling and hammering invisibly at the walls, draining the tunnels. Oh, so Junebug was one of the people. Johnny found some gear, an old tape player. We hid away in an underwater cave and listened to it over and over, and we knew we weren't minors. We slipped out onto the road, just these two featureless shadows, and ever since that night we've been detailing, coloring in, specifying. Feel more like myself every day. Feel more like myself when it's just me and Julian. Well, there. Now you're getting specific. There you are. What'd you find in there? Where'd Johnny go, by the way? It wasn't... Hey, what's going on? You look flushed, old man. Doesn't matter. Right. Okay, we got what we need. Let's go. Act 3 still? Damn. Zim. All of the Mountain King. We're back. We're back, 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 back again. Oops. Nope. Stop it, OBS. I was just curious. Doot, doot, doot. Well, it's so interesting. Even their beginning is like so different than ours. Okay, and then that's the... Alright. I think Act 4 is really long no matter what. And Act 5 is actually really short. Okay. We'll see how far we get. Let's talk to Donald. Singing softly, trace an orbit around the road, and close your eyes to the holy dread, for on we mulled and whiskey fed and drank from rivers down below. We found your strangers. We know how to fix your damn machine, but I'm not sure it was worth it. Oh, soon the visions will return. What have you found? They see you need to type in a specific phrase to restore it. A bit of a poem to rally the illustrious spirit. Of course. Well then, type away. By all means, do not hesitate. Type away. Okay. Okay, we're supposed to type dome in air. Weird. Just following instructions. Here we go. C9. Jeez. Xanadu. At end of road. You are standing at the end of a road before a small brick building. Around you is a forest. Check out the building. Enter building. Inside the building. Super cursed! You are inside the building, a storage shed for the National Park Service. There is a sensible, modern electric lantern. Get the lantern. Taken. Exit building. Enter forest. Something you can enter. Just type a direction. North. In forest. You are in an open forest with a deep valley to one side. Climb a tree? Climb a tree. I don't think much is to be achieved by that. Sorry. Dig a hole? Dig a hole. You can't see any such thing. Pretty limited vocabulary. South. You're in a forest. Hey, it's a maze. East. You're in a forest. Lula is here. Oh, look at that! Is soldering replacement components in a small handmade radio. Talk to her. Ask Lula how she's doing. Hi, Donald. I'm getting the strangest interference out here. Been tuning the radio circuits gradually as we go, swapping capacitor values and tweaking resistor networks. It was working for a while, but everything I can pick up sounds so distant and muffled. Lula hands you the radio. Well, maybe you'll have better luck. You're good at this stuff. Just don't forget to give it back. North. You're in the forest. Joseph is here, tapping with a small stylus on a modified pocket braille slate. A small gray kitten, no more than a few weeks old, dozes comfortably in the top of his backpack. Maybe he has something to say. Donald, I was just transcribing your footsteps. Sounds like Joseph runs his finger along the index card he's been tapping on from right to left. Long, weary song, drearily gone, dearly gone. You beat a melancholy shuffle through these woods. Donald, huh? I've been noting the sounds of this forest with an ear for speech and an inborn filter for poetry, I suppose. So maybe it's me being melancholy after all. I'm eager to see what the poetic subsystem makes of these punch cards. West. West? Ended it? At the edge of hole. Go into the hole! Run into the hole! You are at the edge of a massive hole. The dirt gives way to rock as the ground sinks into darkness. Peter tied your upper back, slickens of sweat in the afternoon sun. The rope slung around your shoulder has slipped under the strap of your backpack, digging uncomfortably against your collarbone. Shine the lamp in the hole? Light lamp. Your lamp is now on. Shine lamp in a hole. The lamp light only reaches a few yards down, where the rock is coated in a slimy black mold. You can tell that the walls are too slick to climb safely without system. Lean in a bit. The cave walls are too slick to climb safely without system. You lose your footing and fall to your death. Rip. We died. Score was 0 out of possible 8,192. What? You may continue or quit. Continue. Try using the rope to climb down safely. Tie rope to the tree. The rope is tied snugly to a tree trunk. Down. Your feet slip a few times on the slimy rock, but you remain stable. Lula and Joseph descend carefully after you. In bed quilt. Oh, my leg fell asleep. Ah, that hurts. Someone's just screaming outside. You're in bed quilt, a long east-west passage with holes everywhere. Joseph and Lula remove the computer equipment they are carrying on their backs and begin setting up. That's the last trip, so everything's down here now. Set up the gear. I only understood you as far as wanting to set the up above. Set the up above? A little expensive. What's the gear they're carrying? Ask Lula about gear. Sure, Donald. Might as well take an inventory. I've got the tape machine and the synthesizer parts we borrowed from the School of Music. It's all tuned up to my voice, so we won't have to type so much. Joseph has his slate and the punched cards he's transcribed from the poems we read him. He's got the typewriter and the paper tape reader. And you've got the CRT display. How's your back holding up? Ask her about the cave. Ask Lou about the cave. Having second thoughts, I don't blame you. It's unsettling down here. Weird acoustics. Earlier as you were climbing down, I thought I heard voices for a moment. Or, not voices themselves, but the echoes of voices, singing. Some kind of eerie, tuneless working song. I'm glad I'm not down here alone. Joseph looks uncomfortable. Jealous. Hey, Donald, can you help me wire up these generators? I'll assemble the synthesizer, but I could use some help with the serial interface if you have the time. You're an unfamiliar echo from a tone to the east. Help Lula. Thanks, Donald. I can never remember which color leads to which pin. Lula begins unpacking the boxes of wires and terminals. Do you think there are paintings down here? Cave paintings, I mean. Maybe some old pottery shards from when the world was young and early men and women huddled in these caves too. Do you know, I think cultural fossils are the saddest fossils. Sadder than animal remains, I mean. You might come across a petrified mollusk or a partial dinosaur footprint. And we say there was a point of contact here where body touched the earth and maybe there's a little bit of evidential garbage. But the life who owned that body never cared and has moved on anyway, and that's the end of it. But I suppose I shine my lantern on one of these walls and I see a crude painting, thousands of years old, 2 men and a woman. Charcoal and blood on rock. Someone put that there to keep something on the rock after she passed. A hope, a relationship, or a moment. A worry, maybe, a regret. She made a painting to keep something alive for her, but like that dead mollusk and that itinerant dinosaur, she had to move on. Whatever it was is gone, and now we're looking at this painting, this dangling copy with no original. You were interrupted by the ominous echo of a grating, scraping sound from the east, louder than before. What the hell was that? Let's check it out. In tunnels. Boop-a-doop-a-doop. You rush down the tunnel with Joseph and Lula close behind. That got kind of intense back there. Hope they've moved on by now. The tunnel narrows and soon you find yourself crawling on your hands and knees. Navigating the tunnel gradually becomes more awkward as smooth rock gives way to jagged, crystalline surfaces. Scratches and taps echo from the end of the tunnel, some short and piercing, some slower and groaning as if dampened by water. The tunnel opens up into a large room. In Crystal Room. Oh, it's just a couple friends. Hey. You're in a large, irregular chamber. The walls, floors, and ceiling are covered with crystalline projections. Strangers are here, scraping black mold from the crystals. They look up when you enter. One of them seems about to speak. Finally. Let's listen to what he says. Stranger reaches for a box he's carrying and presses a plastic button. The box whirs to life, and a crackly voice blurts something unintelligible, then slows down to a deep gurgle. He looks at his companions momentarily in confused disappointment, then he returns his awful gaze to you. Joseph flees through the tunnel to the north. Lula flees through the tunnel to the northeast. Follow Lula. Run north. Lula's headlamp scans across the northern passage as you run. Soft shadows loom perplexingly from floor to ceiling. You feel around to distinguish shadows from crystals, but eventually find yourselves cornered. You have hit a dead end. Who are they? Let's find a way out of here. That's not a verb I recognize. Look for escape. You can't see any such thing. Listen, I think they've gone back to work. They seem strange somehow. Maybe they've forgotten about us. Alright, let's try to pass them quickly now. Don't make eye contact, then we'll find our way back to the equipment. Seems fine. You are in bed, quilt, a long east-west panning. Did they follow us? Where's Joseph? Search for him? Search. I only used to do as far as wanting to search. We have to be more specific with the equipment. Search equipment. Various computer and audio equipment cast angular shadows into the tunnels as you scan slowly across the pile. Nothing. Back to most tunnels. Search tunnel. You select a tunnel at random. Your lantern illuminates several sets of footprints on the moldy cave floor, but they are impossible to identify. Joseph climbs down from the rope still tied above. The damn sound, those damn voices. I don't even know what direction I was running. I woke through that network of tunnels. I ran my hand along the wall, always turning left. Left wall strats. But every turn and every rock felt the same. For all I knew, I was running in circles. Finally, I ended up here, and I hid. I panicked. I heard you talking, but I didn't think I could trust my senses. But listen, there's one thing I have to tell you. While I was out there, lost in the tunnels and caves, I came across the Zero, and I had no idea. It's like a real place. They picked up garbage, they deliver mail, they go to work and to church, but it has an awful kind of emptiness. Wandering through, I heard horrible echoes. Weird images got burned into my mind's eye. A television, a scarecrow, a crystal, a feather, a sandwich, a CRT monitor, a bottle, an anchor. Lula looks down at her feet. What's up with Lula? Ask Lula what is up. Nothing. Just, Joseph, you sound disturbed. Lula, you've heard the same damn stories I have. It doesn't matter how now, damn it. I'm leaving. To hell with all of it. Getting back on track, we're so close. Divert Joseph's attention. You shot something at Joseph about the project you're working on together. You'll die in these damn cold caves. What about those men? You know they'll come back. It's just finding somewhere safe to start a fire. You shot something at Joseph about going deeper into the caves. Did you hear their voices? They're not... They'll find you. But not me. I'm going back to the surface. Stop, your stupid fight is ringing through the whole damn cave. Joseph was right, we can't also notice how Xanadu was like not listening to us. Can't stay here, I'm leaving too, but I'm not going back to the surface. I'm taking my station wagon, I'm heading down to the Zero. Ask Lula to stay. You plead with Lula about your continued collaboration. I'll send you this tape when I'm done recording. I'll put it in the mail, and then you can see what your damn machine does with it. Lula and Joseph have left. Rip. In tunnels. We didn't zoom in for the in tunnels. Abandoned by your collaborators, your confidants, and your companions, and only 2 among your colleagues with whom you've ever trusted the gift of your friendship. Pretty thick, sounds like Beardo had his heart broken. You wandered the tunnels alone, dragging along components of your unrealized masterpiece, combing the underground passages for new sight, which to realize your vision. Sounds like a genius. How do you mean? Thane. Vanity, ain't that the truth? My Aunt Remedios, before she got into the whole ethnomusicography thing, she was a painter, mostly nudes and oil. She had this model, I'll never forget, a big, classically physical guy. Looked like he was about to storm Troy. He made everyone call him the Colonel. Ugh, gross. Weaver and I saw this guy naked a lot. You couldn't help it. He was always posing somewhere in the house, chasing the light from room to room, while Aunt Remedios made a sketch of his profile, worked on the right mix of pigments for his abdomen. The Colonel had this magnificent hair, long black hair that ran just down to the bottom of his shoulder blades. One evening he was standing next to an open window in the back of the house. The sun was setting. Early spring, I think. It was kind of windy. Aunt Remedios was trying to get his hair right. She kept arranging it, like half in front, half behind, running over his shoulder and laying it across his chest in this very specific way. But it itched him or something, and he'd do this weird, indignant shuffle thing, or a wind from the open window pushed around, or he'd start and turn his neck whenever Weaver and I ran by, and everything would be tangled again. The final product was a swirl of black lines billowing around the top of his neck. Weird thing is, I don't even remember his face now. Just that black swirl, probably the best one she ever painted. Call of the Mountain King. After what may have been years, you stumble out of a tunnel into the cavernous open space. Stalactites adorn the ceiling like grotesques. In the center of the room is an enormous rocky spire. It's where you set up your equipment and establish your legacy. I think there's like no way we could have avoided that ending, because it's just going to be the way. Whoa, meta! Now is the time to continue your work. Research Assistant 0, Realism Index 37, Romance Index 2%, Mold Coverage 0%. You may hire a new research assistant, assign assistants to a task, or sleep until tomorrow. Hire. Uploading job advertisement to the university messenger board. So you've hired Rick, who studies library sciences. You may assign research assistants to debugging, transcription, or speculation. Transcription. Assigning available research assistant to transcription. Sleep. Time passes. Rick extensively annotates tunnel diameter of the function. Sorry, oops, clicked that too fast. Now it's time to continue your work. 52% realism. Let's hire a new one. Uploading. Hired Amy. Studies human-computer interaction. Speculation. What? Sleep. Rick carefully transcribes the sounds of dripping water and all of their variations over a period of several hours. Amy muses about the love lives of fungal colonies. Greasy black mold is collecting on the computer. Now it's time for you to continue your work. Boop boop. Oh yeah, get some good rest, Lady O. Oh my gosh. Let me do a shout out. Go follow Lady O. Playing Fighting Fantasy Classics last. It was a very fun game. If you enjoy text-based adventure games. Very good one. I hope you get to play that again soon. That was really fun to watch. But get some good rest. Sleep well. Oh, OBS is freaking out. You may hire a new let's try hiring one. Studies mathematics. Cool. don't know how long this goes. Time passes. Amy identifies a bug with the oxygen level simulation but is unable to fix it. Weaver types up some lurid imagery from a dream journal. Rick makes a convincing argument for the edibility of stone. Intruders. The strangers are doing something to the equipment, but you can't make out what. You hide behind a rock until they leave. With trepidation, you emerge from your hiding place hours later. Now is the time to continue your work. Not convinced it's getting us any closer to the 0. Yeah, me neither. Are we like stuck in this? Oh yeah! Absolutely, that game was really fun. How long is this part? Oops. Oh, why does OBS do... I gotta look it up. I gotta look up why it does that. It makes me want to just like minimize it so it stops doing it. It just like does this thing where it like fills my screen and flickers a ton and gives me like a really bad headache. Okay. You sure you want to quit? Yes. This is a rhetorical question. Exit? Exit. But you aren't in anything at the moment. Maybe you have to lose or die or somehow to start over. Eat lamb. Don't be ridiculous. Maybe you have to wait it out. Wait indefinitely. Time passes. Research assistants come and go. One of them, the mathematician named Weaver, follows the strangers into the tunnels. She doesn't return, but neither do they. Years pass. Mold accumulates. You and the remaining research assistants take to burning disused equipment in the center of the room. The black mold is so intensely flammable it makes an excellent catalyst. It leaves behind a sweet, narcotic perfume. One night you have visitors, outsiders, different ones. Then later that night, an old friend. You really did go deeper into the caves. Premature end of file. Press any key to quit. Huh. Oh, does that mean Lula's here then? Oh my god, 10 scenes? Hello, Mike, how's it going? Welcome in. Let me give you a shout out. Just successfully finished Jump King. It was pretty epic. We're playing Kentucky Route Zero today, which is a very intense and dark game. With a lot of reading, which I'm getting pretty tired of doing, but alas. Alright, to Donald. You really did go deeper in the caves. Well, you're easy enough to find. Met a few of your former assistants. One can't help but hear things. Yeah, I don't blame you. I can't imagine. I don't have the dedication to play games that take that long. Like, or that are that hard, I guess. I'm like, yeah, I'm bad at even playing, like, platformers. Like, normal ones. I met a few of your former assistants. One can't help but hear things, so this is what became our project. Oh, I've made some additions. Joseph stole the data tapes for the first half. I've had some blank spots to fill. Yes, I know. He published his version, actually. I'm sorry to report that it's a bit tediously sentimental. We've been looking for you. So you found that address data. Just pass it over to Donald here. Donald, will you be a dear and crunch these numbers? We're looking to sort out a street named Collision, Dogwood Drive. It's crazy that we started this game just looking for Dogwood Drive, and we've now, like, entered a, like, alternate universe highway and entered a game that was, like, a meta game that told the future, or was, like, I don't know, this game is freaking wild. Could have been way worse. Oh, God, yeah. Instincts about not giving me much trouble as other people is right. Okay, that's good. 50 hours? Oh my god, no. Yeah, you're pretty good at it. I'm not, yeah. I like any sort of game for, especially for platforming, that you have to use, like, wall jumps. It's like so bad. But yeah, I literally can't even play like, I'm trying to think of a game I played recently. I'm pretty bad at like even getting to the location that we want to pick for Ultimate Chicken Horse. Which is just super easy jumping, but like I still struggle with it sometimes. I'm much better if I have did you use a controller? I feel like controllers I can do okay with, but I can't keyboard and mouse. Yeah, that's good. It's all timing, yeah. Yeah, controller, yeah. Controller's a lot easier. And I guess I never like played that much platforming games when I was a kid, so the skill is just, it's a skill issue. It's just not there for me. Wasn't the Bureau gonna process it? Oh, of course they did. I insist I have cycles to spare. I'll just pack my pipe and get to it. I should only be an hour or so. Andrew will carry it over to... Be at the Bureau for the rest of the night. Just mark it private materials for the attention of Senior Clark Chamberlain. How do we get to the Bureau from here? The bridge! Yes, the bridge. Through the gate over there. Now we, too, recede into history. Good night, Donald. Meet me at the Bureau and we'll get you on your way. Head counterclockwise to the cathode ray. These fucking directions. It's like whenever someone tries to tell me, like, north or south, I'm like, that's not gonna happen today. Counterclockwise. Clockwise. To cathode ray. No, I'm just using a keyboard and mouse because it's point and click, so it's not too bad. Oh my god, sorry, my Nightbot's going nuts. It does this sometimes. It should have posted like a long time ago. Oh, I guess I've only been playing for an hour. It's always delayed for some reason. Then turn around. Okay, gotta make sure. And turn around. Now, I usually only use controllers if it's recommended. Like, I definitely used them for Outer Wilds, because, like, that would have been awful. If I had used keyboard and mouse, that would have been so bad. Then it's just clockwise until you turn clockwise until Bureau. Oh my god. I'm gonna write all these directions down. Between us, I think you should. Okay. Oh yeah, I missed. I think I like fell asleep while you were finishing that game. Because I think I rated when you were on Dark Bramble. Yeah. That game was really fun. I struggled with the end, though. I was definitely having a hard time. I actually ended up finishing the game off stream and posting it on YouTube instead, because I just was like, I just want to be done, but I don't want to talk to people. Like, I got frustrated, so I was like, I don't want to frickin' talk to anyone while I'm trying to beat this game. Especially when you have, like, the 22 minutes, right? Like, limit to finishing the end. I was like, oh god, I can't. Gate. Gate is open. Okay, down. Do 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 do. Crashing the trees and sun. Oh my god, dude, my landing. I couldn't land for shit. When I was trying to do the, like, second part of the, interloper, I about 4 times rammed so hard into the interloper that I ended up dying because my ship exploded. Because I just, like, couldn't figure out how to land at all. And I kept using autopilot for too long, and autopilot was like, what if we just ran into it? I'm like, that's not what I want. What happened up there? I'm actually not sure. Very mysterious, man. Oh, so there's Johnny. I was wondering where he was. Gotta talk to Doggo, of course, always. Thanks for waiting, Homer. We were gone a bit longer than expected. It'll be okay, Homer. Such a good dog. Yeah, autopilot I had to cancel, like, Okay. I had to cancel it usually like a few seconds before I tried to actually land. Alright. We gotta go to counterclockwise to the cathode ray, and then turn around at the cathode ray and keep going until we find the bureau. Alright. This game is fucking wild. Alright, turn around. That was actually really fast. The sprocket. Classic. Anchor. And then if this is a break, if this is the next act, I'm gonna take a 2-minute break. Because I chugged a lot of water. Oh no. Scarecrow. Is it gonna give me the little pop-up that's like, you fucked up? They'll just send you. Aha! Alright, cool. I was about to say, I thought I did it right. Oh, Outer Wilds. That was like such a good game. I can't wait to play the DLC. I haven't bought it yet, but. Act 11. Damn, dude, this freaking or scene 11. This act is taking forever. But we can go see bears again. It's point and click, yeah. It's really well done. It's really, really good. Yeah. I've played point and click with, I tried to play Stardew Valley on Switch, and that was, like, actually genuinely horrible. It was so bad. Got the time? Oh. Keep doing what you do. Oh my gosh, we just always have to talk to the dog. You can't ever. Alright, go to reception. Oh, right, so she has, like, robot legs. Junebug does. Yeah, like I play Civ on keyboard and mouse. For sure. Otherwise it's like it's just too much. What was the other game that I played recently that had a ton of menu items and it was like really hard actually on? I can't remember. I will say I played The Last Door on Switch, and that's a point and click game, and it actually wasn't that bad. They did a good job of it. Like, it wasn't super tedious. Here you are. Marianne has the rest of the evening off, so I'm minding the desk. Any word on the address? The results just came in by courier. Good news. Donald and his assistants were able to sort through the noise. I had Rick cross-reference the results against some of our records. He found a corresponding mail stop on the Echo River route. As it happens. Oh my god, I'm dying. Echo River. Can't not write anything down or else I'm never gonna be able to find it. As it happens, the night ferry is scheduled to make its stop here shortly. The ferryman carries the mail and collects the garbage as well. I'm sure you can catch a ride out that way. You're welcome to wait here. I have to get back to packing. Are you going somewhere? I might. I'm feeling impulsive, and I'd like to be ready. Maybe back to Mexico. It's been years. They still have one of my sculptures in a museum down there. Did you know? Big, ugly iron thing. Tend to have it scrapped anyway. Safe travels. Try to stay out of the water. It's colder than it looks and deep. Dun dun dun. Oh wait, can we go see bears? We gotta go see the bears. Bears one more time? No. Alright, well there's bears on the 3rd floor and they're amazing. There's just little bears hanging out. Just cause. Sekiro? Oh no. Dark Souls? Is that like a channel redeem? Like, that sounds awful. I rage quit Elden Ring. I'm not... I need to give it another try. I was in a very bad mood when I started playing that game, and that was a bad choice. It's not a good... Souls games are never good games to start when you're in a bad mood. You need to have patience. I've been having a hard time lately with games that you, like, part of dying is part of the game. Like, how long do we have to wait? Oh, who knows. Alright, what happened? Up to you. It's okay, you can tell them. It doesn't matter anymore. Fine. So we're in that graveyard. Yeah, you gotta be ready. Oh, you just have a working controller at the time. Yeah, fair. Yeah, you gotta be ready to get freaking wrecked the whole time. Where the strangers come from. I have to go to the bathroom, game. God, why is this so long? I don't know why this part's so long. Is it supposed to be this long? Oh, well, apparently there was an achievement I missed, but that's fine. I don't care about that. So, okay, cool. We're almost done. It's like, do I take a break now or do I wait? But we're almost there. Yeah, you have to be, like, mentally ready to get, like, destroyed, and I was not. Same thing happened with The Long Dark. I, like, died a bunch, and I just got, like, so mad. I was trying to kill rabbits for, like, an hour, and I was like, I fucking couldn't. But it was stupid, because all I needed to do was, well, this can't be right. It looks like an old church, but we're to look inside, I guess. I want to stay outside. Okay. I'll stay with him. And then I realized that, like, if I just kept walking, like, a few minutes more, it would have been, fine. Because there were a bunch of houses. There was, like, a whole town next to me. And I was, like, trying to survive in the cold for a night the first night. And that's, like, almost impossible. So I ended up making the game, like, hard mode for myself. Don't know what I expected. The strangers, he kept saying. Kind of vague already, isn't it? Donald's a stranger. Hell, you and I are practically strangers. Listen, earlier in the mine, I didn't want to talk about it, but what did you find on there? When I saw Weaver, she was on TV. I was testing a pretty simple tube repair, flipping through channels to check the saturation. She was just there. It was kind of horrible. I mean, I told you she disappeared suddenly, ran away, but we thought she was dead. Yeah, I guess I don't like to say it. Dead. And then the next time I flipped to channel 2, Weaver. It's burned in my vision now. She's standing in a room. The walls are a blank kind of gray. There's tape on the walls, like markings and desks. A classroom, maybe? The camera's in the corner, so it's this sort of 45-degree angle into the room, and there's Weaver right in the center of the picture. Ooh, are we gonna get a really terrible noise? I stopped turning the dial. Hell, I think I stopped breathing. I hate when they do this in games. I have tinnitus. It's, like, really bad. Eventually she spoke, but there was no real sound, just this awful hum. I read the close I literally am going to take my headphones off. She said to go to the mine, I'd find something there, but I can't remember her exact words. Whenever I try, I get distracted, fuzzy. She coughs into her sleep. It's so dusty in here, right? Okay, so it's gone. Oh, I hate when they do that shit. Yeah, real dusty. You'd think with all these holes in the ceiling. What the hell was that? Did you hear that? Should check outside. Wish hole. Alright, oh, good luck at board games night. You're on the way to win, right? You're close? Or you said you might win? Look at this animation getting frickin' tripping out. Whoops. You got this. Oh, it's the guy. The tax guy. The stranger activates the tape player slung on his shoulder. A crackly drawl echoes into the room. It is patient and sounds like it should be smiling. Doolittle, my regrets. I hope I didn't keep you waiting long. We don't see a lot of foot traffic these days. I guess you're here about the job. I'm afraid we only have one opening at the moment. Horrible business. We're actually looking for some information about an old computer. Certainly, I'll tell you everything you need to know. I've only just met you, but I feel certain there's a place for you here. I'll just take you over to meet the dispatcher, show you the trucks, get you familiarized. We can converse as we go. What is this place? Well, it's not an old church. No, I guess not, but still it has a kind of reverence to it. Also, wait, is this leg from one of these guys? So, I wonder if these are these are the whiskey delivery people, right? And it took, in that cutscene, the whiskey delivery people took people's what was it, lives as payment for their debts or something? Like, they did, I think maybe they get killed and they become the whiskey delivery people. was what happened. Dude, this shit is trippy. Alright, no, I guess not, but it still has kind of reverence to it. And what's that smell like? Bread? Baking bread? Please, follow me. Seems normal. Yeah, see there's whiskey right there? Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. Alright, so... Oh, so that's why the payment's all weird. Because he uses the legs from these people and they own... Maybe they're all like the same corporation or something? Doolittle, I have to ask you to step in here a moment. This is for your safety. And adjust your outfits just a bit. There's some protective headwear up on the wall back there. Please remove your shoes and eyeglasses. Not taking off my shoes. Oh, I understand. It's only a courtesy too. Well, do us a favor and put on the headwear anyway. Just this way. Has he got like a little tag on him? Okay. I thought we could spam it. Mess with him. Where are we going? Da 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 da. Wow, check this stuff out. It must be decades old, but it's in perfect condition. Why do you think they keep it like that? Maintenance, old man. I bet it's someone's job around here. Probably hard to keep all the dust out, you know, underground. That's why I got into this business, to keep old stuff like this running. Seems like such a shame to let it just fall into ruin, you know? Like that computer back in the cave. Xanadu. Decades of engineering, thousands of years of mathematics and philosophy, all petrified into living stone. How could you just let that fall apart? Wasn't... just trolling. More new arrivals arrived this evening. Plenty to do. Got to relay the formula. We actually just need to ask you about a computer. No, the orientation is all done by voice and rote. We don't believe electronics have a role in our company culture. Computers are tools, says the guy who's like a projection. Plenty of interesting mechanical this and that ahead, though. Shall we move on? The formula... I don't know what the formula is. Whoa, is that like a weird faded fax machine? Do 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 do. I like the sounds though. Wait, what? Where are you going? Where are you going? Where you going, man? Why are you... What? Yeah, go down here. This game's only bugged like 2 or 3 times, which is pretty impressive. Shuttle. Here's the fleet, haha. Oh, we just use these to get around internally. How big is this place? Oh, it's grown a great deal over the years. Incredible to think, really. When Mr. Bishop founded this operation, it was only about 1,800 square feet. Half of that or more was occupied by camouflage to keep the law out. Hiding out in the back of an old church, oh my god, purifying, not putrefying, spirits by handmade fire, a kettle, and a dream. So the trucks are just east a ways in shipping. You become acquainted with the dispatcher there. Give me a tap on the shoulder if you see something that catches your eye. Always happy to show off facilities. Sublime machinery. The fuck? Toot toot. Oh, we're gonna drive around? Get to drive around? I want to talk to this person first. Can we talk to this person? We can't? Okay. Sounds good. I guess I'm driving away now. Okay, bye. See you later. Catch you on the flippy flop? Oh no, we're gonna jump in, okay. Can we drive off anything? Nope. Dang it. Bunks. Thought you'd like to see the accommodations. We supply what bedding we can according to the formula. What formula? Oh, the formula changed our lives. Once, years ago, we were prisoners to the intricacies of our debts here. We'd have to account for everything on paper. Compounding interest by hand, reassessing amortization, and leveraged asset distributions according to the nightly merit decay. Then she stepped out of the dark caves to show us the light of the formula. She had a brilliant grasp of mathematics and saint-like way of speaking right through the numbers. Now we just plug our daily numbers into the formula and run it all through the adding machine. We occasionally suffer some surplus drift, but she instructed us on all the necessary adjustments. It's devastating to see our revered mathematician go, but she was needed elsewhere. Her legacy abides. People work here. Oh, about 30, 40, something like that. Some of us count for more than others. Myself, I'm focused. Well, shouldn't I be? I've got this figure to pay down. The longer I sleep, the more interest accrues. It's a sin to sleep your freedom away like that. It hurts. Of course, as a delivery driver, you'd be able to come and go a little. You're timed pretty closely, but you can still roll the window down. Maybe glimpse a familiar silhouette on the side of the road as you pass. It's like Case of the Golden Idol, the excess. Where you got like docked merit points every time you were lazy. Toot toot. The car's tiny. It's a little guy. What's this? I love cars like that though. I love like golf carts and stuff like that. Is there anything to do here? Cafeteria. May not be a draw on his own, but the food is certainly passable. Oh, the thing is moving. It tripped me out. Most of us never leave the premises anyway. Why not? Well, we strive to avoid any unnecessary downtime. Besides, if we're all coming, going 3 times a day, we'd surely attract the wrong kind of attention. Can't tax what you can't see now. So they're like mole people who also pay their debts with their lives. It's one of those guys, a ghost. Yeah, I noticed that all the people other than him, or all the like, whatever they are, creatures I guess I should say, are faded except for him. The one that's leading us around. What exactly they are? Great question, I have no idea. Well, to make a bourbon you'll need some water, right? Here's where it all comes from. The mundanity of it. Ha! Quite an impressive chorus, and they all get going like this, though. What river is this? It's an artery of the Echo River. Ah, Echo River. She said something about that, right? The Echo River is fed from Lake Lethe, but you won't recognize a drop of it. Lethe is cold, dark, and so very deep and still. Rumors of the Lake Lethe's supernatural properties are, I'd say, just a bit exaggerated, but I wouldn't fish on it. Get that bourbon! Yeah, they make bourbon here. Wonder if it's good. Do we get a taste test? I don't think we can go anywhere. Alright, let's get back in. Boop. I still have to go to the bathroom very badly. My god, how much stuff is there? I'm like dying. I think this is the last part though. It is, it's the last part. We're almost there. The mill, it's an antique, perfectly functional. We recuperated it from the site upriver decades ago. Keeps us honest in our old world charm, if you follow. We do as much upkeep as the formula allows. Looks like it's in good shape. Nice of you to say. We take maintenance quite seriously here. We can't accept all the credit. It was running perfectly well when we found it, long abandoned though it was. When we pulled it out of the water at the old site, the wheel just kept spinning and hasn't stopped yet. Guess it doesn't need the river to turn it after all. Definitely normal, not haunted. Okay. Whee! Where are we going? Ooh, coffin's on fire. Delightful. Just, you know, your normal. It's your normal stuff you have around in your society. Okay. Here's the charring yard. Vents pretty well considering. This smell. This is why they call bourbon a comfort food. They're empty, right? Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Have you ever been in a forest after a fire? In a house after a fire. Well, every narcotic has a breath of homelessness to it. Homesickness. Oh my god. Breath of homesickness on it. That's what oh, Jesus Christ. That's what makes it so damn compelling. My, like, throat hurts from reading so much in this game. But it's so good! The writing is amazing! It's just also why I've been chugging water so much. Okay, let's go. Toot toot! What? We didn't... Did we not look at it enough? Here? What? Why is it not letting us drive? Boop. Davey! Oh, we like activated the person. Davey, how goes it? Watch out for Davey. He's a skilled card player. He once played marvelously protracted game of blackjack against our old floor manager, Jane, in some tiki lounge in the Echo River. His luck ran out and he couldn't cover his losses, so she offered him a job. This is the job. Will you go to... Can we leave now? What the fuck? I'm very confused. What are we doing? What else is there to do? We done? Can we be done? Can I talk to this guy? Cask. More casks? We build every cask by hand right here. It's tradition, but... I just laughed because they call it it's a casket. The caskets are the casks for the bourbon. But we like to think our application of hands and hammers to oak gives our stuff a kind of life. Well, that's what I'd like to think. They look like coffins. That's tradition too, I suppose, and I'm sure it helps avert suspicion if satellite catches us burying them upstairs. Okay. Carla. You still here, Carla? I thought your shift was over hours ago. Carla joined us as a contractor, upgrading the aging racks in the warehouse. Of course, we can't just empty the warehouse to replace the wood all at once, so she's reconstructing the latticework lockstep with our aging schedule. She does a little extra carpentry for us here and there, just to cover the fees. Keeping ahead of your self-employment taxes, at least, Carla? Sometimes it's all we can do. Ugh, rip-a-roni. This game really just stabs you right in the personal finances struggles. What else could we possibly look at, man? Gotta go talk to this person too? Nope, we can't even go there. Can't go there either. Oh, somebody's jamming out outside. We can't do anything. I'm confused. We talk to this person again? Nope. Is it bugged? Should we be able to leave? There's like nowhere else for us to go. I'm confused. But it like won't let us drive. Maybe if I try driving the other direction, maybe I was clicking the wrong way. Ah, there we go. I was driving the wrong way apparently. Interesting. Guess we just happened to go far enough that... Oh, this won't let us go. Okay. Ah! How do we get out of here? Everything's blocked. With no obvious... Can't go there. This way, maybe? Pivot. Pivot. New, 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 new. very lost. Yes. Yes. I do appreciate this game makes it, like, pretty obvious what, is going on. Usually. This is the first time I've hit, like, that many, like, invisible walls. So I guess these are, like, before and after. Wonder what they keep the old casks around for. They smell nice for a little while, but it's pretty overpowering. No way around that smell. No way to clean them after the aging process, I mean. It's a one-way street. Warehouse. Feel that draft of warmth like a summer breeze. This is the aging warehouse. How many casks have you aging in there? Couldn't say exactly. Take a look at the inventory report later if you like. Plenty though. Of course, we only have half our aging stock in here at any given time. Most distilleries let their whiskey sit in casks through the cycle of seasons. In summer, the wood expands and the whiskey seeps in. Damn it, now I want a whiskey. The whiskey seeps in, picking up flavor, despite the fact that there's coffins everywhere. Can't be stopped. In winter, the wood contracts and squeezes the whiskey back out. Down here, there are no seasons. Each workday proceeds from the last in an unbroken chain of climate control. So we make our own seasons. Each cask alternates in a weekly cycle between the cold ground upstairs and this heated warehouse. Fascinating. Should you drive into the warehouse? Can I not back there? Come on, K-turn. You can do it. K-turn. I don't make you K-turn. That wasn't even a full one. Nope. Nope, invisible wall. Okay. Aging? Should we go here? I thought we just did. Didn't we just do that? Smash the buttons. Alright. What the hell? Are we done? Can't go anywhere. Going this way? What? I think we're done. I think we're done with the tour now. No, we're not? Oh my god. Why? Get out. That was weird. Spirit safe. Confidentially, don't let them catch you looking too closely here. Not within our purview. What's it for? Keeps us honest in the eyes of the state. Well, in the eyes of the management, anyway. We keep pretty well out of view down here. Not much chance of being spotted by a helicopter, hey? But if the law came knocking, we could say we were logging and securing our virgin spirits. We could say. Marvelous engineering, though, isn't it? Okay. Okay. Anything else to look at? What can be done? And I can go to the bathroom. Da-na-na-na-na. Nope, can't go there. Can we really not go there? Or is it just... Nope. Okay, we can't go there. Computers. Please don't touch the thing. Very sensitive devices. We're not even allowed to run the formula through them. What do they do? Temperatures, pressures, wear, tear, acidity, supply levels, any and all attending numbers in need of crunching, and so on. Am I boring you yet? Are you simply dying of boredom? I myself could discuss this matter past sunrise. Trying to fix this old computer in the caves. Of course, I'm boring you. Let's move on. So helpful. Alright. More of these old computers. Looks about the same vintage as that stuff in the cave. How can you tell? Oh, I don't know this maker model, but you can tell. Check out these tubes. Nobody uses these anymore. I'm not even sure where they get replacements these days. It's rare stuff. Hey, is this like antiquing with Lysette for you? I probably sound kind of ridiculous waxing on about vacuum tubes and oscilloscopes. Good to see it. Good to have a passion. Yeah, I guess it is. Someday you'll have to tell me what yours is. Being a sad driver. Boop. What's up, Danny? How goes the mystery, Danny? Danny's an enigma. He leases an old van from our fleet for some kind of daily art project. He drives out every morning, comes back evening smelling of propellants. Can't afford the lease in cash, so he pays us with work here. Okay? Is that it? Is that all we got? I did just have to look at a guide because it turns out I forgot to do something. I forgot that the whole point of us being in here is you're supposed to check the river for the boat. Because it was like 5 scenes ago. So I totally forgot. And I was like, we're definitely missing something we were supposed to do here. And I was like, Echo River, right? And then I forgot why we were even going to that, so. You know. Sad music. Oh, this is where we got stuck forever. It's so dark over here now. We can go in here, right? I thought we could go in here. We can't? Okay. But you definitely can go here. Okay, I was gonna say. Is me clicking 100 times helpful again? Gotta go this way. I guess I could technically follow the... I know that there's a spot that we can go to, but is it not gonna let me go until I look at it? Hey, Blur. This is where most of our staff ends up. Pretty modern equipment, all obsolete, top-of-the-line machinery, dramatic improvement. We used to bottle everything by hand, but these machines are marvelously effective. I'm speed reading at this point. Made things a bit complicated for the workers after all. The distillery can't just fire them. How then will they settle their accounts? There's nowhere else to put them. They keep an eye on things here. Can't be paid as much just to watch, of course. Well, that's progress for you. Ah, yes, progress. Okay, can we... So it's saying basically you can't go past this part. How do we get over here then? Was it really that far back? I don't think it was this far back. Let's see if there's another way over here. So I swear we came in and there was just coffins out of nowhere. Unless I like somehow... No, it's not letting us go. Okay. Alright, fine. Guess we gotta go like way up here. He's struggling to drive. Just go forward, man. I will make, okay, turn. This driving mechanic is a little jank. Like, it just goes reverse until we say otherwise. Alright, now we go. Right, distillation, right, but we want to go down here. No, we don't want to go shipping. How did we get over here? How did we get to the docks? That's the mess hall. Alright, I think we have to go back here and then get out of the car. Boop, boop, boop. That's milling. I think it's the docks we have to go to. Just spamming it until he listens. Alright, let's get out of the car. You're not gonna let me get out now? Did I like break the game by not getting out at the right time? Oh, it just takes a second, I see. Woo. There we go. Ah, no. Fuck. Ah, all right. And we did it. Yay! So good at gaming. It's so crazy. How did we get to the river? I thought it was supposed to be the docks? Can we see the river from here? It's like so dark. You're supposed to be able to see the water from here, but like we clearly can't. Is there one that we can get up towards next to? It's just soft. It's like blocking me everywhere. Do we literally like, can we not do it? Can I not complete this because of, like, am I soft locked? Because we're supposed to be able to get up to the docks and get the paper. Alright, well, I don't think we can get this, so it's fine. Guess we can't get that part. Skeletaki, Route 0. Ayy! We got drones with the jokes. I almost made a worse joke, and I'm not going to. It's really stupid. Can't be stopped. Oh my god. Alright. This is the first time I've ever been annoyed with this game. This driving shit is so fucking slow. He like doesn't listen and you're soft locked like everywhere. Driving me nuts. Alright, where are we going? Drive back to where you started, which was here, right? Here it is. Now I have to ask, as a matter of course, what kind of experience do you have driving trucks? You drove deliveries for an antique shop until this last run. Aha! Precious cargo, you'll do just fine. And you can drive safely, can't you? I haven't any doubt now, it's only after what happened with Miguel this evening. I'm driving all my life, for better or worse. I suppose it's all you must say. I like that. Never say more than you must. It's boastful and ugly. I do pity ill-fated Miguel. He was good company and slow to anger, but if we're speaking confidentially, well, with all that lost product to be repaid, bourbon and glass dashed across the interstate, and a few casks too, we're all just thankful he had no next of kin. Oh, because the family inherits the debt. It hurts. So let's see if we can ring up the dispatcher. Doolittle starts the truck and switches on the CB radio. A deep, monotonous voice drones from the dashboard speaker. 10:20 in that load, come back. Radio voice 1. Up in the Hummingbird Cave, 10:12, City Kitty. No other movie giggle. Into radio. It's a good time dispatch. We may have found Miguel's replacement. Thought you might like to get acquainted. 10-9, come again? Introduce yourself. Hello? Tell dispatch something impressive about yourself. They're very well regarded here. $99 wheel holder, gotta pay the water bill. So I'm certain they'll call back before long. Let's take a look around the truck, eh? Wipers. Control the wipers with the knob here. Fiddles with the controls. They seem to have decent torque to them, huh? Eh? Can't say how they'd fare in an ice storm, but we must never delay shipment. Better to assume the risk. Always clear skies down here, so I hear, but most of our product is delivered by surface roads, which feel rain quite often, particularly in the spring months. So I hear. They ditched class for the day to drive in the rain. It was pointless to stay. All review. He was a lost cause, and she didn't need it anyway. She was smart, bored. It was time to cut out. Shitty day for it, though. 83 in biblical flood. They went to a bar. They pulled into a dive bar with an afternoon open mic. It smelled like rose water. They smoked cigarettes, drank awful hooch, whistled buckets of rain. She sang about someone she wanted once to have loved. Brown hair curled around her ear. She had a voice like Scotch whiskey. He poured another drink. And another and another. She worried it was getting dark out, and then it was getting light out. They ended up in someone else's field, in someone else's car, an early morning joyride, and a sunrise collision. She got on the bus, and he hiked back to his car. He sat in his car and went over some options. Chicago, Toronto, Barrow. It seemed like a bold and impulsive gesture at the time. As he pulled out of the parking lot, he removed his hands from the steering wheel for a moment and felt the car drift into a decision. Years later, he'd think of it as the moment he himself started drifting. Modest technology, but suited to the job, eh? Plenty good enough. Doop-a-doop-a-doop. Lots of feels, all the motions, all the spoopy skeletons. Oh sure, I know you'll want to, look, kick the tires, that's the thing we do, isn't it? As our needs could exert the kind of force these tires see out there on the road, we're more likely to hurt ourselves, isn't it that way, eh? This man's Canadian. Tires look fine. Oh, god damn it, I keep clicking the wrong one on accident. Absolutely, the truck deserves care and fearful respect like a glass elephant. Miguel was a good driver, but he didn't have that quality of deference. Conway sat in a dim room full of folding chairs. The walls and ceiling were painted with old smoke. Someone read from the book. He drank coffee with a little sugar. He listened. The speaker listed all the things we tried, that most people in the room were probably there by court order. A few others shared. They spoke in abstractions like a program of action, a good orderly direction, spiritual but not religious, religious but not spiritual, all the things we tried. Then it was over. They clasped sweaty hands through a short prayer and stepped back out into the morning. He started walking. He was always walking these days. It was good to slow down. It felt clarifying, like a walking meditation. The road ran by a creek for a while. He took an unforeseen detour where the creek and the road parted. Following the edge of the water, he skipped a few stones alone and then stopped to consider an overturned boat. It's a kind of serenity, that wandering and looking without purpose. He was coming to rely on those moments. Now what else can we show you? Headlights. Headlights work fine, see? Fiddles with the controls. That's important. Some of our product goes out at night. You never know who you'll run into in the daylight. The dusk can be treacherously misleading with all that indirect light. The magic hour, eh? Magic hour, sure. The angle of the sun at dusk and dawn means the light is mostly indirect reflections from the sky. Everything looks like a movie. It's all a little bit softer. Conway had to get off the highway. Too loud, too murky. He turned off into some gray cornfield in Indiana. He watched traffic and birds. Seeing those migrations close up, he looked random. They looked random. He thought about the load in the trailer, thousands of plastic cups. Somebody wanted those cups in Rockford that night. Wasn't going to happen. He was only human. He'd been out since the headlights were on. Didn't even stop for coffee. He cracked a beer at 3, eyes on the road. 4:30, he dodged some stray cattle. The headlights were coming back on. Rockford could wait. Early morning couldn't be much worse than late night. What could they care? He just needed a few hours. So, moving on. Well, we knew he was an alcoholic. Looks like it's just about ready to go out. We have some good, strong folks in shipping here, so you never need to worry about loading if you don't want to. Bit hard on the knees and back at our age, eh? Of course, you'll have to unload at the destination, but that's the job. Some drivers like the extra shift stacking and loading here. Shouldn't really do any lifting this day. I see. Well, surely you could spare a dolly and carrying strap for your health and safety. Conway woke up and baled hay. Everything was too bright. His head hurt. The usual. Lysa and Ira argued loudly just outside the open barn door. She wanted Ira to take him inside and shower, have some coffee, get to the job. Ira said there wasn't time. Conway was in no condition. It was an important job. They couldn't put it off. Ira said to let the deadbeat sleep it off and just send him packing. He said Charlie could do the job. Conway stepped out of the barn, shielding his eyes. He tried to say something reassuring, but sort of stumbled around it. Lysa looked away. Ira just spat and went inside to wake Charlie. Ira was a stubborn man, so Charlie went along and Conway drifted out again, and he didn't hear about the accident until months later. So what's next? Boop. Truck's radio crackles back to life. Driver, come back. Ah, there's dispatch. Now tell them about your experience. Tell them the truck's in good shape. Tell them you'll start in the morning. I've been driving for a number of years. Decades, dispatch. 10:33 dispatch got 2 black eyes and a flock of crocodiles. Come back. 10-4, back it down and prick your eyelids, driver. Come back, Lem. 10-4. Come back, wheel holder. 10-4. Got your ears on? Good. Listen to this. Silence. So, I think that went well. Let's head back up to logistics and seal a deal, eh? And I've got one more thing to show you. Okay. Do-do-do-do-do. Alright. Just want to make sure, okay. Just want to make sure that this is the last section so that I can take a break. We're like 2 minutes away. I should have just gone to the bathroom at this point. Like, that's a terrible parking job, I was gonna say. That's a bad parking job, man. Dude, I got so good at... Let's head back upstairs, eh? And I've got one more thing to show you. Wait, we only came here looking for some answers about the stupid moldy computer. Oh, the old man in the cave with the moldy computer. That black mold. It's drawn to whiskey. It feeds on ethanol fumes, you see? As we age the whiskey, some of it inevitably evaporates into the air. The angel share. Angel share whiskey is good. It goes through the vents here and out into the caves. If we can scrape up that mold, we can usually apply some pressure and cold to it, squeeze and condense the angel's share back into the drinkable whiskey. Every drop counts when you're making a living on the stuff, so we go down and scrape it off his equipment, just like any other place it grows. He kept sending his people here to drive us away. Paranoid. Truly paranoid. Well, now we have the formula, so we don't need to go collecting mold. But we didn't do anything to his moldy computer. He just forgot the password. One of his assistants shared it with me. Dome and air. That'll get you going, I'm sure of it. So, join me upstairs. Okay. I, like, genuinely forgot why we were here. If you don't mind... I had to take the clips off, I see. Doop. Adding machine. 2 + 2. Here it is, a beauty. When you say it's an antique, you know. What is it? Why, it's an adding machine. This is where we come for our daily ritual, to calculate the day's interest and repayment according to the formula. I usually do so at the beginning of my shift, so I know how many hours I need in order to keep up. Yes, I believe you do well here, sir. Happy to have you. Congratulations, you're hired. Wait, we can't. It's customary here to start each day with a shift drink. Let's make it special, mark the occasion. This is top shelf stuff now. Single barrel. He doesn't. Down the hatch. Venom Mamaria more. Sorry, drones. Do we have to? Oh my god, I'm not touching it. That's cool. Oh, this game is so freaking good, man. Decent enough. Welcome aboard. He's not working for you. I have to get back to this. He has a delivery to make. What's this? Not working? Are you turning down this opportunity? She's right. We have to make this. I'm disappointed. And I'm afraid this leaves with a delicate problem. As indicated, this is the top shelf stuff you're drinking now. It isn't cheap. If it's not your first shift drink, well, and there's the matter of this tour just now, my time and experience are billed at quite a premium. This is not good for you, my friend. You're in quite deep by my back-of-the-envelope estimations. Well, we have that in common, I suppose, all of us. Yes, I'm afraid you'll have to work this off somehow. It's just the way of it. What's happening right now? You can start tomorrow. Take the time to settle your affairs. Of course, the interest begins to compound immediately, and, well, we'll go over the formula when you get here. I should get back to work. See you tomorrow, then. Rip. Rip-a-roni. Oh god, the trickling water. Alright. So, I guess I start in the morning. I guess. I'm confused. It's just the way these things go, kid. Huh. That still gives us a few hours to roam, right? Where's that ferry? wonder if we can get out of that. Probably not. Feels like it's very much part of the game. Hell, man. Brent? Anteater? No, that was a mammoth. Because I want to measure out, and I'm too lazy to use, like, a jigger for it. Here and there along the echo. Is I want to measure it out first, so I put it in the glass. And then I put the huge sphere of, ice cube in the glass, and then I spill the whiskey, and this whiskey's like pretty expensive, so I was like, oh no, I spilled it everywhere. Not that much, but it still felt sad. Well, I forgot how phones work. I'm surprised I'm like hungry again, even though I ate like, oh, I guess it was 5 hours ago. Never mind. No. Oh, that's cool. I was wondering.
For drifters and pilgrims. This guide is a public service provided by the Bureau of Secret Tourism. For a menu of our resources, press 1. If you have an extension to dial, for historical sites along the Echo River, press 1. For a guide to the river's flora and fauna, press 2. For help identifying an unfamiliar sound, press 3. If you're holding for a catalog of subterranean birdsong, press 1. For help identifying something that's happening in the dark. The wet, rocky contours of the Echo River make for sometimes
This guy's voice is fantastic.
reverberations that turn mundane sounds into weird, rattling symphonies. Like that. It can be a challenge to pick through the clamor and recognize even something as simple as water dropping in a metal bucket, especially in the dark. Here are some examples. When you hear a sound you want to know more about, just press 1. At any time, you can press 5 to stop.
It's an ASMR stream now.
For a catalog
Sorry.
of
I'm done.
subterranean birdsong, press 1. For help identifying something that's happening in the dark, press. For a catalog of subterranean birdsong,
No!
press
I thought we
1.
could get out of it. My bad.
For help identifying something that's happening in the dark, press 2. If you are hearing organ music, press 3. To return to the main menu, press 5. Welcome home. For historical sites along the Echo River, press 1. For a guide to the river's flora and fauna, press 2. For help identifying an unfamiliar sound, press 3. If you're holding a snake right now, press 4. To hear these options again, press 0.
0.
For historical
Oh,
sites
damn it. I thought it would be like an
along the
epic
Echo
thing.
River, press 1.
Oh my god, my cursor went to
For a
my
guide
Chrome
to the
tab.
river's flora and fauna,
From the game.
Press 2.
That was wild.
For help identifying an unfamiliar sound. So, you're probably not in any danger, but why are you holding that snake? If you're involved in an exchange of some kind, press 1. If holding the snake is part of your spiritual practice, press 2. If you don't remember why you're holding... Okay.
I just want to hear more of this guy's voice than the one there.
Please describe your memory in as much detail as you are able, paying particular attention to any smells and sounds you may recall. Were you breathing through your mouth or your nose? What did the air taste like? And so on. Feel free to call again with extension 1618 and tell us the whole story. All right. Let's roll up our sleeves and get to work on this here snake situation. What you're going
I love
for
this so
is a
much.
kind of gestural conversation. Don't worry. I'll lead you two through it.
Oh
Give
my
that
god.
snake a name and look her right in the eyes and say her name. I'm
What the
gonna
fuck
go
is
with
happening?
Delia for the purpose of demonstration, but you pick a suitable name. Try to follow along with me here.
Bye,
to the
bye,
best
friend.
of your ability.
It's time.
Delia, take it easy now.
Bye. Cool. Ready to go? Yeah, let's go. I felt like we gave it enough. We listened respectfully enough to the interlude. Echte Murmus? Murmus go burp. Oh, it's electric. You said robot. Who's this guy? Manual 5-4, context backlash. General wear on the gestural gear mounting apparatus 5A1 may result in undesirable play between teeth in the context and history state machine gears, causing stuttering, slippage, resetting, skipping. Guess it could be slippage. If left unresolved, gear slop can gradually throw limbs out of alignment, blend motions, and decontextualize gestures. See also 1.8 general troubleshooting and 5.3 gesture context. Troubleshooting, okay. General troubleshooting. Technicians of sufficient talent and experience may skip this section. So mean. General troubleshooting techniques include hammering with something plastic until the tone becomes apparent, chiseling out a small hole and feeling for changes in resonance, or listening until the hue clears up. Throws me over. My savior, our friend here is in a bad way. Any insight? Try to stay clear of high voltages these days. Well, I don't blame you. Oh my god. I don't at all blame you, especially down here. Oh my god. I can't read. On the water, I mean. Sure, it's dangerous, but this is where she lives. What brings you down to the Echo tonight? Just tagging along. Ha! Doesn't sound like you. We dragged some folks to a show, just returning the favor. Well, I'm sure your new friends appreciate the company. It's no shame to be lonesome. We picked you up at the Bureau tonight. Never seen you that far upriver before. Hope that doesn't mean you've been traveling on the Zero. Yeah, have you been there? The Zero? No, not me. This old river rat steers clear of weird hideways. I've been traveling this river for more than half my life, more or less, alone. I think I've seen it change quite a bit in all those years, but I can't say for sure. The water is a peculiar way of making a person forgetful. Some nights I remember a place, but it's full of strange new people, and some nights I meet an old friend on an unfamiliar shore. I wonder which kind of night this is. I have to take a Tums, my god. It's my terrible eating schedule lately. The Mucky Myth. I got 2 acts left. Can we? Nah, we probably won't be able to raid Maximander and Lilypad. Nope, today. Kate. Who's Kate? Kate. Doggo? There's another pup. Yay! How's that cold river spray treating you? I thought I saw you squinting. It's hard water, you know, hard on the eyes. It still irritates mine a little, and I'm piling in a tugboat through it 6 nights a week. Don't be too shy to close them in public, your eyes, I mean. People will just assume you're thoughtful. You need tea, so. Agrosibagurita, definitely. Peppermint, dried spring agaricus, milk thistle, and dried reishi. How far are we from Dogwood Drive? The echo's dicey tonight. Bad luck for you, except waves and diversions. Dogwood Drive is by the Silo Mail Stop. Alright, by the Silo Mail Stop. But we may need to spend some time on an indirect route before we hit your stop, okay? And there's other business. Mail to drop off, garbage pickup, and a few favors to execute, all dotted on the riverbanks from here to there. Hope you enjoy the trip on our little mammoth. Take advantage of all of the amenities. Fresh air, cozy bunks, hot tea, the video room. There's some pretty interesting tapes down there, actually unusual. I mean, weird. Watch out that the VCR doesn't take your hand off, though. It's untrustworthy. What's wrong with the VCR? I can take a look. Oh, please do. I don't know anything about electronics. Maybe try a few different tapes. You'll get the picture. Hey, do me a favor. Go ask Will how the repairs are going and if he needs anything. We're coming up on the next stop here, just refueling and picking up a few things. I could grab a bolt or some wire or something, whatever he needs. Well, eyes on the road, haha. Doggo. There's a good doggo. I don't get to pet him though. It's a Doberman. Sup, Will? I love his outfit. Singing quietly for wee humbled and whiskey fed. Oh! Wet gears. Wet gears? Probably. Who knows? First thing I tried anyway. Down here by this little blue box, I took all the gears out and dried one each by hand, and then I loaded them back in again. That took care of the grinding sound, but her trunk keeps doing that sparking, clanking, weeping thing. To be honest with you, I'm not really qualified for this work. Kate's a friend. You know how it is, don't you? Kate's asking if you need anything when we stop. Hell, I don't know. Scratch ticket. We should have been like parts or... I wouldn't know if I did. Haha. I do Kate know each other. So, ever walk through rolling farmland? Just drove, I guess. Right, nobody does it unless it's their land to farm. I mean, they'll walk from barn to tractor to truck, you know. Well, I sure did. I slipped under or over fences. I walked barefoot with seeds. And I just planted and tilled the earth with my toes. Hey, I should tell you where I left my shoes. Do you know I'm a classically trained organist? It's true. Look at these long fingers and pedal gripping toes. Doesn't matter. A minor in French literature earned me a position teaching Artaud Zola at the university, while some shitty governor cut state funding for our department, and I was demoted to mopping floors, running wiring through the walls, or in dangerous places. I even operated a soundboard at the student theater. Left my shoes there at the university. It was a protest. Walk without shoes for something important or tragic. I ended up by the shore, and soon I was drifting along the Echo. It ran for a while above ground, and then it doesn't anymore. But I prefer subterranean waters anyways. Kate brings me along, and I record what I see in here, and I try to help with maintenance. Drop off the mail and pick up the trash, and occasionally I take the helm. Anyway, that's all I try to remember anymore. I listen to the river's stories, and my own stories get fainter and fainter. Well, I'll just keep drying gears, I guess. Okay. Ezra runs up to Shannon. Whoa, slow down, it's slippery up on deck. Do you have batteries? Yeah, of course, what for? Johnny said I could use this tape recorder, but it needs a battery. Oh, fun, well. Here's 4 different kinds, surely one of these should fit. Thank you. You got your batteries, small man. Go get you some tape. I love Ezra. He's so cute. Like how he just stands with his hands on us. Musicians! Really? You were entranced. You don't remember this? It's okay, we've all seen a lot of concerts. Cyrano opened. His tape machine was broken or something. It got really cosmic. Right. At the flower shop. I remember that show. Sorry, Clara. Well, you have a second chance to hear it tonight. That was fast. Got the batteries? Let's see. Perfect. This one will do. So you hit this button here to record. Hold it right here so you don't cover the microphone with your hand. I bet you find lots of good sounds just around the tugboat. There's plenty of tape in there, so don't be stingy with it. Just record anything that catches your ear. It really changes the way you listen. For the better, I mean. How long is the trip? We've got a ways to go, and this boat makes pretty frequent stops. I think Kate said we're moving pretty slowly tonight, too. Weather. Kate said we could stop at the rum colony. Serrano was playing. Well, that's ideal. I'm supposed to meet a lady there to look at some old engine parts about 3 hours ago. 3 hours goes fast at the rum colony, ma'am. Bet she's still there. I hope we don't stop there too long. My concert is soon. I don't want to keep them waiting. Nah, it's river time. Nobody expects you to be punctual. Hey, why don't you give that tape recorder a try? See if that cat over there has anything he wants to say. I often use found sounds in my music. If you find some interesting sounds tonight, you can help me out. Oh, it's cute. Record a kitty. The kitty cat. The kitty. I thought we might switch. Oh, it's like a cutscene. I don't think I'm really even talking. You know, it's the strangest thing. I can't remember why I came up here. Maybe you should slow down. No, I'm good. It's just the thing about, what was it? When you walk through a door, when you go into a kitchen for something, and as soon as you pass from one room to another, you forget what you wanted. You have to walk back out just to remember. Like you left a part of your brain behind. Hey, I wonder if I could follow that brain-crumb trail all the way back to the room I was born in. Cranes his neck over the railing. You're driving for hours. Get any sleep? Just resting my eyes for a minute. Every little bit helps, right? Shannon leaves with the railing and looks at the river below. It does look cold, doesn't it? Yeah, better keep that kid away from the edge. A person could easily fall in. He's been exploring. Seems to keep himself entertained. It's good for him. It's important to know how to, be alone. What's up, huh? You look like there's something you want to ask. Fine, you can ask it. One question. Thought you didn't drink. Well, I didn't. I mean, I did, and then I didn't, and then I did again. That's how it always goes. I drift out, finally wind back up a light with my head between my legs, saying never again. 15 months this last time. I think I hung on because they knew there wouldn't, for much longer, be anywhere to go back to. She went to live with her sister now, and she probably won't remember me for long anyway. One time she picked me up out of a ditch by the road, blackout drunk at dawn. I came around later that night. She'd taken care of me. I told her I didn't deserve it, and she said I didn't have to deserve it. She sounds like a saint. We should all have something like that. Oh, you wouldn't say that if you knew her when she was younger. That girl was wild. I guess she's got her own problems now. I wish I could help out. Hey, maybe I can make some money and send it to her sister? Be able to keep me on in the distillery, I mean. Oh, I shouldn't get ahead of myself. Got to repay my debt. Hell, I should be grateful for the opportunity. If you want to die with any dignity, you've got to settle up. That's why it's such a damn shame when people go sudden. Act 3. No, 4, scene 2. I'm sure I talk too much. Everyone on the server does. The problem is that we listen twice as much as that. We're only telling you half the stories we hear. Kate told me I ought to have been a photographer. She said, you have an uncanny way of being in the place at the time the thing happened there. I read that right. And that's the hardest part of taking a photograph anyway. Nice of her to say, but it isn't true. Though in just about every story on this river, most of them I've picked up second, third, or fourth hand, and so on. Listening, see? Now I know what you're going to ask, so I'm going to answer it. Yes, I'm sure they're all true. I personally believe a story gets more true as it's tossed around from brain to brain, and the whole community brings their insight to bear on the brittle facts of experience. There are a few Echo River stories I witnessed directly. I saw that a big owl migration passed through. You might have heard about that. I was there when the old train station flooded. I saw the ghost of Stephen Bishop brew up a batch of white lightning on a raft, anyway, I talked to a few sailors who had recently crossed paths with him, and I suspect sampled his wares. One night when I was working on the Mucky Mammoth, we picked up a gaggle of passengers headed down a mail drop by the silo of the lake Reflections. I knew a couple of them in passing, a pair of traveling musicians whom I'd often encountered on the river. The others were strangers to me at the time, a young woman, a small boy, and an old man whose name I didn't catch. Oh, and a smelly old dog. We docked at a gas station so the Mammoth could refuel. This is Silo. Oh, that's the mail stop. Ezra stayed on the tugboat and looked out on the mapper in my Canadian accent. Ezra. Go into the gas station, Ezra. I just like to play him because he's cute. It's like, I saw a lizard. A gas station. Bum, bum, bum. Gas. Diesel, liquor, coffee, snacks. You must not be in New York State 'cause you can't sell liquor at a gas station here. We got it close. I usually find this place upriver. Everybody's on the lake tonight. Running on fumes? Yeah, it's this little game I play. I try to get the needle all the way down before I fill it back up. I like playing chicken with the fuel gauge. Sounds ridiculous, right? Sounds efficient. It may be. I never thought of that. Anyway, it's nice to see you too. Most of my regular passengers must have gotten held up elsewhere in their journey tonight. It's that storm, I think. You're really not supposed to do that with boats. Gas. You're supposed to, like, leave it at, like, a quarter tank at least. Especially if you're in cold water. Watching Ezra sprint past. Look at him go. That kid has a lot of energy. It's gotta be past his bedtime or something, right? He's nocturnal. He'd have to be with the company he's keeping. You don't have any of your own, I mean. No, I guess not. I just realized you two come through here so often. We chat about all kinds of stuff, but I never thought to ask about family. We're all the family we need. That's sweet. So, how about that storm upstairs? Did you get caught in it? I heard it kind of roamed around uncertain. I'm sure we'll hear all about it tomorrow. Flooding, property damage, probably killed a few tomatoes. It's got the river turning and everyone heading to the lake there, where the water's calmer. I myself don't mind navigating a choppy river, not at all. Got a good feel for it. Plus, it's better for fungal growth. High water consumes the cave moth, and their wet wings clump together into these little balls of nutrient-dense mushroom food, jammed by current here and there between the rocks. You've never seen a mushroom grow like on a soggy cave moth carcass. Amazing. If I could get a day off, Val and I would be out here all day tomorrow to harvest. I mean, they'll be ready by tomorrow. A mushroom will grow just as fast as you can pump water into it. Hey, are you two headed out this way tomorrow? Maybe I could send Val ashore with you for a few hours. She's got a remarkable nose for mushrooms. You wouldn't even need to know what to look for. Put a bag around her neck and she'll just bring them to you. We don't know where we'll be tomorrow. I should have figured. Seems you two are always on the move. It does seem that way. Silence. So, I should get back aboard. No rush. Just want to brew some tea before we get underway. Head into the station. Gotta grab some black coffee for the old man. He's looking a bit waterlogged. Sure, don't want him falling asleep on you. Nah, he'll be alright. He seems like a type who can hold his liquor. Seems like he has a little experience, I mean. Hey, while you're in there, could you remind the gas station attendant this fuel's on my tab? Charge to the Mucky Mammoth. Oh, and Will wanted a scratch ticket. Thanks. I think I'll just watch the lake for a bit, ma'am. Doggo. Attendant. Looking for crystals? Snacks. Sure, we have snacks. How about some jerky? It's a homemade, not by me. You work on the Mammoth? I can add it to your tab. Oh, I'm a passenger. Sure, should have guessed. You have the posture of someone on their way to somewhere. I have it too. I just stand here behind the counter and nobody affords me any greater importance than a spiderweb brushed out of the way. I've learned to cherish it. There's a dignity in being forgotten, letting the crowd flow around you unspoiled. I used to live in a city. I mean a real city. Cleveland, Ohio. Sorry. I have friends who lived in Cleveland and they fucking hated it, so I'm just laughing. And one of my friends who's from Cincinnati hates Cleveland too. It just made me laugh. Alright, anyways. I had some money then and I didn't have to work. I lived in hotels. In daylight, I walked over to wherever the people were. My only duty was to the crowd. I was its observer, its historian, its detective, its poet. Well, the money ran out and I dispersed with the rest of them. I took my duties with me here to Lake Lethe and the Echo River. I live behind this counter, anonymous, invisible, but I live with dignity. And you also talk a shit ton. I would not. And yourself? Sure, something like that. I like to keep moving. Yeah, that's the way to do it. I can't help it myself. I travel at the pleasure of the current. Snacks in the back there. I was like, Jesus Christ, when's he gonna stop talking? Junebug surveys a row of chocolates, licorices, cheese crackers, dehydrated bleach, reconstituted and colorized. Johnny seemed distant. Traveling with all these people might be like sensory overload for him. Back in the bottom shelf is decorated cartoonish pictures of vegetables. Looking through a plastic window in the packaging, she can see puffed corn shaped and colored like carrots, tomatoes, and broccoli florets, and a few puffy white discs that might represent potatoes. What would it be like to just travel with one more? Somewhere in there is surely a preservative in case the rest of the process isn't done enough to stop the flow of time. Maybe best just ask him what's on his mind. She turns back over to look for the ingredients, but only finds a marketing blurb. Inspired by real vegetables. Lieutenant, shit, that floodwater washed you halfway up at the sea. I was looking for you down by New Königsberg, same as usual, but ain't nobody there. And the river's deep as an elephant's. Oh, I didn't see you there, man. Pardon my language. Where are you headed? Well, in fact, I'm headed right here. Glad to have found it at last. Extending his hand. I expect you must be Loretta. Enchanted to meet you. Sorry, I'm late. Hey, is that Command 2 Flower or something? Enchanted? Repeating this now, I feel a little silly. Not Loretta, but I think you'll do fine with Enchanted. Well, thanks for saying so, but now I'm double embarrassed. You picked a funny place to meet. You know, you're probably right about that. I guess I thought it'd be like neutral territory, and we both live on the river. It's not very romantic, though, is it? I met Loretta on the computer. We met each other there. Or I guess we spoke through the computer and agreed to meet. I don't know how the terminology. I haven't dated in quite a while. Back when I met Greta, that's my wife. Excuse me, my ex. Maybe I am her ex? I don't know how to say it. Anyway, back then there wasn't even such a thing as computers at all. I mean, I guess there probably was, but I never heard of one. I worked in textiles, so here I am. So what's your plan when Loretta shows up? Oh, maybe head down to the rum colony. Shoot, I forgot to ask if she likes to drink. You never really know these days. I guess first I'd ask her about that. If she doesn't like rum, maybe I'd try to take her about that sanctuary. That's pretty romantic in a sense. I mean, like, misty valleys and ruined churches romantic, not like flowers and chocolates romantic. Of course, they've got that memorial there. That's a little depressing, actually. Maybe kind of sail around that. Damn it all, I guess I probably missed her. I wonder if she'll agree to meet me again. Sure, she'll understand with the weather and all. Nice of you to say so. Well, I guess I head on back. Hey, supposing Loretta doesn't want to see me after all. My card is full. Oh, no, sorry, that's not what I meant. I want to ask you for some advice. I had to type up some sort of autobiography for the computer date, and I spent a lot of time on it, but I only got one reply, and that was Loretta herself. I was happy to meet her, but supposing she's lost interest now. Do you think you can maybe give me some feedback? It's only a paragraph or so. I have it all memorized. I spent so damn long writing it. Here's how it goes. I'm a good-natured man, retired, and spend most of my time sailing the Echo River, riding currents of the subterranean gas, and that strange invisible wind that moans out of the small tunnels along the bank. Seeking a companion to map the river with me. I have 2 grown children, but they live far away. No goofballs. Okay, what do you think? What is that about goofballs? Serious inquiries only. You might miss out some really great group. Haha, you might be right about that. You'll be fine. Alright, thanks for your help, ma'am. Really renewed my confidence. I'm ready to get back on that computer. You have a good night now. What's left of it, anyway? Let's check Johnny and Bill. What do you think of the other dog we got on board, Val? Homer's a sleepy old hound dog. I know he's not doing any mushroom hunting, that's for sure. I'd like to try my hand at mushroom hunting. I bet I'd be pretty good at it. So, could you fit in the sidecar? If I sat on my legs, you could crawl up on the base. I'd hold you tight. I'd promise to be safe. Maybe we could still talk her into it. Sorry, Cricket, nothing good on offer. Not even those little gummy pomegranate seeds? Didn't look. It's okay, I'll go check. Wish me luck. Good luck. Oh, I was like, jeez. Okay, we gotta talk to the attendant. Do you carry those little gummy pomegranate seeds? I had 3 boxes in the beginning this week and they're all gone. Can keep them on the shelves. To be honest, our whole inventory is pretty low right now. There's a delivery boat that usually swings by earlier in the night, but I guess something came up. Where are you headed? Helping me make new friends delivery, or along for the ride anyway. Well, even if you're not doing the heavy lifting or navigating or whatever, a passenger contributes to a journey too. I never travel, but I do love travelers. That's what I like about this job. The travelers come to me. Meet some interesting people. I wouldn't say I meet them, but I do sell them the gas. Let me know if I can help you find anything. Big plans for the night? We'll just see where the river goes and what pace. No sense rushing it, right? You can't rush the river. Glory, it is good to be among friends. See yourself. What are you so excited about? I can't help it. Every time I step onto that boat alone, I think this could be the very last time. And then every time I come ashore back among people, I think, Glory, it is good to be among friends. Helps keep things in perspective, I guess. It's a ritual of remembrance for me. Tonight particularly so. It's my birthday. I'm 5 years old. Do you know why I say that? Well, I'm going to tell you. 5 years and some days ago, I set out on the Echo River alone, or so I thought at the time. I was looking for an ice floe. They're occasionally rumored to travel our humble artery on their way to who knows where. Okay. Who knows why? It's a mystery. An hour into the journey, my lantern gave out. Now, I always carry 3 or 4 spares. You'll never catch me in the dark again. Lesson learned, buddy. But that night, when the lantern went out, I was stuck in the dark. I kept my arm extended, running my fingers along the cave wall, trying to keep my bearing as best as I could. I'm so tired of reading. Her throat's like starting to hurt, and at least make sure I wasn't going in circles. I just prayed I'd find another traveler who knew his way back to the lake or above ground, or even just a crack in the rock to get a glimpse of moonlight. And a large bag of apples with me. After a long while, maybe a day, I was getting weak, so I took my hand out from the rock to tear the bag open. Or when I reached back out, I couldn't find that cave wall anymore or any other. I was totally unmoored, buddy. Totally adrift, and it was so dark. I started counting time and apples eaten. I drifted in despair for 4 apples. Then I schemed and planned and dreamed for 2 apples. Finally, I came to accept my fate, lost at sea. In this phase, I think I would have continued indefinitely had I not come down to that very last damn apple. Picture me feeling around in this empty bag, certain that somehow there was another one of those fist-sized chunks of life-giving fruit, already softened by the time and probably an unappetizing brown, and nope, that was it. Just as I was about to bite into my last meal, I felt a tickle on my upper lip. It hatched right then. Couldn't have been a moment later, or I would have eaten it. My last apple was infested by a damn fruit fly maggot. Well, that could have been the end of it. I should have eaten that apple and that fly while I was at it, and put an end to our little food chain suicide pact, but I waited, out of mercy. After all, this fly was basically a new... Oh my god. I don't care. This fly was basically a newborn baby. Can you imagine that? No other flies come out of the bow and never would. No other flies welcome to the world. True orphan. Starting to get depressed just thinking about it all. Worked out like a thick tear. I'm not ashamed to say. Well, that fly landed on my cheek, right under my left eye, right on that salty teardrop, and then blinding glory, his ass lit up like a candle. It wasn't a fly, buddy. It was a damn lightning bug. So that's how come I'm here today with you folks, only because I found my way out of the strange river cave by the dim-lit rear of some orphan insect hatched out of my last rotten apple. Glory, it is good to be among friends. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. It's hard because I like the game, but sometimes I'm like, dude, we don't need an essay. Like, some of it's a little much sometimes. I'm like, dude, I don't want to read a PhD thesis on a lightning bug. That guy's a trip. That gas station attendant, did you talk to him? It's funny, he actually reminds me of that frog we had for a bit. Frog you had. I like to think he's part of the family, you know? Seemed more like a cat to me, the attendant, I mean. Oh yeah, I can see that. Aloof, but strangely chatty. Maybe we could pick up another one, a frog or a cat or an iguana or something? Or maybe a third person to travel with? Huh, now that would be a whole adventure, wouldn't it? You and me, we're good together. Safe, free, you know that? What I mean? We can try stuff out, change our clothes, swap parts around, just play. Not lonely, just curious, with another person to play with. What else could we be? You may be right, Cricket. You really think so? Wow, I thought I'd have to wear you down a little, like I did with the gerbils. Oh, that's Kate. Time to hit the road. River, I mean. Okay, whoo! That section was long. That small brick building, it used to be an upholstery shop. Now it's inhabited by a very skilled taxidermist whose art is greatly in demand. When it was an upholstery shop, it didn't seem nearly as much business. The old shop's name has been lost to time and weather. This was decades ago, and the only trace of it now is the grayed frame of an old sign behind the new lettering, which now reads Trapper, Stalker, and Sportsman. And then below, smaller, no specimen is too exotic, no arrangement too fanciful. Some of the upholstery equipment is still there, too, and still sees active use. Elise is the resident artist, though she's not the owner of the shop. It is owned by her aunt, Ida. Ida has very little to do with the day-to-day. She's busy with other endeavors, mostly the restaurant she and her husband run on Lake Lethe. We'll go to the Rome Colony. We'll see what's up. Well, this isn't even the last act, is it? What? This one's really long, I think, too. The Rum Colony. We have a 30-minute interlude coming up. Just... Okay. Yep, sounds like him. Our friend Cyrano is booked here tonight. He's pretty good. He's a wizard of the lap steel guitar. Are you two coming ashore? Oh, sure, we'll be up in a minute. You couldn't hold me back. Oh, I don't know. Kate says just to wander back whenever. This is a take-it-easy kind of stop. She doesn't even blow the foghorn to round up the crew here. No point. Something about the spot is like wax in the ear when it comes to timetables and responsibilities. I was supposed to meet someone here earlier tonight about some bike parts. I hope she'll still be around. Well, I'm sure she is, ma'am, half sleeping in into a fragrant mug with the other wayward sailors. I don't think you really need this. Here's who we can talk to. So just go here. Catch. Junebug, hey, guess who I saw just like an hour ago? The lady with the engine for sale. You just missed her. I tried to hold her back, but she's all business. It's okay, we can't really afford it. Hey, I'm sure another one will come on the market soon. Hey, any of your friends want a drink? I've got time. Busy night, but everyone's deep in their straws by now. Haha. What have you been mixing up? Let's see, what's good tonight? My dark heaven? What's that like? Chill a tall glass with a little fine sugar at the bottom, and then just keep pouring in the gold rum till it starts to turn blue. Add sea salt, sugar, and blue Sirocco. Sirocco? I never remember. Some folks like grapefruit juice. I always include a little umbrella. What else you got? Aged rum noir? What's that like? Alright, so we're not gonna drink. Basically. Hey, did you hear the ice caps are melting? I mean polar ice caps, the ones all the way at the top. Don't listen to him, hon. It's all doom and gloom tonight. Don't listen. That's the answer, Don. Well, what else can you do? Someday all of this will be underwater. We'll all be drowned. What can you do? Maybe it's better that way. Great, another pessimist. You two have fun. I'll be drowning this Mai Tai. He's just in a dark mood because the bar is crowded tonight. He likes to spread out. Oops. You know the toxic runoff has decimated the deer population, right? Oh no. That's what they say in a recent study anyway, and I believe them. Acid rain, you know. Useless any day now. Sure, I heard it in a recent study, so I take it as gospel. Worthless gospel, but gospel nonetheless. Yeah. I'm not trying to think about it. Everyone should be. Sonny, yours. Insufferable. Dawn. Toxic runoff. That's his latest rant. But I'm not surprised by anything anymore. Before this, I was a bovine growth hormones and global warming. Before this, it was bovine growth hormones and global warming. Nah, he's harmless. I just don't know him anymore, that's all. He takes bits and pieces of things he reads and synthesizes them all into some grand theory, and it's always the end of the world. But who could know that stuff, right? We can't even predict the weather. I mean, if you could take all these little pieces and predict how they're all going to interact, well, you'd know everything. I'll tell you what I gotta do I do with that knowledge. When I first met a man, I'd look at his shoes, the kind of books he reads, and what he eats for breakfast, and I make damn sure we're doomed to spend our twilight years greedily emptying Mai Tais and arguing about toxic runoff. Well, you know what they say about hindsight. Here's to a better yesterday. Haha. That's bleak. Rip. Oh yeah, we got a problem down here. What's the problem? It's all messed up. I tried realigning that big sewer grate under the livestock penny like you said, right? Sewer grate? Damn thing flooded. Man, it's even worse than before. All I'm saying is we gotta get these computers out of here. We're running out of time here, man. Hey, I forget, does that big green valve dump water or sewage? You told me earlier, but I've been so stressed it's been kind of fluid out of my mind. So should I turn on that valve? No. Alright, you're the boss. Got an achievement for that. Sector Serrano. I'm so glad to see you. These kooks are bunning me out, man. You see that guy in the stand over there? He rolled up kind of off center, you know? Kind of leaning on the stage here, and he was like, what kind of strings are those? Steel or nylon? I'm sure you're cool about it. Yeah, it's mandatory around here, man. What's the point? It's what the people want. I'm just a humble artist, you know? Plus, it's better for tips. You can't look like you care about it, you know? Even if it's your livelihood. A crowd can smell economic precarity, and it turns them off. Because it's no fun to give somebody money if they really need it. Too much responsibility. Haha. Hey, speaking of which, I'm about mid-set here. Can you take the can around while I play this next one? It's on the tape. I think you'll like it, man. Thanks. Shouldn't have to do that. Head to hurt. But that's the way it goes. The unsteady steadying of the steady. There's probably a $5 bill somewhere just floating up and down the river from tip jar to musician to tip jar to musician from an eternal ferry of good intentions. These two are pretty reliable. Where does their money come from anyway? Government check, baby? No. Then they'd only tip like that one on the 1st and 15th. Maybe they fence stereos on the side. Tickets get $0. Okay. $0. $2. This guy's barely here. He's like basically sugary wet sand until the morning. He left a couple bucks by his shoes here or dropped it. That's probably for the band. It's for anything at all. Nice. Oh, thought we froze for a second. $15, nice. These kooks are really going for it. It's good. You can't always hope for much with these fly-by-night crowds. Could have been some deep tiki fanatics getting upset about Serrano's tape machine or something, but these folks are tourists wherever they go. Hero folks. The water's fine, invigorating, makes me want to run. You could gallop him down this beach like a horse. What's he yelling about? He wants to run on the beach, like a horse, he says. Oh dear, what's in these drinks? You folks work at the Bureau. We're celebrating. We just hit a big milestone, you know? Both paused waiting for the... Well, tell her about it. I don't know anything more about it you do. It wasn't part of my caseload. Well, it wasn't part of mine. I wonder just what we're celebrating. Doesn't matter. Invigorating. Catch anything, Lewis? So you find out where you're looking for with Lula, I mean? It's a work in progress. I know what you mean. I've been working on... I will go for a run on the beach as soon as I'm finished with this drink. Try not to yell so loud, Lewis. I'm afraid you'll shake the ceiling loose. What are we celebrating? Are we gonna hit a wall? We're gonna hit a wall. Ooh. What's this? What's this? Eh. There we go. Did I break the game? Oh, jeez. A styrofoam cup is half buried in the sand, miraculously intact. It still has some coffee in it. Maybe it came from the bar, or maybe someone had dropped it here on their way to the bar. Maybe they weren't even headed to the bar originally, but drank their coffee too fast and need a stiff counterbalance. Shannon thinks about the war of liquids in the stomach. Coffee to start the day, liquor to end it, apple cider vinegar to patch up the battlefield. Her mouth feels dry. She thinks about all the nervous casualties of the liquid war. Clumsy alchemists transmuting day into night. She thinks about the chalky gray pink liquid her mother kept for upset stomachs that was stored in a coffee cup too. And we're getting super meta. So many feels. I think there's... Can I not view this drink? I guess it's just his drink. Will. What's up, Will? Hello, happy to be in the here and now. I heard a shuffling. Are you dragging your feet or just enjoying the sand between your toes? Yep. It's nice to slow down for a minute. We have time. Lots of glass here. Patch's boys load the empties on the barge. I told them try to keep it separated in its own little pile. That way, when we get to disposing of it, any environmentally minded folks present can easily sit on the side for recycling. I love the river, but I don't care for the current. It's too relentless. Lake Lethe, though, it's calm and cold and deep. At any opportunity, I'm ashore meditating. One day, I may be left behind. I wanted to ask you something. Thought of it earlier, but it didn't seem like the right time. I'm sure you know what I'm getting at. You want to ask where we're going? Oh, no, I don't really think about that kind of thing, but I see you have a purpose. Well, the Echo carries pilgrims as well as drifters. I think you'll get wherever you're going, won't you agree? I guess so. Yeah, I thought so. Okay. Good job. Oops. Drink. An untouched drink sits at a table forgotten or abandoned or simply wasted. Is this another styrofoam cup that's gonna take forever to load for some reason? Shannon pulls a feather from the sand and brushes it clean. When she was a child, she collected feathers. Not the way a hobbyist collects trinkets, but the way a clump of dust collects more dust by static electricity. She deposited them on the kitchen table at the end of the day. Weaver's mother said it was unhygienic. Shannon's mother said it was American germaphobe bullshit and put them in a vase. Aw. What's up, Conway? There she is. You have to try one of these flower drinks. I feel like I could drink 100 of them. Not too sweet, not too strong, you know. A real session drink. We'll be scraping you off the beach. No, it's not one of those. It's not one of those really strong drinks. Just sort of... It doesn't taste like a flower. I mean, not like a flower smells, you know. Perfumed, sickly sweet, like a star thistle flower. One of my first long haul gigs ended in a crash. Did I tell you about that? It wasn't so bad, actually. I swerved to dodge some stray cattle, hit a stump on the side of the road, and flipped the trailer. The whole rig went twisting down into a muddy ditch. It was spring, and I blacked out. I don't think I hit anything. It was just the shock of it. Or maybe my brain bounced against the side of my skull or something. Anyway, I woke up and I've been thrown clear. Never wore a seatbelt since. Oh, why did I bring that up? Star thistle. I woke up in a field of star thistle. The first thing I thought was, what are all these damn ugly flowers? Haha. More old stuff. I'm drowning in old stuff tonight. Feels like I've got it all piled up around me. Like one of those old guys you hear about who never threw anything away. Maybe, you know what I mean? Don't worry about all that stuff. Just try to stay in the here and now. Yeah, it's a nice idea, but I'll tell you what I'm learning tonight. I don't belong in the here and now. That check's been cashed. Sorry, I'm not making sense, am I? Haha. I just mean to say I can't look at anything without remembering something else. And then that reminds me of something else. And I'm buried in it. I just need to get my head clear for a minute. Get a clear view of the day. Get oriented. There was a time when I felt this way. I'd bite the bullet, try to sober up and get a job. Work is therapeutic for me too. Work is play for mortal stakes, or so they say in a church. Hey, I'm gonna go sit and look at the water for a minute. I'll talk to you later. Don't be a stranger. Is there more to like look at over here? Doesn't seem like it. Music's done. So quiet without the music. Should we go now? Is there... It doesn't seem like there's anything else to do here. Hello. Talk to Kevin? I guess it does sometimes sit by the stairwell. See, Kevin, just tell him I called, right? Oh, so that must be like a randomized. Alright, I guess we go to the dock. Maybe leave? Maybe go? Get the fuck out of here? Well, that was a pleasant detour. Yes, ma'am. Ready to get moving? How about you round up the old man if you can tear him free? Wait, what's this message about? No, it's probably just gonna be another emotional thing. Oh. Seems legit. Right about that. I never quite thought about it. You're ready to get the head out. Oh, sure. I'll be right there. Suspicious? Very suspicious? So I guess we're on the boat the whole time, and then we finally get to the location that we're supposed to be at, and then that's the end of the game, I believe? I don't know how far we are in this one. I think we're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, we got quite a minute. We got like 9 sections left. It's easy to miss, but beneath that quarter-acre swarm of moths, that's Gortinia pithiocampa, the prominent heart and club moth. Their diet is mostly constrained to lichen, but they make an exception for sunflowers. It's I was confused when it started with is a quarter-acre sunflower orchard, and beneath that sunflower orchard there are 2 small lots with small houses, positioned so they just about butt right up against each other. The houses are empty now of human life. There's no sign of a person or anything living except for moths and overgrowth. There are some pipes bolted into the cave wall near the perimeter, and a few stone scars where other pipes have been ripped away by scavengers. These once supported the large grow lamps that fed the sunflowers. The lamps are gone now. Once this crop of sunflowers is picked away, it's unlikely anything else will grow here but lichen, moss, and rock formations. The prominent heart and club moth will move on. The houses will be visible again, at least until somebody strips them for building materials or the river washes them away. The houses were once inhabited by 2 sisters. Why they built their houses so close together or lived in any proximity at all is a mystery, since they clearly despised one another. Some think they were tricked into buying the houses, maybe by an unscrupulous real estate agent or more likely a concerned family member. It stands to reason that this rural rift would have sent ripples of discomfort through the rest of the familial pool. Any time these sisters were in the same room, the tension was incendiary, or so I hear. All that energy had to go somewhere, and both sisters had the same idea. They took up gardening. They both cultivated sunflowers, and probable crop for this location too improbable to be coincidence. Maybe the sunflower had some special meaning for them, or maybe when one sister saw her rival sowing the possible seeds, she knew at once she couldn't bear to be outdone. Which sister had the greener thumb, we'll never know. The stalks tangled, the roots knotted, and the seeds mixed. Those gangly sunflowers merged the two lots into one undifferentiated field. Two sisters moved out, probably around the time the moths started showing up. Of course, there was no selling the lots then, overgrown and bug-chewed as they are. In fact, if those sisters ever tried to sell, they'd be in for a rude shock. Not long ago, a property tax clerk, having seen the two adjoining lots, registered the same last name, presumed they belonged to the same owner, and erased the legal border between them. Ah, the irony. See, sections like that, even though they're long, they're good. I don't like reading when it's like a dude waxing poetic about how artistic he is. Maybe that's the English major in me. So many options. I feel like staying on the boat's boring though. A phone. My bourbon's like all water now. Whoops. Hey, it's the phone. Guess we're gonna be here for a minute. Looks like they have a few calls to make. Should probably call someone too. Oh, who are you calling? I should call Julian. Boys, got a phone up there? I bet they all share a phone, right? All the birds. The big bird phone up in the sky. Yep, that's what they call it. Makes sense. Well, I guess I'll head back aboard. Might see if I can find any of the good stuff stashed in maybe in the spice cabinet, maybe in the medicine cabinet. Haha, that's where it belongs. Hell, who am I talking to? Don't listen to me, kid. I'll see you in a few. It's just on a full-blown bender. Oh, God. What? He's just gonna swim back to the boat? This game is literally a novel. It's insane. I love how they're all like, yeah, let the drunk guy just swim back to the boat. Seems like a good idea.
You have 23 new messages.
Bear! Bear! Remember going to a house and Oh, they're reading.
A house in Aroostook County, Maine.
It's really quiet for me too, if it's quiet for you.
And we were driving up in a white Nissan station wagon with faux wood paneling. And it was the first time that I'd seen the house that I was going to live in for the next 7 years. Being washed in the bathroom sink. I was just parking my car. I had to parallel park it. The street that I live on was full, but there was a but it just got cold today for like the first time in a long time. So I had the heat on. And whenever you have the heat on in an old car, it definitely smells a certain way. It smells kind of like, it almost smells, you can like smell that it's hot, and you can feel it too, but the smell that it is like from the car itself, like from the engine. And there's been a lot of smoking going on in that car, so it's not exactly a pleasant smell, but it's definitely strong and it's definitely there. And with the windows down, you can also smell that it's cold. So you get both. And that feeling together is super familiar if you've been in old cars a lot. Anyway, I was parking and I had to go in and out about it like 3 times, but when I finally finished parking, it was like perfect. Both wheels against the curb, and that's when I had like the double memory of when I first learned how to drive. My mom taught me how to parallel park, and she told me the story about when her dad, who was a motorcycle cop, taught her how to parallel park. And every time she parallel parked, he would take out a dime, and if he could fit the dime between the wheel of her car and the curb of the street, then she had to do it again. She didn't do that for me, but every time that I got upset about having to do it again, she would tell me that at least I didn't have to be a dime distance away from the curb. I learned how to drive in the fall, and I got that snow a lot during that time. I don't know when my mom learned to drive.
Alright, we're not gonna listen to all of them, but I think we gave it enough. Don't you go diving into? It's actually really cold and kind of dangerous. Did he say where he was going? He's looking for the... Oh, let me turn the rest of the audio down again. Turned it like way up for that part. Let me know if it's too loud at any point. Yeah, this game is like a... This game is really... There's a lot of writing in it, and it sucks because it's like... I know there's so much work that went into this game. It published over 4 or 5 years, I think, because they published each act as they were working on it. And they put so much into the game, but like, there's only so much for me in games that I'm not a completionist. Like, I definitely don't care about like hearing everything or seeing everything in a game. So I'm trying to balance like, let's dig into some of the stuff in the game, but not like, I don't want to sit for 15 minutes and listen to all of the voicemails. You know what I mean? Like that feels a little bit tedious. So, but it's really good. Hopefully I'm giving it enough of the content without being, I want to respect the game developers. Like, they did a really good job, and I want to make sure we spend enough time in it, but also understand that there's a lot of content in the game, and we're not going to get to everything. Kate keeps some diet soda in the broom closet, but you didn't hear it from me. It's next to the bleach. Bring a flashlight. I don't think that's what he's looking for. Any important messages? Every single one. Where are you headed tonight, small man? I'm just following my friends. Is this young woman your friend? We met Ezra earlier tonight, and he's been very helpful. I'm hoping we can return the favor once we get back above the ground. Poor kid was sleeping at the bus station, just lost track of his folks. He'll be alright. He's more at home down here than any of us. Trust me, I have an eye for it. Okay. I was like, what's happening? Kate, thanks for calling. How are you feeling? Pregnant. Couldn't get settled in bed, so I was just watching TV. Some cooking show about high-concept junk food, and everyone from my high school chemistry class was there making cupcakes out of old bicycle parts. I think I might have dozed off a bit, actually. Honestly, this baby can come out whenever he wants. I'm completely over it. Don't rush it. You just try to get some rest. That's what Eric says. I guess it'll happen when it happens. I mean, obviously it... Whoa! God, the phone's down here are such a mess. Hey, Kate, I really appreciate you checking in. I have your pager number, and so does Eric, just in case I'm too distracted or whatever. I'll let you go. I should try to eat something. Try some of that lichen oil I left just to help you settle your stomach. Okay, thanks. Maybe I'll just chew on some ice. Talk to you soon, Kate, hopefully. Just checking in on a client. Did I mention I'm a birth doula? Like a nurse, right? Well, no, I don't have any formal medicine training or licensing, just a lot of experience. I think most women who hire me mainly want someone in the delivery room who doesn't treat childbirth like some kind of disease to be cured. I mean, no hard feelings against doctors, but they have their own process, and they can be pretty alienating sometimes. That's the fit with being a tugboat. Some women choose to labor on the boat, actually. For the rest, I have a backup just in case I can't get back till dry lands in time. I've been lucky and I've only had to lean on her a handful of times, just out of several hundred births. You never believe how many people are just born all the time. Your friend went back aboard? He's been drinking a bit. Oh, I should have pointed him to the head. Who's this making this call? I don't recognize this person. Nadia, I'm glad you phoned. I was just thinking of you. Sorry I didn't call this week. I've been traveling constantly. That's fine. I visited the hospital yesterday. I went to visit Uncle Andreas, but they had moved him. Now he's in a hospice care facility run by some old Polish nun. Everyone says it's very nice. I asked him about visiting, and he said he didn't want any visitor. He's just being stubborn. Yes, it's typical of Andreas. I was thinking maybe if you came to visit, he would see you. All those afternoons you two would go drinking beers by the river. Don't you think it would mean a lot to him if he could say goodbye to you in person? We must take him at his word. Maybe you know him better than I do, but I just don't believe anyone would really want to die alone. Oh, here's Mother at the door. We're going to try and get in to see him. I hope the tour is going well. Love you. Be careful. My sister back home, she's very depressing to me this morning. My Uncle Andreas is terminally ill and refusing visitors, and Nadia is making a stir about it. Sorry to hear. Are you close? Yes, but only recently. He lived abroad for most of my life. I only met him a few years ago. My sister is older, so she knew him as a child, too. So I think her respect for him is distorted by our sentiment. We must always take the dying at their word. Their motivations are beyond our understanding. The older man, he's swimming back to the Mammoth. No emergency, I hope. Oh, I hope there's paper. It's been a busy night. He's writing a letter? Haha, I hadn't heard that euphemism. It must be Lithuanian. I don't suppose any of you folks are headed past the Bureau of Reclaimed Spaces. Can't get a hold of your ride? Yeah, my mom usually picks me up from work, but I got wrapped up in a card game and I couldn't call her in time. I didn't call her in time. I hitched a ride this far, but... Yuck, stranded? It's no big deal. I'll just hang out and read or something until it's time to head back to work. Hey, you folks are traveling with the old guy, right? With the leg? Is he okay? I saw him earlier tonight. He came to the storage facility for some files. He's totally bit it on the staircase. He's okay though, right? Sure, he's just been drinking a bit. You know how it is. Yeah, you know, you'd have to be to dive into Echo Lake like that. Well, have a good night, or morning almost. That's this guy, right? He's talking to us. Boop. Ba-doop ba-doo. More of the novel. That right there is Ratliff Monuments, if you ever need a headstone carved for a loved one, I mean. Violet Ratliff, never married, nevertheless bore 6 children, Earl, Kelly, Barb, Ron, young Earl, and Beauty. And for each birth, she locked the doors of Ratliff Monuments for only one day, even with young Earl, when she was in labor for 36 hours. Well, that's what folks said, and I met her and I believed them. She had an unyielding disposition of a cliffside. None of Violet's children had any desire to go into monument making. Barb was never very good with her hands. She ended up reading scripts in a call center where she was only occasionally has to press a button or take down an order. Mostly she talks and listens, which suits her well enough. The run of the shop fell at last to young Earl, the only Ratliff still at home when his mother finally passed at 82, who then had the honor of engraving her headstone. He's done well for the most part. The shop was damaged in a flood several years ago. The showcase, a mock cemetery out front, was mostly washed away. Stone monuments, bobbing violently in the first torrents of the flood, eventually sank and spread along the channel bottom down river. An elongated graveyard for no human loss, visited by eyeless fish and adorned with indifferent wreaths of algae. If a few stray stones ended up at the bottom of the lake Lethe, too, we will never know. Young Earl is the last of his short line professionally, and there's nobody around qualified to carve his monument, so he's already claimed one of those at the bottom of the river for himself. Hello, darkness, my old friend. This game is really depressing. Holy shit! I just found a tidbit. Those, the voicemails are from people, fans of the game. They did a, Will's message are real recordings for players who called the number that we called in the interlude. People called that number and then like left stories. That's so cool. There's a selection of responses from 2 extensions which ask the caller what is their earliest memory and why can't they sleep. I wonder which one that one was, the driving one. Earliest memory? That can't be the earliest memory. Huh. Ezra taught us a card game. Oh, I skipped. Maybe I skipped something. Oh, okay. I guess we skipped it. I didn't mean to do that. Apparently it was a lengthy scene though, so I'm actually okay with it. Just a card, 8 white doves, 5 slow hours, 7 blue petals, 3 depth. What are we supposed to do? Oh, it's just tape a friend my son. They live in the desert, Vicence or something like that. Sounds good on the Mammoth PA. Only way I listen to anything lately. Your turn, buddy. I don't know. 738. Oh, you're being in your own game. I'm glad it just didn't come to my turn again. You took a bullet there, my friend. A hard game, that's why I like it. And we're only, how many cards in now? 5 or something? Assume we'll go to 52? Yeah, it's a whole deck. Some case there may be a stalemate, though not with this crowd, I don't think. We're all too sake-brained. I know I am. I even take the homemade supplements for it. Shade-grown lichen, boiled with the peel of lemon, and then frozen and crushed with oak leaves. It's a scalp massage oil. You can smell it if I get close. It dries the brain out a bit, which is helpful for good memory, if I can remember to use it often enough in the first place. Don't worry, the soggy brain has benefits too. If a brain is soft and damp, new ideas can make a clear impression, like a boot in a wet sand. I need to get my mic mute thing off, because I'm burping a lot. Okay, cool. Okay. Honestly, I'm okay with the fact that we skipped something. I don't know. We're getting game. I don't like want to intentionally, it's just Kate likes to give her passengers the opportunity to make some floating around money. Oh, wow. They have a day-based achievement. I don't really care about that, though. I was just curious about the achievements. Nut Lab pays cash in small envelopes upon completion of their little gauntlet of non-invasive tests. It's a project of the university. I think they're studying, I don't remember. The Mammoth also collects their trash, mostly shredded paper, through Kate, though Kate once, oh my god, says once that they left half a vending machine on the dock, but nobody seemed too interested in the lab stop that night. They stayed aboard and played a card game. I read a book. Let me tell you about it. Set in a small town in the Pacific Northwest. The town is never named and it's colorfully described. Woolly fog, broken coastline, provincial shopkeepers. The main characters are mail carriers. They're co-workers, Mimi and Jen. Mimi's older than Jen, but they seem to be at the same point in their lives. They like their work. They have a playfully antagonistic relationship with their boss. I actually only read that bit from the middle. Oh, so it tells... Okay, that's cool. So if you don't do the point and click, you can just get the dialogue option of the story that you skipped. Mimi confides in her friend about a traumatic event from her past. I don't know what the event was exactly. I guess I would know if I had started at the beginning like the writer probably meant me to, but I've never found that way of reading Sotheby very well. Death of a loved one, I think. Something like that. In my life's work as the Echo River's premier anecdotalist, I've always found that it's carefully excerpted moment is more powerful than any epic history. That's my excuse anyway for reading books from the inside out. So I stopped there. My eyelids were getting heavy. We were headed back to the lake and a chance encounter with the Iron Pariah. I might need to grab a snack. It's 9 o'clock. I ended up eating at like 3:30. So I'm in that like really weird eating phase, but I feel like I'm gonna die if I don't eat more. We'll probably stop at every place now after this. I think this is the longest. This is the longest section, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 sections left. Because they switched them. That's what it was. They switched what side they were on. I kept picking one because one was like go and do a thing. So I thought that I clicked one. I thought I clicked the thing that was going to continue the story. But I didn't. But I didn't. My whiskey's like frothy for some reason. Probably from the ice cubes. This is cool. Because art style is so cool, so I don't want to, like, if we're just going to read the dialogue of what happened in the story, I'd rather just, like, point and click and explore it. Going mushroom hunting. Kate gently rolls a fallen branch and plucks something white from underside. She holds it up for Ezra to examine. Mushrooms. The common name is angel wings. Isn't that pleasant? They have a delicate, springy texture. They're tasty like sweet moss. Would you like a bite? Okay. Smell. What do you think? It's supposed to be spicy? No, go ahead and spit that out. It's okay. My mushroom hunting mentor told me it's useless to pretend to know mushrooms. They escape your erudition. The more you know about them, the less sure you feel about identifying them. She taps the cover of the small red book she's carrying. That's why I always bring my guidebook. Kate points to a small mushroom growing in the dirt. Oh, here's an important one to recognize, though. Look, see the sort of greenish pallor of the cap? Amanita phalloides. That's Greek. Amanita means mushroom, and phalloides means, never mind. Yeah, sort of nauseating, though, right? Sickly sweet. Deathcap, that's the common name. It's killed a lot of people, including... this little mushroom, including a few Roman emperors. It's a revolutionary. Haha. Even the Buddha died from eating a mushroom. When he was very old, that's just what they do. Clear away old things, make room for new things. Pretty important, though, right? I've always thought they deserved a little more respect. Would you like to help me look for a few more? I have a sort of shopping list. Great. Look for, actually, just grab any mushrooms that catch your eye and throw them in this bag. Let me know when you're done, and we'll see what we got. Have fun. That's the second rule of mushroom hunting. First rule is ask Kate before eating anything, okay? Cypress tree. Brownish clump of mushrooms feathers out from the base of the cypress tree. A few feet above, several pale blue puffs cling to the trunk. He didn't like to play in the house. It was always too cold. It seemed to store up the cold at night, then slowly discharge it into his bones during the day, while the sun bounced feebly off the windows. But he liked to play in the woods behind the house. The woods were full of deer. His dad said the deer liked best to live on the edges of forest. Recent developments in the area had created a lot of fresh edges, so they massed here and sometimes ran into the road. Just getting closer to the brownish clump. The mushrooms looked dried out and brittle, almost like tree bark. He heard a strange, gruff voices back in the direction of the house, and something that sounded like a choked sob or a sharp rebuke. He kept going. Tears off a piece of the mushroom, puts it in his bag. Checks out the plastic bag washed up on the island. The bag is rotted and waterlogged. He nudges it with his stick, coiling up a plastic thread and spreading it out on the beach. He'd taken a knife from the kitchen, selected for its long, serrated edge, meant for slicing bread. Its teeth had reminded him of a saw blade. He was determined to collect some firewood to heat the house. There were no mushrooms in the bag. Ezra closes his eyes and listens to the water and the distant clicking of bats. She lit a second cigarette with the embers of the first one. She trembled, sweating a little under her heavy coat. It was warmer near the doors, but she was following directions. No smoking within 5 feet of the hospital entrance, so she stood by the hot dog cart parked at the edge of the sidewalk. He tripped on a protruding root and lay there for a while in the mud, examining the pale upper branches of a sycamore tree, listening to the soft rumble of faraway thunderstorm, then louder, closer, and his hair stood on end, and there was the bird. Kate tries to wipe off some mud off her boot. Oh, you got one? Let's see it. Ezra hands Kate the brittle, brownish mushroom he took from the base of the cypress tree. Aha, brown gold. Most people call it sheep's head, but in alternative medicine circles it's better known by its Japanese name, maitake. The dancing mushroom, apt, because you do a happy little dance when you find one. Fights cancer, supports the immune system, regulates blood sugar, and tastes like eggplant. This one's a bit old and tough, but it's nothing that can't be solved with a lot of butter. Good find, Ezra. You got me beat. I didn't find a thing, so... You have a brother out there somewhere? Julian, he's gonna come find me in the morning after the work is done. Yep, we work pretty hard. We used to spend part of each night looking for my folks, but now we pretty much just work. But maybe that'll change now. I have some new friends. Do you have a family? I left home when I was very young, not much older than you, actually. Oh, years later, my mother got sick and I tried to visit her, but it was too late. She was all spaced out on fevers and morphine. I've basically been on my own since then. Well, it's not really true. Just about everyone who sets foot aboard the Mucky Mammoth feels like family to me now. I guess if nobody's family, then everybody's family, haha. These are the only trees in this whole cave. Who planted them here? Right, not many trees down here in the dark. You won! What'd you win? Oh, you won the board game! Yay! Shout out for drones! We'll do another. You know what was really funny? I almost was like, biddies! And I'm like, wait. 1, I can't send them. 2, that's my channel. In space. Martian rails. That sounds cool. I like trains. I like space. There's actually a train horror game that I've been thinking of buying. It's called Choo Choo Charlie. Technically, it's called Choo Choo Charles. And it's like super fucked. But it looks really fun. Right, not many trees down here in the dark. I know these are some kind of cypress, and they're definitely planted here deliberately by someone who... I don't want to continue this too much. Months later, she came across a book on a homeopathic medicine in a used bookstore and bought it. She thought it was mostly bullshit, but found the author's notes on the unpredictability of mushrooms immediately compelling. Spiritual, even. She started collecting mushrooms on hikes, never eating them, just collecting, identifying, and discarding. Eventually, she connected with the Lexington Mycological Society and began to study in earnest the medicinal uses of fungi. I know these are some kind of cypress, and they're definitely planted here deliberately by someone who, I guess I don't really know much about this place, really. It's supposed to be some kind of memorial to something? Will would know more. Sorry, it's a mystery. Ezra kicks at her. Ezra looks around the shore. It's a mystery. I'll search for clues. Steps on a plastic bottle. A wooden post projects from the sand nearby. She put out her cigarette, said goodbye to the hot dog vendor, and spent the rest of the afternoon listening to doctors and trying to understand the world as they did, as a list of discrete injuries to be mended. Examines a wooden post. A groove is more near the top of the post. Examines a large stone monument. The monument is covered with lichen and painted text. Reads the text. X and O forever. Alright, what have you got? Ezra inspects the contents of his pockets. That stone-faced monument has X and O forever written on it. Interesting. What do you think that means? Hug and kiss forever? Or they could be initials, Xavier and Olivia together. Xerxes and Oliver? What do you think that monument's for? I'm not sure anyone remembers. There's a pole in the ground over there. It's all scratched up. Oh yeah, I bet people tie their boats there. Oh, the music's getting creepy. Maybe somebody who takes care of the trees. Could be, or other travelers and mushroom hunters like us. Well, Ezra, I can't say I know what that all adds up to. Like I said, I wish Will were here. He'd have some local history for us. We can ask him back on the boat. Kate and Ezra look up at an old battleship drifting by. It's full of cats! It's the battleship cats! Everyone hide! Look up and an old battleship drifting by. Oh, there it is, the Iron Pariah. Don't worry, it's just passing by. Don't know much about it firsthand, but I've heard things. Ezra's parents shook him awake. They seemed alarmed, but then not immediately concerned. They led him back to the house, past the house, back to the house, past the house, into the car. Dad said they were going to stay at the bus station for a little while, the one with the little arcade with the card game he liked. Somebody told me there's nobody even aboard, no people I mean. I mean, there must be something in there. Life's everywhere. Rats, insects, some kind of mold. Part of it could be flooded and host some of the eyeless fish that live in the Echo. Hey, maybe there's some mushrooms going on there, slowly consuming military rations from over 100 years ago. Heard it was in the Civil War. I guess they had boats full of soldiers and supplies going up and down the Ohio River. And they fought on the river like boat to boat with cannons or something, I guess. Machine guns? I'm no military historian, but as you can probably tell, haha. Anyway, I guess this one just got lost and somehow ended up all the way down here. Maybe it slipped into a cave up north. They're all connected underground. There's another version of the story where it didn't get lost. It was full of deserters. They come down here to hide. Maybe that's why it's called the Pariah. More mysteries. They do pile up over time as people forget the details. Thanks for taking me mushroom picking. Mushroom hunting. You can pick apples because they're right out there in the open. The mushrooms have to hide. You have to hunt for them. Dad watched him closely in the rearview mirror, expecting Ezra to be excited or confused or scared, but he didn't feel anything. He hardly seemed to hear. In fact, he felt like he was observing the family car from a distance, from far above, from the clouds. I'm pretty sure that's where Ezra died, too. It's time to go. Do I know how much of this novel I have left? We're pretty close. We're pretty close, because we have... One, two, three, 4, 5, 6 sections left of this one, and then the last one is much shorter. Yeah, I'm thinking of skipping a few sections, mostly because I'm getting tired of reading. It's hard because it's like you can tell that as the story went on, they want to build people's... I think they were too vague in the beginning of the game. I think they should have put more in the beginning of the game about the background of the story and not relied on the last 2 chapters to put all of the character development, kind of. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, feel free to join there. Yeah, you gotta catch the ending. You gotta catch the ending, I'm jealous. Oh, I'm gonna watch the VOD. I'm so excited. But yeah, no, have fun over there. This is, yeah. You don't have to stick around for the novel. See that rough circle of rocky protrusions near the shore? It's more intricate than it looks, but more than 2/3 of it is actually underwater. I haven't seen it myself, but listen to this. It's man-made, and the rocks weren't placed according to their size, so what's visible is more or less uniformly random selection of the overall shape. It looks like it might be spiral, all told, or maybe some kind of meditative labyrinth. At the head of it is a petrified oak stump that was moved here from above ground, of course, decades ago. That's where the ceremony took place. The Locke were married here. Many feral-tongued observers said they should go with Locke or Luck, but split the difference between look, even lick, or anything like else, but that was never going to happen. They're high school sweethearts. Took a chemistry class together where they challenged them to shoot the moon, learning formulae and compounds well enough to answer every test question exactly wrong and achieve a perfect failing grade. Their engagement was welcome news for the family business, who had been longing for some opportunity to merge interests. Those are the Locks of the Locke family. Yeah, I'm just not gonna read that. Surely someone in the branch of these 2 great trees had elf and husbandry in the brain. That's all speculation. Ceremony itself was humble and perfunctory, and it must have somehow involved these rocks. Maybe they walked around them in a spiral like a symbol of their ever-tightening bond, and it must have been also involved with that petrified stump. Neither family is particularly religious, but rumors persist that the officiant wore a robe. Just do this really quick. We're gonna skip a couple. It's just too long. I hate to say it, but it's just a little too long. Well, speaking of Ben and Ezra, I had a few of these really big caps with the slimy gills. Making the video called for portobello, but I prefer to never know a mushroom by name. Breakfast stew? Will be, but not today. Stew's for tomorrow. Simmer all day. Some things are better done slowly. We've added anonymous for mushrooms, so next we got the recipe on video and paused. Used to follow a recipe I learned from Ida herself. The best cooks you're gonna meet on this river, of course, had a few secret ingredients. She had the good sense to preserve some mystery around her cooking. Better for business. Ida's so shrewd. She swore me not only to secrecy, but to ignorance. And to promise to forget the recipe as soon as I'd cook it. Let me tell you, it's not easy to forget something on purpose, as you may think, my friend. Not so easy. Some maraschino chert. Maybe we can help figure it out. I got kind of stuck into this program. I wasn't gonna read the recipe. Even that was enough. So I trained rigorously in the art of forgetting, studying for months under a master amnesiac. Finally, I learned to forget so quickly and accurately that I was able to convince Ida to share with me the most obscure secrets of her kitchen. It's a demonstration of my trustworthiness. I forgot the names of my own parents right there in front of her. Every time I wanted to cook this legendary stew, I'd call Ida up on the telephone and I'd ask her for a quick temporary reminder. Here on the boat, we haven't had a phone line, so seek out culinary wisdom on the videotapes and cooking shows. So back to the matter at hand. Next week. Add some crushed tomatoes. Oh, it's you. I thought. Never mind. Hello. I don't have any crushed tomatoes. I have some ketchup. Alright, cooking. We're stuck outside it's for tomorrow. Weird about this time. I'm not scrubbing up any more boiled over sludge. Sorry, listen, I have a favor to ask. This package for a telephone exchange. Can't get to the mammoth back there. Could you deliver it for us? Thanks a lot. Get the dinghy all ready. Make her take your friend with you. Okay. So it's gonna force me to do it. Alright, if it forces me to do it, then I should just do it first so we don't have to do the other section, because I think we're going to spend more time actually playing if we try to skip it, because it's going to make us do the... Thanks, Ken, for help. Cool bat facts, plenty of time. Back over to just follow the river, you can't miss it. Almost forgot, you may not be interested, but there's this kind of weird memorial sculpture anyway, and just before the bat sanctuary, I always recommend people at least stop and take a look at it. Okay. Oh, we took Homer with us. Aw. Such a good boy. Claim these helmets in the names of the folks who wore them and place them here in their memory, but also as a spit in the greedy green eye of that power company bought up our old mine and traded our brothers and sisters' safety for a little more yield, but only yielded 28 good men and women dead and the walls collapsed and the tunnels filled with water. Their lungs were black, but now they're washed clean and full of water, too, and swept through hidden tunnels into some awful cave we never will find, and so we guess the water buried them for us, so let this here be the marker for their grave. And if any son of a bitch from that power company wants to take back these helmets as company property, just you try it and see what'll happen. Hey, Elkhorn, that's the mine we met in. Here where your folks worked. Looks like it's been here a while. I'm sure as hell wouldn't mess with it. You think whoever wrote this is still that angry? I don't think you ever forget anger like that. No, I guess you probably don't. This probably stirs up, I mean, how do you... Bring back some anger for me too. That's understandable. Guess that's what a memorial should do, huh? Help you hang on your feelings, otherwise they may fade away. That's just what time does. Oh, buddy. His arm is gone, too. What? You're looking at me like I'm crazy. You feeling okay? Oh, sure, it doesn't hurt anymore. My leg is just kind of numb. Like, it's not there. My shoulder, too. Actually, that's an old one, though, from an accident. I'm lucky I just had some nerve damage there. Probably should have been a lot worse. You know, those guys from the distillery are just making the best of a bad situation, just like the rest of us. One of them said to me earlier that could even help me take care of those medical bills for my leg. You know, get it all together in one plane, consolidated. Wait, when did you talk to them about that? Oh, they're around. They're pretty much everywhere you look on this river. Really even noticed? I've been feeling it'll all work out. Even for me? Why not? It seems like we're getting pretty close to finding your cousin, right? And besides that, you're young and smart. Plenty of time to bounce back from whatever. Listen, the old truck I've been driving along belonged to my boss, Ira, Lysa's husband. To be honest, Ira didn't like me very much, but somehow Lysa got in her mind, and that he would have wanted me to have that truck someday. Maybe to make up for all the yelling he did, or maybe so his ghost could hold over me. Just one more thing to feel like I owed him for. Anyway, they got their own trucks at the distillery, and now that the antique shop is closing up, I've got no use for that old truck. I was thinking you could take it. Sure, I can keep an eye out for you. Sure, okay, sounds good. Visitors to the Echo River, Kentucky tomb, that artificial or has to take extra precautions. Spread of white noise syndrome. Please do not visit the sanctuary during the same day in which you visited any cave known or suspected to host bats infected with the white noise syndrome. Please do not leave your vehicle. If you must leave your vehicle, please remove shoes, clothes, jewelry, headwear, and eyeglasses. Ensure you do not bring any foreign spores with you. Please do not touch any bats. Confused by light. If you're using a lantern or other artificial light, be aware that it may attract and confuse bats. If you're approached by bats, do not panic. Relax. Stop your vehicle and switch off your light. Never touch a bat. Ever talk with your mouth full? Bats do it all the time. Bats talk in extremely high frequency. Yeah, I know this. Sorry. Still flying, and so it's okay. Once a bat has caught an insect in its mouth, it's still flying into it, and it still needs to avoid running into anything. So bats keep clicking away even while they munch on a tasty bug snack. It'd be poor table manners. I wonder how the other bats know whether one of them's talking or just chasing a bug. Sometimes it's hard to know with people. Yeah, like how about this weather? Guess there are layers to it, right? Sometimes you just need to get the other person talking so you can find out, so you can check their body language or hear what their voice sounds like if they're angry or drunk. The tomb's natural diet consists of moths and other small insects. Breed along the river here with artificial chemical snares and ultrasonic wards. We've installed netting and highly effective moth traps along the river where the Kentucky tomb bat normally hunts to balance or escape from the food chain. Also produce a potent fertilizer in the form of guano that helps plant life, yep, in order to minimize the sanctuary's impact. We collect precious guano here and manually distribute throughout the caves. Sounds like a lot of work. They eat fake moths? Yeah, pseudomoths. Well, a lot of people eat fake food, I guess. Food taken apart and then put back together so it looks and tastes like something they remember eating before, even if they never really did. Just reassuring to know when someone's taking care of. Yeah, who's gonna build the people her hibernaculum. Maybe we'll build it ourselves. Maybe we already did. Like folks in the mine, you said they used to buy stuff. Fans, canaries, all those little trinkets to make it bearable. There's still a lot of stuff down there. It feels cluttered but human. I just mean all people need is enough to pretend we're home. We can make it anywhere. You get kind of philosophical when you're drinking. Did anyone ever tell you that? Yeah, I guess I do. Nah, this is nothing. I used to have this drinking buddy who would get loaded and tell the weirdest damn riddles, like, which is more musical, a truck passing by a factory or a truck passing by a music school? Ha! Count your blessings. That's cool. Like I'm just reading everyone a bedtime story right now. Oh, it's white nose syndrome. It's still largely a mystery. We suspect the white fungal growth which appears on bats' faces and wings irritates and confuses them, causing them to awaken early from hibernation and venture outside, depleting stored energy they need to survive throughout winter. But biologists are nowhere near curing the disease. It spreads quickly and is highly fatal. In this way, white nose syndrome has been drawn some comparisons to colony collapse disorder suffered by bees. The diseases are sudden, violent, and mysterious, with honeybees and Kentucky tombbat be two more lost species wiped out in a geological blank and forgotten to natural history. It's possible that a cure won't be identified in time, so the sanctity of this artificial hibernaculum is our best hope of preserving them. As you leave, please make sure your vehicle and clothing are free of hitchhikers. My nose is itchy. Very slow. Okay. Oh, hi, I remember you. What are you doing down here? I'm just exploring. I like dark underground places. I'm a romantic. Really, what does that mean to you? I mean to like poem, rivers, and mysteries. Okay, bye. Careful up there. Can't drive with your new truck if you slip and break your legs. You two try not to fall. I'll just be floating along down here. I just mean keep your eyes open and don't look back. Thought it could be bypassed another capacitor, Pretty good idea. They're probably picking up all kind of radio. Dashiell Morse. Pleased to meet you. We don't sell this type of phone for customers anymore, but there are quite a few of them still in circulation. Anyway, the new system doesn't source enough current to ring these old bells, so I'm trying to come up with a workaround. Maybe a little box the customer could attach right before the wall jack. Sounds like a good gig, fixing old phones. Oh, well, yeah, I'm here just about every night. Is this your first time down here? Yeah, I can tell. Your eyes can't quite adjust to the light. It takes some practice. Believe it or not, I've been coming here since I was a kid, for one reason or the next. Back then, this place was a train station. It's true. They had bats then, too, but they were considered a nuisance. Train station, what happened to it? The river shifted in this place slowly filled with water, carrying the trains away with the current. It does that, the river, and I don't begrudge it. It's a good reminder that everything we have is borrowed, even trains. Eventually, someone at the Bureau of Reclaimed Spaces heard this place was still empty, so they moved the phone company in here. I returned here as a young lineman, a skill I picked up in wartime. My throat is like killing me. Running the telephone wires behind enemy lines, we used trees instead of poles. I miss that, actually. They're easier to climb. It's just as well. I'm in no shape to be climbing anything these days. The closest I get is patching up the wiring in the crystal room for the WEVP folks. Community television. I've volunteered there for a number of years. I know everybody. Weaver Marquez, that's funny. I was just thinking about her. Yeah, I met her a couple times at the TV station. I suppose I didn't know her too well. She handled the archives, and I was helping with the wiring and stuff. She really seemed to know her way around all that gear, though. She had for signals, I think. No idea where she ended up. She's probably not too popular around the station anymore. But I always liked her. Listen, miss, if you're interested in WVP, you should talk to them directly. They're always looking for volunteers. Take the ferry over to the silo. There's a mail stop there. They don't have a sign or anything. Just ask around. I guess to get back to this damn old ringer. Poppy's just a little further down if you're dropping off the package. Nice chatting with you. Where do I go? Do I get back on the boat? Abel and Eloise. Lovers couriers. Bred for racing. Spend most of the time as carrier pigeons. Sorry. I'm just not gonna read it. Cool. I appreciate it. I can't. Gonna have to skip some stuff, sadly. Send it right over by the lamp, sweetie, thanks. Actually, just a minute. What does that press come to be from? Solid power. Oh dear, I'm afraid to open it. Who are you? Do you work for the post office? A tugboat. I'm just doing Kate a favor. Love Kate. She's helped deliver both my nieces, one in the hospital, one at the base of a mossy moonlit oak. She was beautiful. I love Kate. I think Loretta's granddaughter used her too. Oh, Loretta used to work here. Actually, I think quite a few of our former operators have relied on on Kate's services. Well, now I guess they're with all those little ones. As you can see, all their chairs are empty. It wasn't always like this. When I came to work at Echo River Central Exchange, there were 12 of us. Number 12, Connie and I were hired on the same day, but she showed up early. Mary finished college. Hester was fired. So the power company came along, buying up all the lines, and one day they took the exchange as a throw-in like it was nothing, and then they started phasing us out. They left, were asked not to come back, saw the writing on the wall, and quickly found employment. People stopped writing calls. It's their final task. Some of the girls were reassigned to other divisions. People were moved into energy sales. At least they're still on the phone. And then it was Loretta, Angie, and me. We were swamped. The hours were hell, hard on the throat. The voice with a smile became a croak. It's gargling warm salt water in the break room, sipping from thermos of hot honey broth stashed in a right chair. Oh, I brought a lot of extended technique to the switchboard in those days. Sounded pretty good to me. Yeah, I'm impressed. So was I. Slippery Elm, got that one for Kate. It's just me. If it's automated, what do you do here? It's not fully automated. There's still gaps in functionality, and you know, it really is just all about touch here. Sound is a vibration, touch you feel in your ear. So my voice is my touch. When we're talking, we're touching, even on the phone. And it's an electric touch, an intimate little shock that makes your tiny hairs tremble. But that's not even what I mean. When I say it's all about touch here, the power company first tried automating fancy stuff. It was a nightmare. Technicians said it was designed ad hoc, placing the whole thing. And that is my role. I run the switchboard for the whole exchange. Once the work of 12, I'd like to remind you. I miss talking to callers. You know, there's something that bothers me in the process. The fact that I'm treating my replacement, who isn't even human. How long do you think it would take to take How long do you think it should take to time my every move and recreate the timing in an automated switchboard breakfast a month? That's what I said. It's going on for over a year. And you just quit. In this economy, you're probably right. Working silence for peanut shells, waiting to be replaced by a robot doesn't sound very dignified, does it? Been working here my whole adult life. I came here as a girl, and I'll leave as a middle-aged woman. I don't know if I'm ready to be here yet. Right over there by the lamp is fine. Thanks for dropping that off. Take care. Think of me when you dial 0. What? Do I not have an option? Is that Conway? Is Conway gone now? Is he with the Skelly boys now? She returned on the dinghy alone. She had a strong and sudden urge to shut the motor off and let the current take her, but she couldn't work out where the impulse came from, so she did her best to resist it. She met a painter at shipwrecks. He never worked from photographs, so his paintings can be divided into 2 categories. There are ones he painted from life. He rendered those in oil by lamplight, working for hours cross-legged on the porch of his houseboat/studio. Then there were the ones he painted from memory. Mostly from the memory of a single wreck he encountered as a much younger man, picking up litter where the coastal highway cleaves into the rocky beaches of Northern California. These were done in watercolor. He preferred to work on them in the morning, in a room he rented near the airport in Louisville. He had some postcard size sketches and charcoal, too, of the Iron Pariah. He tried to scribble one down every time he encountered it, though he usually ended up with a handful of inscrutable marks. True. The people slept. They've been traveling all night, first by car. Adults were happy to take a break. She said she was on the way to Salmonitis. They brought some food. The kids had picked up the garden cleaning earlier, and they've been stacking out fresh bell peppers, tomatoes, some crackers, and rationed carefully for the trip. They wished her well and paddled on towards West Virginia. She met a guitar player pedaling a floating bicycle with his dog in tow. Took turns. First work the dog had ever done. Floated pretty well. Invited him to ride away on the dinghy. He appreciated the offer, but they weren't in a hurry. She gave in, shut off the motor, and floated for a while. Then she knew what she'd been craving. A moment of silence. Same. Just waiting for 2 seconds of not having to read something. It's so good. It's so good. It's so well written. The art style is amazing. There's just too much content in this act. Like, in the last one, really. There's so much reading. Like, give me more moments like this. I'd rather just sit and watch the calm movement and the art for, like, more moments in this chapter than... And also, like, I don't know, for me, like, with stories, like, the writing is beautiful, the writing's very good, but you have a whole other art form of the game itself to show things. So why are we relying so heavily on, like, writing or dialogue to tell us everything? Like, show some of the stuff subtly. You know? I feel like they did a really good job with Conway's story. Like, he is a very subtle story. For the most part. There wasn't really much. Oh, we have Homer! Okay. Scratch his Homer. Took his twig free. House is until lake. I'm such a good boy. I'm so sad. I want to go up. I don't want to go down. Oh, I see. Like, I feel like with Conway, it was very subtle. Like, it was just like, okay, like, he clearly is an alcoholic. It was subtle until, like, the last bit, and then they're like, yeah, he's a huge alcoholic, it's a huge problem, and then, like, they made it, like, really obvious, like, kind of beat you in the face with it, and you're like, geez, it's like, okay, we get it, like, I don't know. Just in time, we've already finished eating, but we're about to place a to-go order for Clara. She's back on board, getting ready for her show. Take a look at the menu. I'm sure there's something you'll like. Ida is a bit of a local celebrity for cooking, I mean. Ezra was just asking about you. He was around the corner playing a video game. Maybe go let him know you two are back, or where is the old man anyway? Bad luck, you'll get it next time. Hey, got a quarter? He's almost got this. Sure, I have 1 quarter. They took him. Really got himself in a situation there. Yeah, I'm gonna go sit down. Food's good here. Should probably get something to go. Alright. Give it another shot. Suits on top of the stuffed octopus, plastic bag full of clamshells, cowboy hat, and some big headphones. The octopus is a leg wrapped on. I want to get the octopus. You have 8 seconds to grab it. Let me know if you need help. I messed up. Oops. Octopus! Yay! Oh. Too securely to plastic boombox. Coming back? Well, probably not. He got himself on a trajectory, you know? Anyway, I don't know what kind of plans you have now, but if you need help figuring out your next move, you can always talk to me and Miss Junebug. I just want to make sure you know that. Keep going with you. Hey, we've got a pretty ad hoc thing going on, me and Junebug. I've talked to her, but I bet you're welcome to tag along for a while if you're into it. Hey, maybe we'll still have time to poke around this place a little bit. They have some pretty wild stuff in there. Do you see this? They keep a table full of fake food over here. I've never known why. Actually, I think it might be real food coated with shellac or something. Shellac. Preserved. Look, this tentacle looking thing is half eaten and someone's meal. Let them finish. Here, take a bite. You first. No. Yeah, don't blame you. If Sam and Ida preserved this half-eaten meal, it must have been pretty important to them, right? Maybe it belonged to someone they care about, like a beloved uncle had a mid-meal stroke, so they kept it in his memory. Like these sunflower seeds my folks left behind. Oh, I'm sure your folks are fine, though. Are you worried about them? No, they're gone. There's nothing to worry about. I just miss them. Okay, well, I don't know what the deal is with this table, but sometimes people do weird stuff because they miss someone. Weird. Somehow I thought it was his truck and delivery and all. It was. That's what he's saying, but he gave it to her before they took it away. We're going to deliver it anyway. Why? Somebody's waiting for those antiques. Have you got a name or just an address? Maybe it doesn't matter. Even having you discharge all that whatever it is under the lawn. I'm sure you'd have still fulfilled your friend's obligation. Johnny and I will help you unload when we get there. Lift with your legs, Cricket. Yes, ma'am. How is everything? How's the sweet cave snail? Devastating, you're a killer, Ida. Well, I can't take all the credit. Sam came across a whole cave snail colony down there about a year back. We've been leaving rock candy for them to gorge on since. We started harvesting earlier this month. It's all about patience down here. Everything grows more slowly in the dark. There's a fish in Lake Lethe that lives to 200 years, and its flavor profile only develops at about 75. I got a pot of bones in there that's been stewing for at least a week. I don't even remember where I put the pot. Come to think of it, I don't even remember what kind of bones they are. Claire said she wanted something primordial. What does that mean? Something very deep in the lake. I'm not good at this. Inspects the menu. What about... aged blind cave fish in a small salad. Your friend will love it. I'll have that right out, sweetie. That's what things on the table and absorbs. Tentacles, salad, and fix the place. We used to steam those. Juicy, but I've heard them smoke now. Diver's table, and this was the diver's meal. This food is about 15 years old. It's true. Things were different then. Nobody came to eat here. We were fighting just to keep the lights on. Sam, my husband Sam, was depressed. He couldn't catch anything. That was part of the problem. Most of what we served was shipped and frozen or dried, and then I just threw it in the fryer. We both came a long way since then. Well, 2 men came in for dinner, seasoned divers, they said. Over 10,000 hours between them and Lake Lethe alone. They'd been out all day, salvaging parts from a river boat. Right? Oh, hello, Max Mander. Oh, did you all finish the game? How was the ending? Guess who's back, 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 back again, again. Oh, I almost shouted out myself on accident. That would have been funny. We'll give Max Mander a follow. You guys were playing Oregon Trail? Fuck yes. I remember you're saying you're gonna play that. Was the Golden Idol ending everything you dreamed of and more? They've been out all day salvaging parts from a riverboat wreck and had worked up a fierce hunger, they said. They ordered the whole menu without even looking. It was a short menu in those days. Oh, by the way, we're playing Kentucky Route Zero. It's a very story-driven game. It's a lot of reading. If I seem annoyed about the reading, it's because my throat hurts now because I've been reading so much in this game. But we're almost done with the game, so that's exciting. Because I am getting a little tired. Figured out immediately. Holy shit, really? I put together the kidnap thing and I was like, wait, why would he care about kidnapping her? And then I was like, it took me a second. I definitely I think I looked up that part, that line of kidnap X or the blanked or whatever section. Set them right here and went back to the kitchen. Sam was at the next table doing Sudoku and drinking malt liquor, his usual routine. Just cleaning up, Sam came bursting. Ida, these divers are still hungry. Bring them another course. They already ordered a whole menu. Make something new. Keep making up dishes. Whatever. Just keep bringing out food. So I did until the small hours of the morning. I made up so many new dishes that night I could write a book. And it was good. Inspired. But I was working so hot and fast at the burning edge of my inspiration, I didn't think I could write any of it down. I was so wrecked with exhaustion the next day I knew I couldn't remember what all I had done in the kitchen. Sam thought we could take a photograph of the leftovers, but we couldn't get the lighting right, so we just shellacked the whole table. Now I need inspiration for the menu. I come and look here and think about all these ingenious dishes I threw together for those divers. Of course, they didn't pay their full bill. I heard one of them complaining to the other, let's just pay half and let them charge the other half to whatever demon in the kitchen kept making food fast that could ask for it. But it all worked out. Things have really turned around since then. This place is actually pretty popular now. The success and our expanded menu inspired Sam too. He started bringing back the most magnificent ingredients for his nightly dives. Better get back to work. Stay right here, sweetie, and I'll bring you a treat on my way out. That's freaking crazy, man. So you figured that out immediately. So we're gonna do this game dirty, and we're gonna not also do we're gonna try to go a shorter route if possible. Cause I can't do it anymore. Alright, we only have 2 more things left. Catch of the day, one and only. You look like a mopey little guy. You smell like dusty dry. Where the hell have you been swimming? Sandpaper, I guess I'll figure it. Silent bluefish. You ever seen a creature like me before? You're pretty far down there. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm the first, except there were 2 divers who went before me long ago. Maybe that's before your time. How old are you anyway, I wonder? Blah, 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 blah. Reading the same thing. I was about to write up the check, and I slept calmly and quietly and told her to just keep bringing out food. Been back and forth for hours about all the deep and dangerous dives they'd been on, the new tunnels they discovered, all the weird creatures they'd encountered at the weirdest depths of the lake. And I listened to every word of it, memorized every description of tunnel and diving route they discovered. That's my map now, you see. For my 15 years, I've been using those routes. Those 2 young divers discussed right there at that table. Since I can't write any of it down, I just preserved that table where they had their meal so I could look at it to jog my memory. It's one feature of this arrangement that I find unsettling. In fact, I lose a decent amount of sleep over it. I told you those boys were competing, right? One-upping each other? I mean, getting wilder and more adventurous as they traded tales? He's always worried about it being fake. One of those men could have felt it for the moment that he was losing some ground in their little duel, so he could have slipped a fake one in there. And when I get down there, my diving belt cracks open on a sharp rock where he said the fridge would be, and that's the end of Sam and Samitis. To be honest, the possibility puts the fear of death in me every time I touch water. Oh. But yeah, how was your stream? Yeah, no worries. Oh my god, enjoy your next piece of pizza, drones. I'm envious. Probably gonna have popcorn for dinner, because I had a weird eating day. What is it with games where they just like draw out the ending for as long as possible? Is it just because I get tired of playing them that like he walks so slow? That's just so excessive. Good haul tonight. We'll see what we can make of it. What's the catch today? Sound blue. Sandpaper quality. I'll have to do something for, what do they call it? Mouthfeel? I think we're about to leave, but thanks. Enjoy your meal, right? I've decided to just skim and read the important parts. Because my brain. How far did you get in this game, by the way, Maximeter? Have you gotten this far? I'm curious to hear what someone feels who isn't streaming it. Because it seems like a game that, because you have to read so much, it's... feels like more intense.
Many friends and kin have gone on before, and I can't feel at home in this world anymore. Oh Lord, you know I have no friend like you. If heaven's not my home,
We'll listen to the song for a little bit because it's really good.
oh Lord, what will I do? Angels beckon me to heaven's open door, and I can't feel at home in this world anymore. I have a loving mother up in glory.
We're almost done. Should be able to be done by 11. Because we just have one more section in this, and then we have the end, and the end is pretty short actually, so that's nice. This looks like a swirling mess of garbage, doesn't it? Well, that's what it is. I don't know why trash seems to collect right here of all the spots of the lake. It's always been that way. Look closely, you can see some wood scraps from the old canoe rental shop. The place was run by twin sisters, Cassie and Paul, I think. They must have had some deal with the distillery. You'd always see a couple hard-time boys posted on the dock peddling small bottles. Cassie and Paul worked those old canoes to death, run every penny out of them. They'd only take one out of commission when it was truly demonstrably dangerous. Yeah, this cluttered place makes a decent local museum. It's as good a history as I could ever tell. We arrived at a small houseboat neighborhood that sometimes hosts concerts for the pleasure of its residents, where Clara was scheduled that night to perform. So we're gonna go listen to Clara. I'm gonna watch the show. The tunes. A neighborhood. Oh, this is Clara. Clara was. Oh. I remember this. I told you. Yeah, you don't have to say it. Only because it's always true. She played at the flower shop. Serrano opened. She was having trouble with his tape machine, so he droned on the lap steel. He got really into it and went on the floor like forever. Everyone was falling asleep. Not everyone. I remember the air was warm, perfumed. You were playing with some petals you found on the floor, and I was looking at the ceiling. Remember the ceiling was glass. During that week, the room was a greenhouse. I don't know where they put all the plants when they had bands in. Maybe outside if the weather was nice. It was nice that night. Warm, smelled like spring. I remember the folding chairs, so uncomfortable, but I guess it was their only option. They had to pack everything up during the week so there'd be room to display the flowers. Tape stuff sounds good. That kid's doing a good job. Yeah, he's a natural-born tape player. So we were talking about him earlier at the gas station. Sure, I haven't forgotten Cricket. Yeah. Cool, yeah, I know. What do you think about Ezra traveling with us for a while? We were in the back just watching Serrano. Serrano was really getting into it. It's fun to watch his eyebrows when he plays. They're very impressive, but they don't match the music at all. Like he's channeling one feeling into his guitar and diverting everything else out through his eyebrows. I watched for a while before I noticed you'd left the wander. Of course I followed. If I sound hesitant or something, it's just, when we met, we were nothing. Just this gray shadows, and we grew and filled in, but we did all that together, Ezra. I'm sure he's just a kid, but he's already a person. What would that do to our system, our chemistry? We stepped out into the warm night air. We turned left into an alley. We wandered between some low houses and came out into an empty street. Hey, I got the masters for the new record back from Lazar. They're okay, but you listen to them without me? You were at the pet shop. I didn't think I could tear you free. Oh, okay. Anyway, there were a few spots where the strings distorted a little, and the whole thing has way too much reverb, but overall it sounds pretty good. The new drum machine fits right into the mix. Nice. The only question is how to do it live. I can't control the drum machine and sing and dance at the same time, and you've got your hands full of guitar. I think, like, this would have been better if we'd collected more for the thing for Ezra. There was a playground across the street. We found a shoebox by the swing set. You wanted to open it. So did I. So you opened it, and there was that frog. You put him in your pocket. He traveled with us for 6 months. What a charmer. We got back to the greenhouse just as Clara was tuning up. She relaxed her shoulders, took a deep breath, raised both hands into their precise positions, and the room started shaking. Clara hit a note that made the glass rattle, and sympathy a perfect 2 octave lower. She looked like a sorceress, tearing down the building with an effortless wave and incredible focus, coaxing the empty air into some kind of moaning, rattling demon. That's the thing about the theremin. It's the only instrument you never touch. You could see a wave of concern propagating through the greenhouse, people looking up at the trembling glass ceiling, looking at each other to see if anyone else was worried, trying to catch Clara's eye and discern if she was doing it on purpose or not. If she were really trying to bury us all in glass. I'm just saying, we could use a third pair of hands up there. Oh. Think you could teach that kid to play drum machine? Ma'am, I could teach a dog to play a drum machine. Well, that would be our backup plan. It was a tense 5 minutes. We, the audience, alternated between fearing for our lives and lamenting hers that could have given her the kind of emotional experience to play this devastating song. Then slowly, gently, Clara's hands came to a rest. The theremin went quiet, and the glass stopped rattling, and the room relaxed unharmed. Theremin was like a weird, that was like a murder trivia party question. It was like, which instrument's made up? And I guess theremin, but it's real. It's a real thing. I met a photographer once, I mean one in particular. She even took my portrait. I can't imagine why. She said it would immortalize me. I miss the bears. Oh, I miss our bears. I missed the first, 3 acts. Act 4 is fucking killing me. Highlighted the bears in the... Oh my god, wait, did you see the bear again? There was another bear. When they were on the phone, when that guy was on the phone, there was a bear in the house that he was in. That he was calling and listening to the voicemails. There's just a bear chilling, hanging out with a trash can. So they did come back. Had a reprisal. That was metaphor, of course. She meant I'd never be forgotten. As she was disembarking, not from here actually, the film fell out of her bag and was borne away by the current. But I was working on deck at the time. She shot me a sad, apologetic glance, but I wasn't bothered. It's no shame to be forgotten. Our passengers disembarked in the mail stop at the silo. They couldn't seem to get that old truck started up again, but we managed to roll it off the barge with only a minor scrape or two. At the last minute, Claire decided to travel with them for a while. Kate and I said goodbye to our friends, new and old, and the mucky mammoth rumbled down the echo. The bears. Love bears. There's another scene? What? I thought this was done. The fuck? Silo of late reflections. Another part to this game. Do they force it? They must force it. Oh, never mind. This is because they always have this talking part before the next act starts. What's this place like, Dogwood Drive? It's in a small town, or it? I really don't know. I've got the manifest of the old man had in his truck here. Lysets Antiques, mail order delivery, no return address, shipping address 5 Dogwood Drive, packing list, and that's just numbers. I guess the inventory numbers of the antiques he's supposed to be delivering. Anyway, I'm glad you're coming with us. Yes, I'm always eager to see more of the country, and I enjoy the company. I'll have to find a bus or train to get on to Nashville by the evening. Well, they have buses everywhere, right? Or, hey, I could drive you to Nashville. Seems I have a truck now. Only, how are we going to get up these stairs? That's quite the staircase. Is there another route, a tunnel or something? No way out but up. Guess we could wait for the mammoth to come back around and take us a little further down, but that won't be until late afternoon. Looks like we're making the rest of this trip on foot. Now, I've been loading and unloading gear since the stars were young. It's in our roadies. We got expertise. Alright, Cricket, let's get this delivery packed and tied into bundles. We're hiking it upstairs. What's in there? Antiques, I guess. Antiques. The antiques are, it's like junk, but people pay for it. Oh. Sorry, I guess they'll be taking the bus after all. It's okay. It'll be an adventure. Tired? Don't worry, lady. We're almost there. Oh my god. Hopefully. Okay, cool. I have a mute button, but it makes me nervous and I never turn it back on. Hopefully it actually was working and I didn't just belch into the mic. Homer! Baby boy. They have Journey as their front page. 10 hours. Yeah, it's supposed to be 10 hours. And how long did I play the first time? 5 hours? No, we're up on 10. So maybe a little bit over 10 hours. I thought it'd be done at 10 today. I guess I didn't anticipate how much reading there would be, and when there's a lot of reading, I tend to, like, struggle a bit with playing fast. I'm not late, am I? This must be our guest. Oh, hi, you must be, oh, I'm sorry. I'm my, right, traveling artist. Welcome. I'm Emily. I, work here. Great. Rita says you're the producer? Oh, did she? Haha, I guess so. I do a little bit of everything. Yeah, I know the feeling. You weren't around earlier at the lunch thing. No, I don't live in town. I just come in to work at the station. Really? That's quite a hike, isn't it? I know, some shortcuts. Oh, okay. You better get started. You look busy. No, it's okay. I think we're about ready to start the broadcast. Oh, should I go sit down? Not just yet. Rita does a little intro. Got it. Okay. Quite a crowd here. Really? There's like 7 or 8 of us, I think. Yeah, well, for this town, I've barely seen anyone all day. Oh, yeah, ghost town. Yeah, kind of. Okay, I'll check if Rita's ready. You can just hang out back here somewhere. We'll let you know when it's time to come on set. Great, thanks for having me. You too. I mean, you know what I mean. Ugh, why am I so awkward if visitors here? Just used to seeing the same 12 people day in and day out, I guess. At least the floor is staying dry. My left boot is a hole. Looks like the ceiling is just holding up okay, just the usual leaks. Alright, Serrano's here to help with the weather report. Is this like the artist person? What's this? Looks like the ceiling is holding up okay, just the usual leaks. Why is it showing up with the grip? Video data bank. It used to be the other side of the room and the couch was in this corner. This is cool. Slow-mo crow, keeping an eye on the control board. Keep up the good work, Mo. Oh, James, oh, well, what? Okay, James left the patch wired up on the image processor. Time to start the show. Okay, ready when you are. How does it look outside? Gross. Yeah, well, I'm not surprised. Saturn is in retrograde. What does that even mean? Yep. Think it'll be let up? I guess we'll see what Elmo says. More poor tomatoes. Okay, in 3, 2, hi, it's Rita. This is your evening broadcast. 8192. Do my broadcast voice. Wow, it's really raining out there. Damn, I can hear it from here. We have a few leaks. Put up some pots and bowls underneath them. Thanks, Ron, for lending us your extra pots and bowls. Hope you had a good day, despite the weather. Although, it was really nice earlier, right? I had a good day today. We met a new friend. She's gonna join us in about a minute or so. Maybe you saw her earlier, around lunch? Or is she just chatting with her? I'm confused. I thought they started recording. Or if you met her already, still want to hang out. I'm sure there's plenty we can talk about. Oh wow, that's 8192. Is that ready? What's she talking about? That's a lot of broadcasts. I came in around the 5s, so I've only been around for half of them. And back then in the 5s, let's see, I did Night Noise, we had the Swap Show, and the Bird Show. People are just coming in and dropping off tapes all the time, and now, well, it's just the evening broadcast. But it's not like, I'm not saying we're on decline or anything like that. I love the evening broadcast. I think it was the first show we had on here. So is she just like fucking waxing, she's just saying bullshit to the camera right now? It's first community show, yeah. Sonic fuzzy tapes about safe wiring. The few power company training videos came before, but those don't count. Yeah, that's the spine of the station. Maybe it's the heart, the skin. What part of the body do you think it is? Come on, tell us about it. Da, 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 da. Or if you don't want to brave the storm, you can always give us a call. Same number as always, 270-216-5556. Okay, so we're going to start with a tape. This is an old one. It's one of mine, but maybe you haven't seen it. Or you have seen it, but it's been a while, so maybe you've forgotten. Shit. What? She asked me to keep her tape. From Pueblo de Nada. Where is it? I don't know. It's probably still shelved. I'll find it. Ron suddenly mouth. Thank you. Well, bumpers louder for others' benefit. Someone should come in here and label all these. We should put all of them in chronological order. I guess it's hard to remember sometimes in the order of things. Time is out of joint. It's like sweeping a beach. Oh, wait a minute. Grammy tape. Gross stamp. It's empty. Borrowed it for screening. Got it. What would you all do without me? Here you go, Mo. Hold off playing this till Rita's done setting it up. Thanks, babe. I love this. I love this crow. It's so cute. Ready when you are, Rita. Some people lived here a long time ago, before the company town, before the airstrip, like over 100 years ago. Okay, so I hope you enjoy it. She's just a really bad broadcaster. Cuddy Emily. Now we watch our movie.
Llegaron de Florida. Antes de eso, de algún lugar en América Central. Pero ninguno de los que llegaron aquí habían vivido en América Central. La comunidad se reconstruyó a sí misma, persona por persona, en los años entre medio.
Thought we were done reading. Why is Google Chrome keeping opening up? What's happening? Alright. It's cool. You've seen it before. Should say something nice. Yeah, it's something else. You don't sound convinced. It's not a bad way to learn about history, though. Can't remember where the music came from. Sherry brought it in. She found a crate of old tape reels in the hangar. Must have been from the power company. Maybe some music pipe. It is history. It's a good tape. It's good to have a portrait of people who used to live here, and it does a good job of communicating who they are, what they did, what they were like. I think people should know a community shouldn't just disappear even when it disappears. Or is there even a difference? Although now the tape is just here on a shelf. Every once in a while we dust it off and it shuffles around the airwaves again like an old dog. Sorry, did I say something wrong? No, I'm just have some weird shit going on in my head tonight. You know what I mean? Sure, it's okay. Sorry, I spaced out. Don't worry about it. You should... Oh, should I go sit? Yeah, it's almost over. Where are you staying tonight? Here in town. Oh, good. Yeah, even before the storm came in, I thought it would be nice to get some rest before the long hike back to the highway. Ron offered his loft. What? Said he could sleep his loft. Oh, he's talking about his barn. Nobody wants to sleep in your barn. It's not haunted, but it is haunted. Bob got some pretty clear voices there on his tape recorder. He wanted to have a seance, but he couldn't run up enough brave souls to go all the way around the table. Stay at my place. That storm coming, I should find somewhere to stay out here tonight. Maybe I'll just sleep here in the studio. Do you need anything? Actually, do you have an extra toothbrush? It'd be nice to sleep under the stars. It's pouring rain. You can't sleep under the stars. I think I do actually, yeah. Oh my god, I've been in the woods, you know. Right. I used to twig this morning. I kind of chewed up one end. No stars tonight, though. I've done that. Really, I'm disappointed. I thought I invented it. Even better, you could chew on some pine needles. It really freshens the breath. I mean, it's not perfect. Wow, that's roughing it. Just close your eyes and pretend, I guess. Right, exactly. And even then, it's just not the same as real toothpaste. What the hell are they talking about? I hope you enjoyed that video. Like I said, that was from, it's several years old. I can't remember exactly. I enjoyed it very much. Oh, thank you, Maya. What's next? I brought in a tape. Oh, okay, you good? All queued up. Gonna check on the boys. That should be cool. Gets a lot more into it when he has some noise to vibe on. Check on the boys. What boys? This boy? Ben and Bob are sitting on the couch, poking at the electronic innards of a radio. So then it won't mute until it scans between stations. Okay, because that's where they live, right? No, you just want that constant static noise, right? The noise, that's where they live. They don't live anywhere, dude. They're ghosts. Oh, so what does it matter where you tune the radio? Talking about the actual Route 0. It's like soil in your garden. You need rich soil, right? Mashed up, rotted leaves and stuff like compost. Oh, hey, how's the show? What the hell are they doing? What are you doing to that poor radio? Working on a new ghost box. This guy Frank wrote about it in his newsletter. Paranormal periodical. Well, that's Sylvia's. Frank's is the Ghost Gazette. The radio crackles, scans rapidly, snippets of voices. Did you hear that? There was definitely a voice from beyond the grade. It sounded like clearly a dogwood in there. Yeah, kind of sounded more like frogwood to me. What the hell is frogwood? Man, I don't tell the ghost what to say. Must have been dogwood. Guess it doesn't matter. The ghost voices don't really come out until you play the recording later. They only exist in recordings, like a copy without an original. A mirror reflecting something that isn't in the room. Eerie. Like the mounds. The burial mounds here in town. You think they're haunted? No, we're sure probably. But I mean, they're like the reflection. The people who made them lived hundreds of years ago. That whole society is long gone. And now we just have these lingering echoes without any trace of context. Yeah, that is kind of eerie. So the ghosts speak and we can't hear it, but the tape recorder can hear it? Is that right? I don't know. Sometimes I think it's more the recording itself is a ghost. Like, that's what ghosts are. Recording of events that didn't happen. When something keeps leaving new marks even after it's gone. False memories. Okay? It's Ron's big moment. Okay, Ron, anything you want to tell us about that tape? Everything on that tape was wild. Really, everything? Wild stuff indeed. Even the horses? Everything on that tape was wild. Bought some forged folk tapes at the yard sale once. The lady said they were live tapes of Gene Ritchie playing a dulcimer at some local bar. They were pretty good too, a little noisy without the rattling bottles and chatty drunks, but it gave the recordings a certain aura of authenticity. Were the horses wild? I thought those were the horses here. Oh, the neighbors? We call the horses here the neighbors. No, I don't recognize that one. Then I noticed that some of the background sounds repeating. Someone telling the same hushed story at the bar during every song. The door opening and closing in exactly the same way. The lady who sold me the tapes, she added the bar sounds artificially. I think she recorded the music herself in her bedroom and put Richie's name on it. I don't think there are any wild horses anymore. Really, how can that be? Oh, well, they've all been domesticated. Are the neighbors domesticated? We don't own them. No, they're, feral? Tapes live permanently in my truck. Over the years, they've become my favorite Richie recordings. Oh, right. In your documentary, you said that the people who used to live here had freed their horses. Exactly, but can you free your pet cat? You can free your pet cat, but it won't turn back into a panther. Right. Are these people all, like, super stoned? Like, this conversation's so, like, stoner brain. Kind of haunting, a kind of ghost, like Ben was saying. But everything is a ghost around here these days. It's a ghost town with people still living in it, against all reason. Most of the houses are empty. There's always been people here, even after the Pueblo de Nada. Community airstrip from the company town, then WVP. What about the dogs? Yeah, what about the dogs? Everything on tape was wild. So once the last troop dies out, some utopian project always finds a way to take hold. What is it about this place? It must be the well. Doesn't look wild to me, blah blah blah. I'm not sure what it, but now it's time for the weather. Hanging long past our expiration date. Well, the weather should be pretty wild. More and more storms lately. And then of course there's the actual ghost. Alright, here's Elmo with the weather report. He also has Serrano Cole, who stopped by to add some drama musically. I hear he's going to be at the Rum Colony later tonight if you need a cocktail after the show. So let's go live to Elmo for the weather report. Oh, is Elmo ready? We should make sure the camera's pointed in the right direction. Can I move it? Is this Elmo? Hey. So trippy. They work out these ratios of oil, water, and dyes. I'm so precise the way he drips into one little half drops at a time. Pretty gear supplies. Ben has a guy on, oh wait, you mean the protection stuff? I mail ordered these candle dyes. Other stuff is just mineral oil like you can get at the drugstore. Did you notice the whole building shook? Jesus. Sometimes just left to hear. Incredible. Actually, it was that girl who does the pirate videos jamming our signal. Yeah, the resident ghost. Of course it matters. Can't leave a ghost behind until you die, right? Well, that's one way to do it, but you've ever missed someone so bad you felt like they were haunting you, or been in a relationship with someone who feels like their ex-lover is always in the room? I see what you mean. He's right, we're about due. Think she'll get to us tonight? It's about time, right? Plus Saturn's in retrograde, so I hear. Not that she keeps a strict schedule, but it's ever longer than a month or two between, oh, what does Mimi call them? I kind of like it when she busts in and takes over a signal. It's like a log falling on the road. It reminds you that this all used to be trees. Intervention, that's what Mimi calls it. It's been going on for a couple of years now. Her performances are cool though. Never saw her perform, but I heard about it. Saw her do a few times. I was into it. The first time she jammed her signal and showed up in our broadcast, I didn't know who she was. Sure, disappeared when I came in and took over her old job. She did lectures, right? Yeah, I thought of them as storytelling sessions. She talked for hours and shuffled through slide after slide of shapes, numbers, weird constellations, drawn quarter folks head to hair. Oh, she's doing it now. Everyone's so excited and confused and scared a little on the defensive. They still are. And this was her projector. Still works really well. It's strange. I never think of what she's doing as hostile, really. Sounds like Elmo has the same impression. What happened to the rest of her stuff? Better slides are still here in the studio, maybe with the posters. Sherry has all of Weaver's old notebooks. I know that. She keeps them in her archive, you know, the big blue filing cabinet with daisies painted on. Yeah, anyway. The really hard part is to find is these two pieces of glass. They have to be paired very precisely. I had to get these two These from the clock store over in Glasgow, and that's where they come from, clock faces. Thanks for the tips, dude. Anytime, dude. Oh, good. Standing water on the floor. Okay, I don't want my boob. Thanks, Elmo and Cyrano. Next, we have a selection for the video data bank. We're gonna like this one. Maybe Maya, this one's about caves. We have a phone call. Is this Scooter from Sleep With Me? It's a podcast I listen to fall asleep. What's his name? Scooter from Sleep With Me. Drew Ackerman in Kentucky Route Zero. Anyone interested? The voice actor for Jeff with a G is Drew Ackerman. Oh, that's so cool! Yeah, his big shtick is that he he talks like this in the podcast, and he'll talk so like drawn and like talk like that, and the stories he tells are so like such nonsense and so winding that you fall asleep because your brain literally can't focus on the story because there's no focus to the story at all. I was like, I recognize his voice, that he has such a distinct voice. He calls them creaky dulcet tones. I love him so much. Cool, my socks are getting wet. Bob had some theories about weavers. He built a model like a perfect. Bad feeling the situation won't last. She jotted down the time and whenever there was an intervention. Hey babe. Did you know Weaver? Oh really? Was she nice to you? Well, that's good to hear. You make her sound so normal. Talk to anyone else, it's like she'd a second head. One of her little mysteries, like the out-of-towner. Oh really? Did you know him well? Oh, I had no idea. It was terrible what happened to him. Justice someday. What a waste. Sad. Well, have fun. I'm gonna see if Jeff is done. Haha. And I can't tell if it's... But everyone falls asleep because his podcast is like a sleeping podcast to make you sleep. Lines dead. Phone lines. Was that the storm or was it the damn phone lines? Man, they're really flaky. Business as usual. He has a really soothing voice. That's Jeff. He's a regular caller. He's asleep. Oh well, let him sleep. This is K-Bar. So if Weaver's a ghost by some agreed upon definition and mechanics, that WEVP TV is haunted. Should we be doing something about that? Aren't you supposed to like have an exorcism or something? I mean, you can't just leave a place haunted. That'd be negligence. I'd miss her though. I guess there are good ghosts and bad ghosts, like spiders. Good in the garden and bad in the shower. What the hell? What was that? I'll check it out. Yeah, should we go help? No, oh, the tape's over. What do you think? That was great. Yeah, I like that one. That sounded pretty close. Oh no, is the power out or just the lights? I don't know. I'll take a look. Maybe a fuse blew on a relay or something. Some scared rat chewed a wire. Abandoned ship. Just kidding. Guess I'll take a look around and see if anything's smoking. Feels like feathers. Oops. How are you holding up? I know you hate the dark. Making constellations? Not late for your gig, Sienna. Whole town just whistling along on its way to the grave. I guess it's up to me to figure out what's going on here. There's nobody there. We should call. No, the phones are definitely dead now. I wonder if that weird hum in our wires still shows up when the power is out. How are you holding up? Alright, talk to him. Of course, I can't check because the oscilloscope is not working. Little town seems even more romantic, huh? My summer vacation in the ghost town. This whole town is whistling. Don't seem to care. Poor thing, she's soaked. Nikki, are you having trouble with... Oh, I spoke too soon. I thought your power was out. Yeah, it came back on. Weird, though. You made it in this storm? I never miss the evening broadcast. To be honest, it's the only time I get to share my work. I wonder how many people even tune in at this point. Is she just reading her poetry to us here in the studio? Sure, of course, it's great. Wow, it's pouring out there. I think there's some paper towels over by the set. Oh, thank you. Ready to go? Ready. Did you fix it? Just came back on its own. I'll give a second for the equipment to warm back up and then we'll be back on air again. Spooky. It's a disaster out there. The neighbor's barn is basically underwater. Wow, it's just completely flooded. I passed Ron on the way in. He's going to take a look and see if there's anything he can do. Will they be okay? Ron knows what he's doing. He used to be a firefighter. It's a little bit different though, right? I guess. And some paper towels, close journal out of her jacket pocket. I brought my work. Nikki reads poetry. It's a weekly feature of our broadcast. Look forward to hearing it. Yeah, just hope we can keep going. We lost power a little while before, right? Better get started then. To the out-of-towner, what eagle flew you into your final bed? It was not men who brought you there to sleep, the men who left you bloodied and then fled, who had chosen mud and muddied watered creek. Do wild turkeys gobble, dote and care? Never put gobble in a poetry. Hello! It's going, Reflex. I'm gonna be honest, we're getting a little tired. The game's like a little, as drones put it, tedious at this point. Like it's just a little extra long for unclear reasons. Feels almost like the creators didn't want to say goodbye to the project, so they just made it really long instead. It's still good, it's a lot of reading and a lot of nonsense. I'm not reading her poetry, it's bad. We're not reading bad poetry, this is not, Hitchhiker's Guide. Look at the monitor, do be quiet, we're live right now. No, we're not. Look. Damn, there she is. Elmo was right. What's wrong? It's her, Weaver. Oh, really? Tonight? Sorry about this, Maya. What's going on? Local pranksters jams her signal every once in a while whenever the stars align. What do you do about it? I have to take the headphones off because I have tinnitus, so that, noise bothers me a lot. Just wait till she's done. How are you doing today, Reflex? Oh shit. Yay, we finished it. Alright, is there an interlude after? No, there is not. Is there? There is one. I'm gonna eat some Cheez-Its. Do, 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 do. Oh, it's a dead horse. So this is the flood they were talking about that was above ground. That like killed the that basically took out the whole town, I think. That's everything, right? How did this all fit in that truck? It's bigger on the inside. Sun is shining. I think it rained. Rained a lot, I mean. Worms are gonna be out for sure. You ever heard a worm sing? You must hold your ear to the ground, it's very soft. Worm song is completely unique. So where's 5 Dog? We'll drive. I'll go scout ahead. Holler if you need anything. The kitty. We get to play as it's Stray. To play as a kitty cat. Not so sad. Think it'll rain anymore? Oh, this is the people. No. Don't see any clouds. That's a good cat. A good cat. Oh, it'll probably rain anyhow. Let's go into this weird house. Paints and chalk in a small bag, diary in a large bag. Stuffed dog, da 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 da. Sandra can decide she should keep the photo of her husband or should Alex keep the photo of his father. She showed the separation from her son. It's obviously a punishment, even though Fraser insisted it was just to help Alex develop independence and community ethics. She knew she was being punished for her complaints in the feedback circle. She was the only one who dared to speak against butchering the community's goats. She'd seen the same thing happen to Isabel. Isabel, where was she now? She and her children just disappeared into the woods. She set everything down, closed her eyes, massaged her temples, and wondered, not for the first time, how Fraser had consolidated so much invisible power so quickly. How had he done it? Had he in fact done anything at all to claim this incredible lattice of influence, or had they simply blindly given it to him? Cults do be like that sometimes. Middle of the night, kind of hesitating if you want to get up and out in a boot. It's the middle of the night. I mean, I say comfy cozy, man. I'm always for comfy cozy. We love a comfy cozy night. Who is this here? All I can read is better days. Better days ahead? Maybe dreaming of better days once more before going into the ground. And you, my friend, are you looking for a place to rest? I don't want to leave Homer. We can't leave Homer. He must stay with us till the end. Sierra reclined behind his tree, carving fine details on a small wooden pipe. She loved the spot, the height, the distance. She was always at distance, watching everyone work. From this height, she could see the earth movers shaping the mountains under the draughtsman's supervision. She could see him inspecting his plan, the drawing he made from her game, the map. Got real. Oh, that person doesn't exist. Alright, report back. Kitty, kitty. Look at the kitty go. Oh, it's doing such a good job. Oh, feel that. Ponder bed. Yes. Gotta go to Target. I ran so many errands this week. I'm so excited to not have to run errands for the rest of the week. Other than I have to go grocery shopping. Junebug and Johnny starting to hear the noises coming from the well. There's that weird sleepy singing again. 2 songs overlapping, but the same singers in each group. You get trucks down there? Sure, but I doubt any thief could get it started. Whoa, whoa, what? What's this? Ah, sucks. Coinstar? They still have Coinstar out there? They don't have Coinstar in, like, New York anymore. What? Did that just say? Ron, this shouldn't have happened. Should have prepared better. I realize he's a beautiful dog. Seems to like you. Well, I sure don't know what to do with him. He's probably better off with you. I'm still hoping to get him back to the old man somehow. What do you think, Homer? You want to ride with this nice lady for a while? I don't want to let go of him, though. But he's got stability with her. He can pick. Let's go stay with Maya. Great time, a great adventure. I'm just going to take one last look around here. Not much left to look at, is there? It's true. It's a hell of a storm. What is that? An animal boy? Is it a toy? It's a pipe, I think. Super ancient, probably 1,000 years old. People who made these mounds used to carve these. It's beautiful, right? This big mound. Most of these ancient earthworks are thought to be burial mounds. This one definitely isn't, to be honest. I don't know what it's for. Oh yeah, Coinstar. Yeah, it converts coins to cash. A lot of places don't take pennies, yeah. And now with the physical currency shortage in the US because of COVID, it's actually pretty hard to get any cash. It's pretty hard to, like, you used to be able to just go into a gas station and be like, here's 20 bucks, can you break this down for me? And they won't do that anymore. But I don't know what we're supposed to do. We done? I don't have to talk to, like, everybody, do I? Do I have to talk to everybody? Don't want to read everything. Apparently there's an extremely subtle puzzle that I didn't know about. Oh, do you start from here? Oh, do you start from there? Oh, it's here. I see what it is. It's like you run through all of the... He was like, thankfully, you don't have to be very accurate. I'm like, thank God, because there's no way I'm going to do this the right way. So we just trace this weird mound. Nope. Oh, was this just like an achievement? Oh, I don't care then. Okay, so we just have to like, yeah, it's just chatting with people. Chatting with more NPCs, basically. Will it still fly? Oh yeah, she got banged up in the little. We'll have her up and running. Again by this afternoon, I'm sure. First, they only observed the truck from the distance. It was an alien carcass, something that made more sense in death and then in life. The company had dropped off. This Coinstar is more efficient, yeah. Pay cash for a lot of stuff, you accumulate coins. I don't pay with cash a lot anymore. They don't. A lot of places don't take cash here anymore. Sorry, my night buzz. I need to stagger the timers so they're not both at the same time. Maybe it's more sense in death than in life. The company had dropped it off in the middle of the day when everyone was at the plant. Nikki thought it was ridiculous, but Ron proved to Elmo the truck was simply beautiful. The town didn't produce much garbage anyway, she said. Who would drive it? The locals had turned to gardening when the company store stopped stocking canned vegetables. There was little garbage. Better spent for drainage problems. Started on that damn messianic ditch. Still, they had a few things to dispose of. Gradually fell in the habit of collecting waste and carrying it into the truck. Once a month, some shadows would come in from the night woods and haul the garbage away in a cart. Are we done yet? Have I done enough? You're sleeping? Yeah, pennies don't really get accepted anymore. Can I fly it? How's your upper body strength? That's good, really good. Oh, shit. Well, except for the throttle. Admire your confidence, young man. Yep, just a little bit metal. However, skyward there you get in a matter of hours. Wow. Been doing this a long time, kiddo. So okay, so anytime we zoom in and then zoom out, it's like a real, like important conversation. Aww. Should be happy, right? Remembrance, right? Like a monument, totally. Should be represented, of course. I'll just dig in. Happy to help. Whoa, what are those? What kind of fish are those? They're goldfish. They eat algae and mosquito eggs. Very helpful. Press to start 5 the storm. Somewhere in those. So lucky now I'm writing this poem. I'd like it to be hopeful somehow, but it just keeps coming out sad. Wow, he's a deep sleeper. Yeah, listen to that. It's making me a bit sleepy. The rhythm of his breathing, it's nice, hypnotic. Okay, keep talking. Also, I noticed these ghosts just walking around. Parrots! Get 'em. Get 'em, birdie! Get the birds. Jorge scanned the shelf. He had quickly found the book he was looking for. There were only a few dozen left. More shelves than books now, the result of an experiment called the New Selection. Privately, he called it The Purge. Crystal Age, Anonymous. A fairly recent publication. Jorge flipped through the pages for a minute. The binding was stiff. Fraser didn't trust anonymity. Anonymity? Anonymity? Anonymity. Can't say words. Words are hard. It had almost a pathological need to get everything clearly and plainly. Transparency. Fraser proposed and executed experiments just like any other community member, but his experiments had scorched earth quality. They were all destructive. He moved from one area of community life to the next in search of excess to cut back. Lately, he had turned his sights to the library. The New Selection meant disseminating their store of books according to Fraser's own inscrutable criteria. Now we're guaranteed something vital every time we take a book from the shelves. No more time lost to printed chaff. Fraser's colorless voice echoed in Jorge's mind. He felt like spitting. Instead, he tucked the book under his arm and set off for the woods. This person. Meow! Reading meow. Oh, hi, kitty. Where did you come from, huh? Follow a bird up here? These folks, the ones who built this thing, they chase birds too. Cute. Meow! Just a little meow. I love meows. Yes, this happened to me a ton in the past 2 games, actually. I've realized that I read a lot of words, and I don't say a lot of words. Like, I read and write a lot of... Like, I have a pretty extensive vocabulary when it comes to, like, writing and comprehension and stuff, but when it comes to, like, actually reading it aloud, like, there's just so many I'm missing. The crow! I don't know who these people are. Gonna take a sleep? Elmo gave Rita a tour of the cameras and wiring. She'd just been through a certificate program on public broadcasting at the community college, so no surprises there. Nikki showed her the video database. James demonstrated the sand and image processor. Then Ron came barreling in with an urgent expression. The station had a great collection of videotapes made by local artists, along with a huge library of what looked like home movies. There were tapes about local politics, the weather, video dream diaries. Rita was eager to start contributing in her own work. Ron's news was clearly bad news. Rita's heart sank a little as they listened. She knew things were unraveling, knew from experience what that looked like. As she listened to Ron detail the power company's sudden withdrawal from town affairs, she heard other possibilities. She studied their faces and found concern, for sure. But also something like relief, hope, an awakening of play. Nikki looked like she might have been daydreaming. These are people, Rita decided, ready to step out of the company's shadow and build something of their own. Ron said the TV station would still be funded by court order. Could that be their anchor? But they died. But everybody do be dead. Yeah, my head voice, yeah, same. My head voice will say them the same. Like, even if I know the pronunciation, I'll sometimes say it in my head right, and I won't say it in, like, aloud. 6 or 7 men stood in the sun about a dozen yards from the ditch, and he could hear them laughing. He tried not to hear them. Instead, he listened to the shovel punching through the dirt as he shaped the trench. It was wet dirt, mud really, and made a hungry sound as he shaped the trench walls. One was louder than the rest. He had a nervous laugh that sucked up all the air around him. The out-of-towner stuck his shovel into the dirt and squeezed the bridge of his nose. He sneezed, took a swig from his thermos. Laughter quieted and greedy chuckles, and he could feel the men approaching. Well, the mailbox says 5 Dogwood Drive. Can you hear music? Just birds singing. It just showed up the house. Where did it come from? Maybe it blew in with the storm. Feels warmer in here somehow, right? Warmer and brighter. Nobody lives here? If someone does live here, they kept it pretty tidy. It's actually quite spacious. Yeah, you could fly a plane in here. Flying here is pretty great, actually. It's a good space to read a book. What would you read? Science fiction. I like to read anything all about planet Mars. Could set up a new workshop here. Could fix TVs again or whatever people need. Hell, I could fix toasters. One could really fit a lot of books in here. Kind of feel like I'm on stage right now, actually. You know what I mean, man? Weird acoustics, like if you get a little echoes before the sounds themselves. I like it. Make sure to preserve some of this stuff before the next big storm. So whoever lives here next will know who came before. You think more people will come? After all these people leave? People will come. There's something about this place. I guess we'll be the first. We saved what we could. Hey, cat, I'll race you. From here to that pile of mail, okay? Oh! Come stand here. This is the starting line. Ready? Get set. Go! Wow, how'd you get out of there? I was able to climb a tree, and from there I spotted a secret path. Then what happened? Then I found the library of television. There were TVs everywhere. As soon as you walked in the door, every channel was playing at once. I had one eyeball pointed at a cooking show and the other at a crime show. For a while I was completely hypnotized, but then a fly buzzed in my ear and it woke me up. Wow, I'm glad you got out of there. My night was only beginning. I was traveling with the same strange companions for a while, too, but not as strange as yours. There was a strange woman who I think was a witch. She gave me a magic amulet for protection, but I lost it. I spent the most of the night in the company of a bus driver. Her name was Marge. Hey, me! It's me! Her name is Marge. She had a lot of good disco tapes, too. Hell yeah, Marge. Hung out with an old dog and some musicians. Wow, I'm jealous, but I won't let it ruin our friendship. We should stick together. I agree completely. Thought those were for the game for a second. I was like, whoa. Oh, I'm just hanging. Clyde lay on his back on the runway, hands folded behind his head, halfway between dreams and the afternoon sun. Is he dead? He entertained the momentary delusion that he survived the a plane crashed and was vaguely unhappy when the dream faded. Coming into land, he'd slammed into a truck. The driver probably thought the runway was another road. The runway smelled like oil. Years of leaky light aircraft taking off and landing. All the state said they wanted was to knock down some trees, many trees, to build a road tying the small town to the larger web of streets and highways that entombed the rest of the country. But Clyde and his inner circle of stunt pilots turned mail carriers knew that a road would be the end of their secluded paradise. Yeah, I'd be worried about that too. Well, it isn't just the rodents. The floors are mostly rotted, I think. You'd fall right through. I'm surprised they're still standing after last night. All the buildings? No, it's some of them have good bones. It's just these ones with the power company built that are rotten. Oh, well. Yeah, the power company moved here a while back and set it up like their own little town for the workers. But they didn't build them too good, huh? It's garbage. It's garbage! OBS. OBS, stop. OBS, please. Okay. Just gotta talk to a bunch of people again. Okay. Meow. Greeting, meow. Oh, hi, kitty. Yes, it's a beautiful day. Boop, 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 boop. I think we just gotta find our friends everywhere. We did the race. Emily, what's this? Oh man, it's totally broken. Nice setup you got here. Yeah, it's alright. Many afternoons have come and gone right here. Listening to the radio, taking a break from some maintenance work. What kind of bike you got? It's a custom job. Vicious Cycle. Oh, okay. I think I've seen those. Nice and light, not light enough to fly. I guess you don't have much use for a bike in a town with no roads. Tell you the truth, I've long suspected the recent cast never wanted any roads here, was just to keep the horses safe, and now all the horses died. In the flood. And we got all of our ghosts. Ezra! Kendall! You love Ezra. You could probably fix it. You could definitely fix it, man. Then you'd have a new robot friend. Then I'd have a new robot friend. Meow. I want to meow again. Can't meow again. Damn it. Marianne clears her throat. Did it meow? Well, hello. Nudges Wanda. Wanda, time to wake up. Anyone else around? How do you get all the food out here? Gentle cooling. That's what I figured. You chitters. Haha, why? Detailed series of chitters. Yeah, okay, will you stick around to help? Okay, then I guess we better get started. Did you see the bird? No, just curious, I guess. I know them pretty well by now, but I'd like to have known them better. So I think is called Jorge. He left us some clues and books a while back. You leave the radio on for him at night. He seems like the AM call and shows, but just out of tune. What is it about the radio they love? They all love it. Leaving at sunset. If you like, I'll help you find a bus back to Lithuania, you said? My uncle is very dying. I should be there to see him through it. I'm making the right move. There's nothing here anymore for the living. Choppy seas today, Captain. Aye, Captain. Let's reinforce the sails. Yeah, because I think Clara is going to leave. Well, actually, can we make her not leave? Heavier than they look. I guess we just kind of made Clara leave on accident. But I don't know. She's got a lot going on. They finally just gave away, but you did good work. It's not your fault. They just didn't let you finish is all. If they let you finish, I'll forget about it. This place would be dry as a bone. You always did good work. It's a memorial. What did I miss? Did I miss something? I must have missed something. Ron as he digs a hole. Missed a few people apparently. We just ran it. You like run everywhere just now? Some of these are really old. Maybe we should open them. Haha, he says not to open other people's mail, kid. I know what he said. But if they're not even here to open it themselves, I won't tell a soul. Oh, I'm in the wrong thing. Apparently there's a... Where's the... Oh, this is the church. I wouldn't set foot in there now, though. Haha. Yeah, didn't we already do them? So maybe it's... Did the church... Library? We gotta find the library? Where's the library? I don't see a library. Should you believe it came to me in a dream? One of those dreams where you're lost somewhere kind of familiar and anonymous, like a bus terminal. Marianne's quiet for a moment. It's nice. What's it for? I put this up on the old barn as part of the ceremony. I'm honored to tell you the truth. Where is the library? I don't see a library. Rita tore up weeds, almost stood next to her with a bucket. She passed him the uprooted weeds, and he stuffed them in the bucket. They worked this way for a few hours. Dark clouds drifted slowly closer, but wouldn't arrive until evening. Elmo left to get some tea. Rita pulled an apple from her bag and lay her head back onto the overturned dirt. She looked at the sky. For a moment, she looked directly at the sun. Then she closed her eyes and let the afterimage fade. Elmo came back with a plastic jug of sweet tea. They sat and drank for a while and then got back to work. The garden was coming along well as they could hope, given months of neglect. When the plant shut down, the company abruptly pulled out of the area and took a large part of the town's population with it. This included the Carver family, who attended this garden, the largest and most productive in town, for years. Rita and Elmo worked on it until it started to rain. The rain washed their sweat into dirt. Where is this damn library? Is this the library? Maybe? Look at this place. The library. What a mess. I feel like I should give you a tour, but let's skip to the good part. Any questions? Was it for people or animals? People at first, a group of utopian social experimenters. They kept their books here, and I think it was a kind of heart of the community. My friend Bert says the work of history is to find pattern in the unasked questions. Caesar beat the Gauls. We're not even a cook in his army. Yeah, this is a special place. I feel a little less guilty. Maybe some new community will grow up out of the rubble. It's happened before. I hope they have an easier time. It's good, little dude. Talking about the library. Friend of yours? Yep, we traveled together. Ron dug a grave. Oh, for the horses, I think. Rita, interesting. No, I've never read it either. Good question. Let's take a look. Before that, it was the company store. Oh, it's like their memories. The faded things are their memories in this town before it was destroyed. Because these people aren't dead. Oh, sure, I worked in a mine for a bit. Then you know all about it. Never enough, we had to start a garden. Oh yeah, I saw that. I wonder if we could get it started again. Yeah, it's a rough shape. Well, this place has been through worse. Back before the power company pulled out, I was in fear for my life half the time. We ought to just set this place on fire. Well, I know I'm not sticking around. You think you'll do anything with this place? We'll think of something. What are the acoustics like? So it sounds like most of the people who live here want to leave, and then the people who haven't lived here before. Lay paper flat, bring bottom left corner up to the top right, or create so doing origami. Mr. Flowers felt more alive. She's 6 hours of her assigned company store shift, and she made dozens of flowers. Rana brought a bouquet and cleaned out their stock that afternoon. Repeat steps 4A, 7 for each petal. Taking care not to rip the filaments from step 9. She imagined the insects that would pollinate paper flowers, watercolor bees, or wasps who left ink stains when they stung. A commotion outside caught Nikki's attention. Men yelling below his landing. She put down her work and stepped out just in time to see the crowd disperse. Oh, hi, kitty. Good talk. Bye-bye. Rita never got as many bands to come up here as she would have liked, I think, but it was always a blast. Well, look at this. Pulls a videotape out of the rubble. Home movies? Could be. We showed a lot of them in the station. Broken projector out of the rubble. Elmo's projector. Oh, that's rude. Poor Elmo. He'll be devastated. No, he'll be cool. It takes a lot to perturb that guy. I think the ceremony's around dusk. Ceremony. Oh. Yeah, we'll stick around. Nowhere to be. Where are you flying to? Flying! Ha! Just checking to see if everything's working okay. You could fly her somewhere if you wanted to, though, right? Of course! So why don't you? Here we go. Keep your distance now. Oh, here he comes. Exciting. Part 5 addendum, notes on soil. Fragrant loam. Reminds me of potted fern Marianne used to keep on the front desk. Bureau of Reclaimed Spaces, right? Can spot you easy now, huh? Had our eyes on this site for years. Alright, well, just don't set up shop just yet, huh? Oh, here she comes. She's a man-eater. Doop-a-doop, ba-doop, 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 ba-doop. Where are y'all going? You can't be leaving. In the bushes? Yeah. After the raccoon? Yeah. No. But it's probably full of thorns. Yeah, but raccoon. It's not happening. Okay. Okay, don't pout. Tell you what, if that raccoon comes back into town, we'll leave some food out for him. Yes, ma'am. He's so cute. He just wants an animal friend. Six feet, that's the standard for people anyway. Maybe I have to stick to the traditional depth out of respect. Just what are we bearing here anyways? Is it them or us, or some mix of both? I knew damn sure what I was pulling out of the water. Just got so deep so fast, it shouldn't have been that deep there, and I know what to blame, I tell you what. If those greedy sons of bitches had finished the drainage ditch when they were supposed to. Should put up some of the bile in digging these holes. Wow. Seems to be working okay. Julian's gonna love this. Who? Yeah, it's amazing. See, like, I like this part of this game where you're just kind of, like, going around and finding stuff. Really liked this knife. It has an aura, you know what I mean? An aura. Yeah, it wasn't exactly used to cut apples. It's meant for greater things. Yes, ma'am. Did I miss something? He did a little, oh, we're glitching on top of the grave. Okay. It's underwater more. This is the Waffle House, right? Is it still... That's the Waffle House, right? But it's underwater now? I don't like that. Well, that was fucking weird and creepy. Hey, y'all. Thanks for sticking around for this. I know we've all got places to. Well, if anyone needs somewhere to go, be sure to speak up, okay? I think Rod's heading through the woods tonight. Back to the road if you want a caravan. You staying, Em? Yeah, sure, I'll stay. At least for a while. I just want to make sure everyone has somewhere to go. I think we've built something here again. This place is good bones. For right now, though, we've got some friends to bury. The neighbors. Nikki has a poem and I have a song. If anyone wants to say anything, though, I'll go first. Neighbors were kind, gentle, beautiful horses. I used to go on walks with the silver one out by the woods by... Why didn't everybody ever give them names? Silver one, well... Guess he was gray, but his coat looked silver in the light, so I always called him that in my head, and the other one is the other one. I love these horses, but you'd never know it if you heard me talking about them like that. So I'm sorry, Silver One and the other one. Sorry I don't have better names for you. You deserve better names. Also, I'm sorry I'm so bad at this. Anyone else have anything to say? We didn't give them names because their names weren't ours to give. The horses were here before us, you know. They came the people from Central America, you know, the Utopians, the people of nothing. People of nothing arrived by horseback in October, and their first experiment was to free the horses. That was generations ago, of people and horses. I don't know when we started calling them the neighbors. We should have called them the people, I think. They were the only consistent residents of this place for over 100 years, and now they're all gone. Who are the people now? Got something to say. I just want to say these horses used to crap on my floors, but it never bothered me too much. I never mentioned it to anyone. I didn't want to make a thing out of it, but if we're clearing the air, well, that happened, and it's okay. I mean, recently, too, I was cleaning up horse crap just a couple days ago, but I'm saying it was okay. It would have been okay if any of you wanted to crap on my floors. I just want to say that. I would have cleaned up after any of you if you crapped on my floor. Thanks, Ron. Okay, guess we better move on. Nikki, you ready? What the fuck was that fly thing that we're just gonna not talk about? Thanks for sticking around, like Emily said. It's so good to have you all here for this. I know some people had to leave already. I don't judge anyone for that. Maya, you and other visitors might not know about the out-of-towner. He came here to work for the company to dig a ditch. And the company worked him good and hard, and for less than he was worth, but it wasn't enough. They'd use him up completely. After that, he became ungovernable. First out of shame, then grief, then anger. This is a poem for the neighbors, but it's also for this town. Yeah, we're going to bury this town today when we bury these horses. It's the same thing. We're going to bury these horses, and what do you think will happen next? We'll all walk out into the woods and leave this place empty. No, I guess some of us might stay and build again. That's all right. It couldn't be me, but to try is your birthright. If you do stay, you'll be building on top of a grave, but that's true anywhere. The whole world is built on top of graves. Look for me under your boot soles, as the fellow says. Nikki clears her throat and begins reading from the paper she's holding. Oh, I get to make the poem. Maybe I can make a good one. We all leave town and called that town a ghost. What ghosts gave this town breath and made it home. And now that breath is gone, we buried it here. What's left is not a ghost, it's just the bones. Our neighbors are the best of us, of course, it's always so. Our better selves, clear of ourselves, where we can see their glory glow. They glow now underground, our friends with love. Our neighbors left us here, though not alone. Where friends have gone, we hope one day to go. In distant valleys, home to better friends. Return their souls in peace and gently roam. Then we buried the horses.
I've heard of a land of joy and peace and wonderful life. A beautiful place of mansions fair and skies so bright, where all who believe the Savior dear forever shall stay. And having been saved by grace divine, I'm going that way. I'm going that way. I'm going that way. Yes, dear, the Savior I adore is with me each day. I'm clinging to Him and never to stray. Just singing praises all day long. I'm going that way. Well, glorious news I tell and sing as onward I go. For those who are still astray in sin, my Savior may know. I want them to sing that praise above some beautiful day. For glory to Him who died for me, I'm going that way. I know I shall meet Him at the gate when trials are past. I know I shall meet Him face to face in glory at last. Oh, I believe that when we meet, well done, He'll say, while trusting that soul redeeming love, I'm going that way. I'm going that way. I'm going that way. Yes, dear, the Savior I adore is with me each day. I'm clinging to Him and never to stray. Just sing praises all day long. I'm going that way.
I didn't realize you could move. They're starting to get, I don't know if they chose to be gray because they are, trying to be respectful, or if they're slowly losing their individuality because they are staying somewhere. I hope not. I don't want to put them in that kind of... I don't want to make them worse. Is that it? That's it. There's the end. All right. Well, is that it? Or is there a prologue? Nope, that's it. Okay. Kind of cheapo. Yeah, I really yeah, the end. The blessed end. No, I'm just kidding. No, the game was really good. I enjoyed, the writing was really good. It was a little bit overkill sometimes. Like, it could be a little bit, like, I don't know. What's it called? Not self-effacing. Self-indulgent. Some of it was a little indulgent. Like, it was a little bit overkill. But overall, the writing was really good. I found I love magical surrealism. I'm a huge Marquez fan, so that was really cool to see in a game, because it's interesting, because video games are really such a interesting like mode to present something like magical realism that I think you can do a lot with. Like, you have a lot of breathing room for a really interesting way to convey things and meaning. I will say, yeah, I agree with what Drone said. Like, it would have been more emotionally impactful if they hadn't spent so much time, like, talking. It was almost like you look at Marquez, and, like, none of his books are that long, but he still conveys so much meaning. And it's like, there's a really huge power in withholding a little bit. And I didn't feel like the game handheld us or anything and was like, this is what's going on. But there was a bit too much of, like, just too much explanation. Too much, like, stuff. Like, too much talking. I didn't like the boat section. It was too long. I think a lot of media fails to execute on something like that really well. I think the stops were a good idea, but I think we could have lost, like, 2 or 3 of them. Adding new characters in the very end of the game, too, was a little bit tough. Like, I definitely like having... I mean, I absolutely love Junebug and Johnny, so I was happy with them being in it. But adding, like, all of a sudden we're finding out all this stuff about the, like, the boat, like, the people who use the boat and stuff. I was like, I don't know if I need all of this. Like, we could have just done, like, a little bit of it. Like, we didn't need all of it. So that's my only complaint, really, was that it just felt a little bit drawn out towards the end. Act 4 was just way too long. Act 5 was really great. Like, Act 5 brought me back to what I remember... Sorry, there's honking outside. What I remembered enjoying so much in the first 3 acts of, like, just executing story, still giving the, giving the player an ability to interact and engage and to form the story themselves. Like, that little, like, click point, even just adding those words in that you click kept me more engaged than just being like, here's a story, click and read through this gigantic, super long story. Yes, and agreed with Drone, it's basically narrated an audiobook. My throat is killing me. It's not a super stream friendly game, I will say. I would say maybe I would have joined this enjoyed this. I can't even talk anymore. I would have enjoyed this game a little bit more if I had just been playing it myself and just reading everything, but even then I still think maybe Act 4 would have been a little bit too much. But overall, lovely game, beautiful, such a really good, like, cool art style, great story. Overall, really enjoyed it. Just could have used a little bit of cuts in Act 4 for sure. So, but yeah, that's it for that.